Did you know? There's something in this world that originally hides inside our bodies. However, one day, it will suddenly leave, but it will come back quickly. Only, when it comes back, it has passed through a door. He is a delivery guy, surnamed Jong. His given name is He just turned 18 this year. At a young age, he was lucky enough to get this job that allows him to experience diverse social interactions, and is also a valuable way to exercise. In his opinion, as long as each order is delivered on time, and he gets a 5-star review, he is very satisfied. However, life is unpredictable. Even if deliveries are on time, there are always people who like to bully others with complaints. Fortunately, Jongza has developed some communication skills. After bowing and apologizing profusely, most customers won't dwell on it too much, especially since today is a rainy day. So Jongza believes that the job of delivering food is really not something just anyone can do. After all, where can you find someone like him, who is not only excellent, but also knows how to be flexible? Of course, it's impossible not to have a little temper. At most, he just grumbles to himself. Hey, where's my straw? Oh, forgot. Sorry. When the last order was completed, it was already late at night. But at this time, there were still many colleagues taking orders and working hard. Unintentionally, Jongza heard an uncle next to him say that there was an order he didn't really want to deliver, because the customer asked him to bring 2 5-liter bottles of water along with the food. Isn't this obviously making things difficult? What's more, this order actually only gives a 10 yuan tip. Isn't it infuriating? Hey, working in this industry and still being picky. 10 yuan, and you still complain? Since you're not taking it, then I won't be polite. As soon as Jongza heard this, he immediately took out his phone and accepted the order. The customer's residential area seemed quite upscale. Even delivering takeout requires registration. However, after Jongza went inside, both security guards frowned. Building 9, Unit 1801. This doesn't seem right. If I remember correctly, this floor should be uninhabited, because in their records, as early as a dozen years ago, the entire 18th floor of Building 9 was bought by an owner and converted into a yin house, a house for the deceased. It is said that after the renovation, the doors and windows of all rooms on that floor were sealed with cement, leaving only one entrance for worship. Speaking of which, both security guards cursed lack of virtue, because even now, the property management doesn't dare to inform other residents of the community about this matter. So the delivery guy just now probably looked at the address wrong. In fact, Jongza did misread it. The refraction of the rain made him mistake the number 6 for 8.
当张乍循着门牌找到1801刚一敲门，才发现那房间的门竟然是虚掩着的。
He subconsciously prepared to push the door open and say hello. But the scene inside the room scared him out of his wits on the spot. He saw that inside the room, it was densely packed with corpses. It was clearly a large-scale crime scene. Moreover, in the pile of corpses, there were also two golden things. Zhongzhao was terrified. He stumbled and ran out wildly. Instinct told him that he had to go downstairs as soon as possible to tell the security guards about this. Taking advantage of the time while waiting for the elevator, he also hurriedly pressed 110 emergency number. But strangely, there was actually no signal on this floor. But just then, he clearly heard a teenager's cry for help. Delivery guy Zhongzhao delivers water on a rainy night, but accidentally enters a yin house due to misreading the address. The moment he pushes open the door, a strong smell of blood rushes towards him. And the room is not only full of blood stains, but also has many corpses lying haphazardly. Horrified, Zhongzhao is so scared that he runs away. He just wants to quickly escape downstairs and tell the security guards about this. Taking advantage of the time while waiting for the elevator, he also dialed the police emergency number. But strangely, there was actually no signal on this floor. Fearful and helpless, he can only hope that the elevator will come up quickly. But just then, he heard from the room where the incident occurred, clearly a teenager's cry for help. Is there still someone alive? But who would dare to go into a place like that? On the other side, the elevator is also about to arrive. The rolling numbers seem to have made a choice for him. Zhongzhao kept silently saying sorry in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to save people, but he doesn't dare to save them. After all, he is just a small delivery guy. However, just as the elevator light shone on his face, he rushed back without hesitation. At that moment, a certain obsession of Zhongzhao took over. He is going to save this child, even if it means risking his own life. He came to that room again. Only after entering the door did he realize that the sound of help was still coming from the inner room. The door of the inner room was also ajar, faintly flickering with a scarlet color. Although Zhongzhao was very scared, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Instead, he carefully stepped over the corpses and came to the door. But what he didn't expect was, what came into view was actually a scarlet coffin. No way. Could it be that the child is inside this coffin? He leaned forward and peered inside. He faintly noticed a pale hand, waving weakly. Zhongzhao subconsciously moved the coffin lid and took a closer look. Only then did he realize that the teenager calling for him probably could no longer be called a human. At the same moment, he felt as if he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A bone-chilling cold also climbed up his spine at the same time. Zhongzhao turned around and ran without choosing a path. But he had just left the inner room when he saw a group of men in black swarming into the room. They claimed to be police officers and questioned Zhongzhao about what he had done. Zhongzhou was shocked and terrified. Without thinking too much, he quickly explained that he was just there to deliver takeout and hadn't done anything. As for why he entered this room, it was because a child in the inner room was calling for help. As he spoke, he turned his head and pointed in that direction, trying hard to explain. But just then, a black hand suddenly reached out. Without warning or reason, the leader of the men in black directly snapped Zhongzhou's neck. He used his foot to flip Zhongzhou's body over and found the gold brick pressed underneath. Perhaps the men in black knew this was just a coincidence, but he still just sighed. People die for wealth. He waved his hand and instructed his subordinates to prepare to clean up the scene. Then he walked into the room that Zhongzhou had mentioned. But strangely, the men in black's phones actually had signal. He dialed his boss's phone, saying that he had found the legendary Gate of Hell. I just don't know if he noticed. Next to the coffin, there was an extra golden needle dripping with blood. At this moment, Zhongzhou still had a faint consciousness. He knew his current situation, but couldn't feel his body at all. He wanted to question what these men in black were trying to do, but no matter how hard he tried. In the moment, he was put into a black bag.
他的眼前忽然闪过了一些画面，似乎是他这些年来经历过的一些事情。
However, the order in which those events occurred seemed to be reversed. Until this moment, Zhongzhou finally understood. It turned out that at the moment of death, you can really see your whole life flash before your eyes. Zhongzhou died, but just moments later, he woke up. Unusually, Zhongzhou's pupils were blue. He didn't understand what was happening. He wanted to stand up to get a better look. But strangely, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't sit up. He couldn't even move an inch. This feeling felt like when he experienced sleep paralysis as a child. Just as he was terrified, a sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. He glanced sideways and immediately noticed a pair of large feet right next to his ears, and around him there seemed to be countless such large feet. But for some reason, he could only see the lower legs of these people. Above that was just darkness. Zhongzhou had just been fatally attacked by a strange man in black, but then suddenly, inexplicably, came back to life. However, at this moment, he couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as countless pale, large feet approached step by step. They surrounded Zhongzhou, constantly shouting to words, "Open the door." Although he didn't understand what "open the door" meant, he could clearly feel a suffocating heat. He watched helplessly as his gloves turned to ashes, followed by the skin on his hands. The intense burning pain made Zhongzhou suddenly open his eyes. He then realized that he was actually in a small space filled with flames. In reality, he had already been thrown into a crematory furnace. Outside the crematory furnace sat an old man on duty. He was looking down, seemingly pondering something. But Zhongza's roar startled him. He turned back and looked at the crematory furnace behind him, his face filled with disbelief. Because the pile of corpses delivered today were all of the cold dead type. How could there possibly be a living person? In the moment he was stunned. A red-hot large hand suddenly reached out. Immediately after, a black man, whose surface appearance was already charred, crawled out. This scene immediately terrified the old man on duty. He shouted, "It's a zombie!" and fled out the door. However, he wasn't really running away, but rather going to call for help, because he knew that the corpses delivered today were all of considerable background. Even if one of them escaped, he couldn't bear the responsibility. However, when they rushed into the room with weapons, they discovered that it was already empty. Impossible! Could someone burned like that still escape? And at this time, Zhongza had indeed escaped. Outside the crematorium was a dense forest. Carbonized skin peeled off in the wind. Zhongza was shocked and terrified as he watched his recovering hand. He even tripped and fell because of it. He couldn't even feel pain. He still couldn't figure out what exactly he had encountered today. Because in his memory, he had his neck broken by a man in black. And just now he was thrown into a crematory furnace. Logically, he should already be dead. But why is it like this now? And also, who exactly were those pale, large feet? Why were they shouting for me to open the door for them? Could it be that I have some kind of key on me? Little did he know, just as he was racking his brains, the man in black who broke his neck had already arrived at a warehouse. From afar, he shouted towards a man with a mustache holding a folding fan, saying, "Boss, the thing you wanted has been brought." Subsequently, he vividly described the scene after opening the coffin, where some of the underlings suddenly went crazy to praise the boss's foresight. In addition, he said that those corpses had all been sent to the crematorium for disposal and would definitely not affect the Yin residents. The man with the mustache listened expressionlessly. Then he ordered his men to open the coffin right there. But after opening the coffin, the man in black clearly felt a sudden surge of intense coldness emanating from the boss. He only heard the boss grit his teeth and angrily ask, "Where's the thing inside?" The man in black was stunned to hear this. "What thing? Isn't this the gate of hell you told us to retrieve?" The man with the mustache suddenly laughed upon hearing this. He turned his head, cupped the man in black's face, and said pitifully, "Who the hell told you that the gate of hell is a coffin? You listen to me carefully. What I want is a person zero." At the same time, in the dense forest outside the crematorium, Zhongza suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood surged up from his abdomen. It was this feeling that suddenly reminded him of something. He remembered that after opening the coffin, he didn't run away immediately, but instead saw a young man with a golden needle inserted horizontally into his head. After that, it seemed like he did something. But strangely, he couldn't remember it now no matter what. Lost in thought, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and the amount of blood was so much that it could reflect his shadow. But before he could react, a bloody footprint suddenly walked out of the pool of blood. Horrified, he looked up and around, only then realizing, starting from his blood stains, countless bloody footprints had already walked out. If mistaking the delivery address was the beginning of Zhongza's path to death, then the blood coffin in the Yin residence was the root of all the weirdness. Long before Zhongza arrived, a group of men in black in the Yin residence had already started to have designs on that coffin. When they only pried open a small crack in the coffin, a strong stench rushed towards them. Appearing with it was also scarlet blood seeping out. This change naturally drew the attention of the men in black. They even saw in the blood strange footprints suddenly walking out. Thus, tragedy occurred. When the people outside the room heard the commotion, they thought it was the brothers inside who had discovered treasure. But those brothers who came out were all lowering their heads and not saying a word. Until they walked in front of everyone, they suddenly opened their bloody mouths wide. Instantly, the entire Yin residence was in chaos, facing a known terror. Some wanted to escape, but the companions guarding the door didn't give them a chance to survive. So when Zhongza arrived here, he saw the horrific scene filling the room. Later, after Zhongza died, a new group of men in black arrived. They carefully cleaned up the traces at the scene and secretly hauled away the blood coffin. Not long after they left, this Yin residence welcomed a new guest again. The newcomer's attire was very trendy. He simply smelled the water stains on the ground and already guessed the general situation. As for who cleaned it up, he couldn't know. Nor did he want to know, because at this moment, he was more concerned about where it, which had once lived in this Yin residence, had actually gone. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. Zhongza was running aimlessly in the dense forest outside the crematorium. He didn't know if those footprints he saw earlier were hallucinations or not. But at least he was lucky to be alive. But just then, a messy searching sound suddenly came from behind him. Zhongza quickly hid behind a tree, so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly, because the people chasing him were indeed that old man from the crematorium, and a group of men wielding shovels and sticks. Someone muttered, complaining about the old man, telling him to be more careful when throwing people into the furnace in the future, so as to avoid zombie incidents like today from happening again. This old man's surname was Li. He firmly believed in his own eyes, because when that young man was transported here, his neck was already broken. How could he possibly still be alive? Everyone was also puzzled upon hearing this. They had no choice but to search even harder. After all, they couldn't let today's events leak out. Otherwise, their factory would have a hard time getting by in the underworld in the future. Of course, now it's even more important to keep it a secret and not let the client side know. Zhongza heard the conversation of these men clearly. The client they were talking about. Could it be that group he encountered before? The men in black who impersonated police officers. A cold stick suddenly appeared horizontally in front of his eyes. What a clever feint! This old man Li is truly insidious. After capturing Zhongza, old Li was tightly gripping the shovel while urging his companions to come over quickly. although he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. But if this child doesn't die today, then none of us will survive. But he still underestimated the young man's strength. In this life or death crisis, Zhongza suddenly tensed up and flipped forward, directly throwing Oldly off of him. But just as he was about to stand up and run, another shovel struck the back of his head. Zhongza was knocked to the ground again. He was filled with rage, but didn't know what to say. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. That fate would treat him like this. Why give him a chance to live again, only to block the door to survival? Listening to Zhongza's roar, the group of men also felt a little unbearable, seeing Zhongza suddenly cough up blood. Ahao on the side couldn't bear it even more. He had a moment of sympathy, suggesting everyone let this child go. But Oldly warned him with a gloomy face, reminding him to think carefully about his gambling debts. Hearing these words, the group of men, who were still discussing, suddenly fell silent. They each had their own difficulties. For survival, they had no other choice. Thinking of this, the men no longer hesitated, but raised their clubs in unison, preparing to send Zhongza on his final journey. Although this evil act was against their will, they had already made up their minds to handle the aftermath and burn paper money for Zhongza after his death. However, before they could act, Ahao suddenly seemed to go crazy and snatched the shovel, turning it on his companions, watching a living life vanish in an instant. The men were shocked and terrified. In their exclamations of surprise, Ahao suddenly turned his head back, revealing a blood-stained and grim face. Oldly didn't know why Ahao would do this, but he noticed that behind Ahao, a strange bloody footprint suddenly appeared. But before he could figure out the reason, the same thing happened behind him. The men all started attacking each other as if they had gone mad, even using lethal moves in every attack. Oldly panicked. He shouted at everyone, telling them to stop and take a good look. But no matter how much he yelled, his companions remained deaf and continued to kill each other. Until this moment, he realized his voice was so small and helpless. But just then, he suddenly heard a faint whisper in his ear. Then, he felt a strange force suddenly rush into his mind. Finally, Oldly was also assimilated by the strange force and lost consciousness. And that scene completely turned into a living hell. But from beginning to end, Zhongza had no reaction to this, because at this moment his head was splitting with pain. Fragments flashed in his mind. It seemed to be a part of his lost memories. In those fragments, he saw the familiar blood coffin, and also saw the boy with golden needles inserted into his head. Suddenly he remembered something. He seemed to know what he had done after opening the coffin. But just then, a rapid sound of rushing wind arrived in an instant. It seemed that someone else had come. Zhongza looked over upon hearing the sound, but only saw half a robe. Immediately after, he heard a cold voice appear from behind him. "Found you." Zhongza was strangely reborn in the crematorium furnace. Then he was chased by the workers in the crematorium overnight. Unexpectedly, just as he was despairingly accepting death, those workers suddenly went crazy. They seemed to lose control in an instant. and started attacking their companions crazily. And the root cause of this mutation was actually from the blood Zhongza spat out. This was already the second time he had vomited blood, and every time he vomited blood, he saw many footprints walking out from his blood stains. He didn't understand what was going on, but because of this, he recovered some memories. He remembered himself before, what he had done after opening the blood coffin. However, just at this moment, the second group of pursuers arrived. Zhongza hadn't even reacted yet when someone pressed his head down. But at the last moment, he saw out of the corner of his eye the golden needle pointing at his temple. So he subconsciously raised his hand to block. And it was this block that startled the young man who was grabbing him. And Zhongza also took the opportunity to break free. This is a bit interesting, looking at Zhongza's tenacious resistance. This young man in black suddenly became playful while he was dodging and weaving in the forest. He was synchronizing information with his companions. He told them jokingly, saying that although he hadn't found the master in the coffin, he had found a fresher guy. All right, business is important. Thinking of this, the young man who was dodging suddenly turned around and directly struck Zhongza's chin with a palm. After that, Zhongza fainted. Later he had a dream. In the dream, it was still the blood coffin that lingered. But strangely, this time, he also vaguely heard the sound of a copper bell. Suddenly he woke up. Zhongza then realized that he was actually in a strange room full of jars, and the sound of the bell was still ringing in a disorderly manner. Only then did he realize that he was not only tied to a cross pillar, but also there was something like a magic circle under his feet. In an instant, Zhongzal was terrified. Could it be that he had been taken as some kind of sacrifice? Just then, a slightly playful voice suddenly came from the side. Wow, it's really a miracle. I didn't expect you to really wake up. Hello there. Zhongza looked closely and then realized, not far in front of him, there were 4 people playing mahjong around the table. And the one who just greeted him was the young man in black who had captured him earlier. Zhongza was immediately shocked and sweating profusely. He wanted to shout something, but found that his mouth seemed to be stuffed with something. And there was also a metal curtain hanging on his face. Looking at Zhongza's struggling appearance, the young man in black suddenly took pity. He walked up to him and helped him a little. Without the obstruction, Zhongza suddenly started to vomit. But this time, he didn't cough up blood again, but instead vomited a pile of white granules. The young man in black told him that it was glutinous rice. It was used for detoxification. But Zhongza obviously wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this, but instead opened his mouth and shouted at them. He said that he hadn't done anything, hoping that the gentleman could be merciful. In the midst of his explanation, he suddenly saw the red characters painted all over his body. He was even more terrified in his heart, and began to struggle desperately. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly chuckled, saying that if the string tied to the bell was broken, then this big sister would bury you. Hearing this, Zhongza was shocked and also became obedient. Seeing that this kid was finally normal, the four people playing mahjong finally started talking about serious matters. They first asked Zhongza his name and why he appeared in that room last night. Zhongza naturally didn't hide anything about this and told them everything he had seen. At this time, the middle-aged uncle, who was facing away from him, suddenly asked, "Who else is in that house besides you?" Who else? Wasn't it just himself and those men in black? Thinking of this, Zhongza was suddenly shocked. He quickly defended himself, saying that he didn't kill those people. But as soon as he finished speaking, the cold-faced sister who had been silent all along suddenly glared at him with murderous intent. Zhongza was immediately so frightened that his hair stood on end. He quickly shifted his gaze and added, "I also found a coffin and a boy in the coffin." Hearing this, the few people fell silent, seeming to be thinking about something. Suddenly, another man pointed at him with a back scratcher shaped like a palm, asking him if he had secretly taken the coffin and the boy away and hidden them. How could that be possible? He was clearly killed by a group of men in black and then sent to the crematorium furnace. Listening to Zhongza's explanation, the few people didn't seem to doubt the truth, because that big sister had already conducted an investigation afterwards. She found that the men who were chasing Zhongza were all workers from the nearby funeral home. Moreover, these people also secretly take on some underworld jobs, such as helping people dispose of some corpses. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was a little puzzled. How could the underworld be involved in this kind of thing? Listening to their conversation, Zhongza then understood that the group of men in black he had encountered, who were impersonating police officers, were actually underworld members. But before he could even think carefully, that huge red back scratcher pointed at him again. It turned out that the man was asking him why he had offended the underworld. As soon as Zhongza heard this, he knew he had been misunderstood again. He quickly explained, "How could a delivery guy like me offend the underworld?" Hearing this, the young man in black suddenly frowned and said something. It seems that those underworld people don't know that this Zhongza is actually also the target they are looking for. Just saying that, could it be that the coffin and the boy were taken away by those underworld people? And Zhongza didn't know what the follow-up situation was. But judging from the current analysis, there is indeed such a possibility. But the middle-aged man shook his head. He held a golden needle and was puzzled, because if it was just simply taking the coffin and the boy away, they would definitely not take out this golden needle. Moreover, this kind of thing has been extinct for at least 300 or 400 years. So based on this point alone, we can analyze that the boy in the coffin has probably been sealed for no less than 300 years. As for why it was later dug out and sent to that haunted house, we don't know. After the few people's analysis, Zhongza was confused. He didn't know what these people were talking about at all. Just as Zhongza was in a daze, the man's voice startled him again. He saw the man pointing at him again with a back scratcher, asking if he had pulled out the golden needle. Zhongza was startled. Subconsciously, he repeatedly denied it. But as soon as he said this, he suddenly began to hesitate. Because in those fragments of memory he had previously recovered, he seemed to have really done something. He tried hard to recall, and the picture gradually became clearer. It seemed that at that time, he saw the boy with a golden needle in his head. And then somehow, he suddenly went and pulled out the golden needle as if possessed. Then he saw the boy suddenly open his eyes. After that, he was so scared that he fled the room. But now, even though Zhongza remembered these things, he still insisted that he didn't pull out the golden needle. Unexpectedly, the man didn't even think, and said he was lying. Could it be that Zhongza's expression betrayed himself? But strangely, the man didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at the people in front of him with a serious face and said that they must find the child in the coffin as soon as possible. Watching the few people suddenly leave him aside, Zhongza panicked. He hurriedly asked who these people were, why they had tied him up here. The young man in black grinned and said, "They are all experts. Goddamn experts. Who introduces themselves so casually? But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." Zhongza had no choice but to patiently resort to his signature move. He put on a pleading expression, hoping they would release him. Zhongza also guaranteed he would keep his mouth shut and never leak anything about today. Unexpectedly, the young man refused directly, without a second thought, and said Zhongza was a valuable living specimen they had finally found after much effort. Of course, that was secondary. More importantly, Zhongza himself was very dangerous. If released rashly, it would inevitably bring immeasurable disaster to the outside world. Hearing this, Zhongza was immediately dumbfounded. What disaster could a small-time delivery guy like me bring to the world? Could it be increasing the workload? Regarding this, he was very puzzled. But just then, that usually taciturn elder sister said it's because Zhongza will spit out things that don't belong to this world. Hearing this, Zhongza was suddenly startled. He immediately thought of the bloody footprints he had seen earlier.
见到张扎周变的面色，
The young man grinned and prepared to tell him about those things. But just then, a crow suddenly flew in. It landed near the middle-aged man, cawing incessantly. After a moment, the four people playing mahjong stood up in unison, because they had found the hiding place of the young man in the coffin. Next, it's time to bring that young man back. Seeing them preparing to leave just like that, Zhongza panicked immediately. He shouted at them, "Are you just leaving like this? What about me?" Hearing these words, the young man suddenly looked as if he had just realized something important, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot there's still someone tied up here." But before Zhongza could be happy, the young man suddenly said, "Gongling, bury him." Unbeknownst to them, just before this group of four discovered the young man's hiding place, another group had also found this target through some strange means. They had found this target, and this group was none other than the gang of underworld figures from before. This young man is said to be the embodiment of the gate of hell, and has been sealed for 300 to 400 years. But just yesterday, he was accidentally saved by Zhongza, and then escaped to a deserted park with few people. But he didn't know that at this very moment, His hiding place had been discovered by two groups simultaneously. Coincidentally, Zhongza, who saved this young man, had also fallen into a crisis. Originally, he only wanted to remind these heroes not to forget about him before they went out on business. But unexpectedly, the young man in black who had captured him grinned and signaled to the elder sister beside him to bury him. This made Zhongza extremely worried. Why did I have to be so talkative and call out to them? But once the words were out, Zhongza had no way back, and that elder sister named Gongling was already preparing to draw her sword. Helpless, Zhongza had no choice but to beg pitifully, saying, "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly smiled evilly and said, "Indeed, we weren't planning to kill you, just to bury you for a bit." These words left Zhongza completely confused. Bury me? Could it be the kind where you leave the head sticking out? But then Gongling's words shattered all his illusions, because their so-called burying meant burying the head too. Oh, crap. What kind of release is this? Seeing that Gongling's long sword was already half an inch out of its sheath, Zhongza was immediately scared speechless. Suddenly, he had an idea, so he opened his mouth and started making up stories. He said, "I've hidden that young man. Without me, no one will find him." These words indeed worked. The four of them turned their heads back and stared at him in unison, seemingly judging whether he was telling the truth, and also seeming ready to see how he would continue his fabrication. Then, the uncle with the back scratcher asked him nonchalantly, "Where exactly did you hide the person?" Seeing this, Zhongza quickly said, "To find that child, you have to take me with you, and I'll personally lead the way." Hearing this, the others clearly showed a hint of speechless expressions, and that elder sister Gongling was even more short-tempered, directly exposing Zhongza, saying, "He's talking nonsense." And then she immediately prepared to draw her sword and chop him down. "It's over! It's over!" Zhongza wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was scared into a cold sweat. But what he didn't expect was that the young man in black suddenly pressed down on Gongling's sword handle, signaling her not to act yet. He said with a smile, "What if this guy is actually telling the truth?" Regarding this, Gongling tilted her head, looking a bit puzzled, but helplessly let him have his way. This overjoyed Zhongza, who had once again escaped death. He quickly said, "I never lie." But these words were said so lightly that no one took them to heart, and the young man even smilingly helped him untie the ropes. It seemed they were really planning to take him out with them. However, he reminded Zhongza, "After we find that kid, you still have to come back with us, okay? And don't run around after we go outside, okay?" Although these words sounded very gentle, even gentle enough to make him agree. And Zhongza also understood the underlying meaning of this guy's words. But he didn't take any of it to heart at all, because at this moment his mind was full of thoughts on how to escape. Naturally, he wouldn't pay attention to these warnings, so no matter what kind of reminder it was, he happily agreed very readily. But even so, he was still shocked by the densely packed jars in the room. These jars aren't all filled with human heads, are they? But before he could figure it out, Gongling directly pressed down on his head and pushed him out. As soon as he stepped out the door, he realized that this was actually a deserted temple. Although the fresh outdoor air made Zhongza feel a long-lost freedom, he still couldn't help but ask everyone, "What exactly is this place?" The young man grinned upon hearing this, and said, "This is Li Song Temple." Li Song Temple? Isn't this a for A-level tourist attraction? Why did these people bring me here? Just as he was pondering, the middle-aged uncle waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare to set off. But just then, the uncle with the back scratcher suddenly yawned lazily and turned around to walk back inside. He said, "I'm going to catch up on some sleep." Regarding this, the young man was a bit speechless, but he was also used to it. He didn't say anything, just called Zhongza to come with him. Zhongza learned from their conversation that this cool young man was called Zhaoda, and that middle-aged man didn't plan to go with them either, only warning Zhaoda not to act rashly again. Zhongza subconsciously followed them forward, but the feeling of the steps hurting his bare feet suddenly reminded him that he was still naked. He quickly called out to everyone to stop, hoping they could give him a set of clothes. Hearing this, the three of them turned their heads back again in unison and looked over, seemingly looking him up and down with great interest. However, being in a Taoist temple, what clothes could they have to wear? Zhao casually tossed him a set of coarse cloth Taoist robes to make do with, and even politely said sorry to him. But these things were no longer important to Zhongza, because at this moment, being outside the Taoist temple, he could be considered to have regained his freedom to some extent. So next, it was time to use his own cleverness and wisdom. Thinking of this, he chuckled a bit naively, but his smugness didn't last long. A cold shout abruptly pulled him back to reality. It turned out that this trip out actually required taking a car. The atmosphere in the car was peaceful and harmonious, as if the previous burial had never happened. Zhao told him that after the car reached the foot of the mountain, Zhongza would be in charge of the route. Although Zhongza cheerfully agreed verbally, he was actually overjoyed inside. Driving, that would be even better. When the time comes, he just needed to find the right moment, then push open the door and jump out of the car, running down the hillside all the way. Wouldn't he directly shake them off? Wonderful, wonderful, truly worthy of me. The more Zhongza thought about it, the more smug he became. He had already begun to survey the outside environment, preparing to find that opportune moment in his mind. But what he didn't expect was that Sister Gongling suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, and the whole car suddenly sped up. This sudden acceleration directly ruined Zhongza's escape plan on the spot. His heart was filled with curses. He had no choice but to hold on to the car to steady himself. But that fellow Zhao had an intoxicated expression, as if he really enjoyed this car feeling. And so, Zhongza was tossed and turned all the way to the city. Clutching his trembling hand, he pointed out the way uncomfortably, telling them to continue driving forward, although his first plan didn't work out. Now that they were in the city, the opportunity was even greater. For instance, if he were to pry open the car window and yell loudly towards a crowded area, and then just have a few burly men surround the car. In this way, wouldn't he be saved? Perfect! Truly worthy of me. But before he could be happy for long, a wave of nausea suddenly hit him. No way! Could it be that I'm car sick? Left with no choice, he had to quickly ask them to stop the car, and then ran to the side to vomit. Watching Zhongza's back, Gongling casually asked Zhao the, "Aren't you afraid he'll throw up those things?" Zhao Yi wasn't worried about this, because the glutinous rice previously stuffed into that guy's mouth. So much glutinous rice wasn't for nothing. What's more, aren't you here, eldest sister? What is there to be afraid of? Although Zhao the spoke casually, Gongling knew what he was thinking inside. Do you really expect Zhongza to return to being a normal person? Zhao the heard this, and subconsciously nodded. The reason he firmly believed that Zhongza still had a chance of being saved was because yesterday, after fighting with Zhongza, he discovered a bizarre thing. That was, Zhongza's body had already mutated at that time. To avoid uncontrollable factors later, he had prepared to take Zhongza's head on the spot. But what he didn't expect was that after Zhongza fell to the ground, the symptoms of mutation unexpectedly subsided in an instant. This situation was truly rare. So afterwards, that's why he captured Zhongza alive, and then brought him back to Lisong Temple. Hearing this, Gongling frowned, because she knew what that mutated state represented. But she didn't understand why Zhao the still brought him out, especially knowing that this guy was lying. Zhao Yi sighed upon hearing this, because he couldn't know the consequences of doing so. In any case, let's just treat it as letting Zhongza come out again to see this world. After all, this is probably also his last time walking in the world. And at this moment, Zhongza didn't know that his little trick had long been seen through. He looked at the two unsuspecting people in the distance, and had already made up his mind that he must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now. So, he did it right away. He took off running, but unexpectedly, as soon as he ran to the bus stop, he saw two pale white legs in front of him. He was too familiar with this thing. After he saw this thing appear, he froze on the spot. At this time, Zhao the rushed over, patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to go back to the car first. Before leaving, he also thoughtfully looked around in the direction of Zhongza's gaze. After returning to the car, Zhao the suddenly dropped his joking demeanor and instantly became serious. He said to Gongling, "We need to hurry." Gongling immediately understood and directly stepped on the accelerator. So the god car took off again like a rocket. Zhongza became uncomfortable again, because as the guide for this trip, he knew that such speed was completely unnecessary. But Zhao Yi's words made his heart sink, because he said that on the road ahead, Zhongza could have a good rest. As for the guiding, it would be left to the navigation. Saying this, he looked up at the sky. Zhongza was shocked. Although he couldn't see anything from inside the car, he heard a familiar crow-cawing sound. Not long after, the middle-aged man who was hosting crows at Lisong Temple called Zhao the asking if they had found their target. And at this time, Zhao and the others had just gotten out of the car. Unsurprisingly, Zhongza was once again shaken to the point of vomiting, and Zhao once again returned to that cynical and playful appearance. He looked at the dilapidated park ahead and informed Uncle, saying that his group had safely arrived at their destination. At this moment, Zhongza, who had recovered a bit, finally had the chance to survey the situation before him. When he saw the word Southern Paradise, his heart suddenly jumped, because this place seemed somewhat familiar to him. Unbeknownst to him, just as Zhongza arrived, deep in the park, a bald-headed youth suddenly turned his head. Because of the appearance of Zhongza, a fellow kind, he keenly felt a trace of unease. Although this youth seemed harmless, and had always wanted to escape the human world, but in reality, he was a door, a gate to the underworld connecting to realms. Just like Zhongza, he also often coughed up blood, and would thereby recover some lost memories. But at this moment, he was hiding alone in this abandoned park, as if searching for something. Could it be that 300 years ago, this place was precisely where the youth fell into hardship? But at this very moment, the arrival of Zhongza, this fellow kind, made him feel a trace of unease. Actually, Zhao and the others being able to find this place was also thanks to the flock of crows in the sky. And Zhongza also, when he saw the name of this park, suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. But looking at this dilapidated and gloomy appearance, he couldn't recall at all where that sense of familiarity came from. Walking along, Zhongza suddenly felt something was wrong. This place was in the remote wilderness, rarely visited. Could it be that these two were planning to bury him right here? Thinking of this, Zhongza couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly forced a smile and changed the subject, asking them why they were looking for that youth. Zhao Yi explained somewhat nonchalantly. He said with a smile, that youth is very dangerous. And Zhongza was also listening absent-mindedly, because he was surveying the surrounding environment, looking for an escape route for himself. But just then, the bloodstains on the ground caught Zhao Yi's attention. He smeared a little and sniffed it carefully, and knew that the youth had been here not long ago. In that case, that youth must have hidden himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet here. But such a dilapidated park, what exactly would attract him here? Just as Zhao was pondering, Zhongza on the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Because Zhongza, who was surveying the surrounding environment, turned his head, discovered several large pits on the ground in front of them. Outside those large pits were numerous footprints. Seeing Zhongza's panicked expression, Zhao seemed to have seen, like a curious child, smiling and joking with him, saying, "These footprints are just like the ones you spit out." Zhongza was taken aback. He only then remembered. All along, he didn't know what these footprints actually were. Upon hearing this, Gongling and Zhao were both stunned. "Can't you see those things? That shouldn't be." Zhongza was also surprised, thinking, could it be that within these blood footprints, there's something I haven't noticed? But just as Zhao was about to explain, Gongling suddenly frowned. and whispered to them that someone was coming. Shortly after, they heard the faint roar of engines. It turned out to be the group in black who had arrived. Following them was the gang leader. Earlier, it was he who used blood as a guide to discover the boy's hiding place. Now, with a blank face, he warned his subordinates. Don't come back if you can't find him. Of course. He also saw the conspicuous white van. Looks like some clueless guys got here first. The black-clad underlings were much more diligent now. As soon as they entered the park, they began searching everywhere. And under the command of their leader, they didn't even miss the smallest corners, because they knew that their boss was looking for a boy. However, although this leader seemed to be commanding and imposing, he was actually grumbling inwardly. He somewhat resented that the boss only told them half the story. If they had been told earlier that Ghost Gate Pass was a boy, they wouldn't have been put through such hell. The point is, if you're looking for a kid, just say you're looking for a kid. Why the hell give it a name like Ghost Gate Pass? Who are you trying to scare with all this spooky talk? But even though he was grumbling inside, he still obediently hid a jade Buddha under his shirt, hoping to be blessed by the Bodhisattva. But just then, something unexpected happened in the crowd. A black-clad underling with long hair suddenly heard a noise. But as soon as he turned his head, he froze on the spot. This change naturally attracted the attention of others. Could it be that the long-haired guy had found their target? Just as they were feeling strange, scarlet blood footprints suddenly appeared in the beam of light. Then, the long-haired man began to talk to himself, muttering about his grandson not coming to see him, and such. Is this for real? The underlings were dumbfounded. Why is this guy using a falsetto to imitate an old grandma? But the next scene made the underlings uneasy, because the long-haired man suddenly roared, facing upwards, not only revealing a pale face, but also saying, "Grandma is back!" The leader immediately became anxious, trembling as he asked him what was wrong. But before he finished asking, another underling also suddenly started convulsing. And this guy was even more outrageous. He twisted his body grotesquely and said he wanted blood for blood, because the village chief had poisoned a dozen pigs in his family. And after that, the village chief even stopped their car and beat their whole family to death on the way to the county town to file a complaint. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly starting to tell stories? The underlings were all bewildered, and for a moment they even forgot about the search. And this scene was completely seen by Zhongza and the others. He looked down in shock and whispered, "What's wrong with these people?" Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi's focus didn't seem to be on this at all. He looked towards a dark corner and said softly, spitting out a lot, "Did you see that?" Of course, this wasn't directed at Zhongza, but rather to Gongling beside him. Actually, Gongling also saw it, in a dark corner not far from the group in black. There was a boy watching them in terror. Zhao adjusted his glasses and said, "Let's observe for a while longer." But as soon as he finished speaking, the group in black suddenly descended into chaos. They began attacking each other wildly, baring their teeth and claws. Zhongza was horrified at the sight. He didn't understand what was happening to these people. This scene even reminded him of the crematorium workers who had once chased him. Zhao was immediately puzzled. Can't you still see it? Zhongzhao was stunned by this. See what? Could it be that there's something else? Zhao was a bit helpless, reaching out and pointing into the distance, telling him to stare at the black-clad man's back. Zhongzhao looked in the direction he indicated, and indeed, he saw a black-clad man who looked relatively normal. And behind that black-clad man, 2 rows of blood footprints were quietly approaching. Zhongzhao gasped in shock at the sight, and Zhao quickly reminded him, there's more than just footprints there. There's something above the footprints, too. Zhongzhao widened his eyes and tried hard to see. At this moment, his pupils suddenly turned blue. He saw what was above the blood footprints. It was exactly the kind of pale, large foot he had seen before. Not only that, he also saw a complete dark shadow. After the shadow grabbed the black-clad man's head, a familiar transformation began. Zhongzhao turned pale with fright. He asked in a trembling voice, "What exactly is that dark shadow?" Zhao was uncharacteristically serious this time. He told Zhongzhao, "These footprints, or rather these dark shadows, are the things you spit out of your mouth." Zhongzhao's pupils shrank upon hearing this. He was suddenly shocked and bewildered. "So that means, within the few mouthfuls of blood I spat out earlier, these monsters were hidden, and it was these monsters that were surrounding me and yelling open the door back then?" Thinking of this, Zhongzhao quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't believe this, nor did he understand why this was happening. But Zhao explained calmly, "These monsters are originally inside people's bodies. In fact, they are originally people. It's just that they are people who have died." People who have died, isn't that a ghost? Zhongzhao found it a bit unbelievable. Do things like this really exist in the world? Unexpectedly, Zhao suddenly gave a strange smile and made a shushing gesture, saying, "Never say the word ghost, otherwise they will hear you. And their name is Shang." Looking at a group of terrifying faces that suddenly appeared, Zhongzhao was scared out of his wits. But before he could react, he was grabbed by Zhao, and then they jumped off the rooftop together. Although Zhongzhao was almost dragged to the ground, he was not injured. Zhao was still calmly explaining to him, "At the moment of a person's death, their consciousness will briefly leave their body. During this time, no one knows where this consciousness goes, but soon they will return. However, when they return, they need to pass through a door. And that door is you." In other words, since they are called Shang, then you are a Shang person. At this moment, the group of black-clad men downstairs had all transformed. Having heard the commotion, they swarmed towards Zhongzhao in a rush. Just as Zhongzhao was in despair, Gongling suddenly appeared in front of him. She held her long sword and said coldly, "I'll clear the way." And Zhao, this guy, was still explaining in a nonchalant tone. He said, "Since Shang and Shang people exist in this world, then naturally there are experts who specialize in dealing with these guys. So, you can call us CHU Wu." Until today, Zhongzhao realized that he, after rebirth, was no longer a normal human being. but a kind of monster called Shang Person. As for the group of 4 who were ready to bury him at the drop of a hat, they were a special organization specifically to deal with Shang and Shang people, named Chu Wu. Right now, the little boy who's said to be sealed for over 300 years has already been captured by Zhao the. Barring any surprises, the mission is considered complete. The gang boss's men are clearly ineffective, nearly annihilated after Shang's attack. The leader, who barely escaped back, didn't even bother to pick up his sunglasses when they fell off, raced back to the park entrance. He needs to report what's happening inside to the boss, and then decide what to do. But the boss remained silent, stabbed him in the mouth with his folding fan, starting from his chin. He doesn't care about these lackeys' lives. He only cares if the job is done, because he'd said, if you can't find him, then don't bother coming back. Meanwhile, back in the park, Zhao the and the others have finished cleaning up. As for this kid, he should go back where he came from. Zhao the gripped the boy's neck, showing no mercy, and the little boy hasn't said a word the whole time. Not sure if he can't speak, or if he's unable to. However, at this moment, the little boy suddenly remembered some distant memories. It must be from 300 years ago, when he was in front of his mother. Someone pierced his temple with a gold needle, and his mother was already weeping, her eyes filled with pain and helplessness. As he saw these memories, tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He couldn't help but roar. At that very moment, a strange, mutated power surged forth, along with the boy's face. All became terrifying in an instant. Zhao the reacted quickly, and immediately took out a gold needle. He stabbed it into the boy's original wound. This needle was like instant death, instantly suppressing the boy's mutation. His pupils constricted first, then quickly dilated, and his arms also dropped limply. Zhao Yi wasn't a cold-hearted person. He saw the tears welling up in the boy's eyes, and naturally guessed his past might be full of misfortune. But to this, Zhao the could only silently say sorry. He turned his head with a smile, ready to call Gongling and Zhongzhou to go back together. But when he turned back, he realized that kid Zhongzhou had actually disappeared. Gongling was also surprised to hear this. She didn't expect Zhongzhou, this guy, to dare to sneak away when she wasn't paying attention. However, before they could prepare to give chase, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It turned out to be the gang boss. He stepped on a lackey's head, saying Zhao the and them went too far, actually using such methods to hurt his brothers. Faced with such groundless accusations, Zhao the and Gongling were too lazy to explain a single word. They just gave him a look to let him figure it out himself. Unexpectedly, the gang boss suddenly pointed at the boy in Zhao Yi's arms, saying that was his private property. So, not only did you two massacre many of his brothers, but you also openly robbed his private property. It's really too much. So, for what you two have done, being sentenced to death shouldn't be too much, right? Speaking of which, he grinned sinisterly, revealing his black teeth. After a moment of silence, Zhao the suddenly said, "Oh," as if he finally understood from the previous rambling. the purpose of the person who came. He said with a smile, "You're their boss, right? You came at the right time. I also have some questions I want to ask you." After speaking, he casually discussed with Gongling, asking if she wanted to chase after Zhongza first. As soon as these words came out, the Gan boss became unhappy. He directly shoved his big face in front of the two of them and said gloomily, "None of you are going anywhere." In this way, it gave Zhongza this guy enough chance to escape. He ran out, panting, while looking back, afraid that Zhaoda and the others would chase after him. But strangely, up until now, it was quiet behind him. Looking at it this way, he could be considered to have successfully escaped, right? But thinking of those so-called Shang he had seen before, Zhongza felt a little frightened. But just then, Izai sound suddenly came. Zhongza was startled. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pair of pale white feet standing not far away. However, when he turned his head to look closely, it was empty again. Could it just be an illusion? But strangely, the Zai sound was still constantly ringing in his ears. In shock, Zhongza had no choice but to run away. He was unwilling to accept the fact that he was Shang person by. He only knew that he was a living person, and also, he still had many things to accomplish. Soon after, he passed by that carousel again. Different from before, this time he really recalled some distant memories. At that time, he seemed to be still a child, and this amusement park was still lively and bustling. In those memories, he also saw his dad and mom. Until this moment, he finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. And on the Gan boss's side, he had clearly underestimated Zhao Yi's strength. He hadn't even seen clearly what happened, and he was already kneeling on the ground, curled up, just wondering, did he understand some principles of being a person at this moment? He is a gang leader, just by appearance. Everyone should remember a certain old friend. Of course, this Yuan Hua is not that Yuan Hua. This gang leader is not only cruel and bloodthirsty, but also ruthless enough to turn against his own men. Unfortunately, today, he has met his match. Because after only a few rounds, he knelt on the ground, disheveled. He didn't expect this young man to be so agile. He barely touched him from beginning to end. It turns out, early on, when he stopped Zhao and Gongling, he realized he was being ignored by them. Gongling completely ignored him and just walked away, preparing to catch Zhongza who had escaped. As for Zhao, this guy is even more infuriating. He doesn't even attack, only dodging, directly causing the gang leader's attacks to completely miss. During this time, he even smiled and advised the gang leader to talk it over nicely. Unexpectedly, the gang leader didn't listen at all, and even became more furious. Helplessly, Zhao had no choice but to sigh, and then made a gesture. The gang leader's momentum was strong at this moment, and seeing Zhao change his move, his eyes widened in shock. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only crash solidly into the iron gate. Well, this impact directly made him dizzy and disoriented. Extremely pathetic. And that fellow Zhao actually said, with a look of emotion, Oops. How come there's a door here? Damn it! This is simply too much. The gang leader, having suffered a great loss, gritted his teeth in hatred. He wiped away the blood from his nose and asked Zhao which path he was on. But Zhao was still being unserious, smiling and replying with 4 words, the righteous path of the world. Because he had already seen that this gang leader was not a fellow professional, just a common gangster boss. Seeing this kid looking down on him, the gang leader quietly drew out his folding fan. Now, he didn't care where this guy was from anymore. Anyway, today, this kid must die. But Zhao was clearly distracted at this moment. He looked at the boy placed in the distance, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He already sensed that Gongling must have caught Zhongzhao by now, so he should also quickly end this farce. But in reality, Gongling was grinding her teeth in anger, because when she found Zhongzhao, she found him staring blankly at the carousel. This made her mistakenly believe that Zhongzhao wasn't running away, but reminiscing about the past. Unexpectedly, she just called out to Zhongzhao from afar, and that guy turned around and ran. Almost made her explode with anger. Of course, things were like this on Gongling's side. After all, she only needed to catch up with Zhongzhao. But Zhao had a lot more to consider, because the gang leader, Yuan Zi, had been saying harsh words to Zhao for a long time. But they were all taken as wind in the ears by the distracted Zhao. This made the gang leader lose face. He held the fan and thrust it straight at Zhao Yi's face. At the critical moment, Zhao, startled awake, subconsciously turned his body to the side, barely dodging this fatal blow. And that gang leader's fan pierced straight into the wall. Hearing the sound of metal clashing, and looking at the wall with a big hole poked in it, Zhao Yi broke out in a cold sweat. But the gang leader's attack was clearly not over. He could only jump away to dodge. Finally, Zhao found an opportunity amidst the dense attacks. He attacked again and grabbed the gang leader's wrist. He stared at the folding fan and asked doubtfully, "This fan, it's not made of iron, is it?" Unexpectedly, the gang leader didn't answer, but smiled sinisterly, because in the next moment, he opened the folding fan, revealing 3 flying blades hidden between the fan ribs. Zhao was shocked and quickly leaned his head back to dodge. 2 of the flying blades grazed his chin and nailed into the wall behind him. As for the 3rd flying blade, it was naturally bitten by Zhao in his mouth. He sighed with a smile. What exquisite little knives! This disdainful attitude made the gang leader furious with embarrassment. He bared his teeth and brandished the folding fan again, striking directly. But he forgot that combat is not just about relentless attacks. Looking at the gang leader's striding steps, Zhao suddenly smiled strangely and directly lifted his foot to kick. Thus, the previous scene appeared again. The gang leader knelt on the ground in pain, wailing incoherently. Zhao didn't take the opportunity to attack, but still asked him, staying true to his original intention. Where exactly did that child come from? But he didn't expect the gang leader to endure the pain and take the opportunity to counterattack. One move forced Zhao back. He angrily denounced Zhao Yi's excessive actions. then tore off his own clothes. He said through gritted teeth, "If I don't kill you today, I probably won't be able to sleep well for the rest of my life." Thinking about it, it's indeed true. After all, if Zhao is still alive, it means there is still someone in the world who makes him incredibly frustrated. Seeing the gang leader's appearance, Zhao Yi sighed helplessly. Looks like I still have to dodge for a while. Watching the dense flying blades shooting towards him, Zhao the twisted and turned, and even jumped behind the gang leader right in front of his face. Directly jumped to his back. The gang leader was suddenly startled, and quickly turned around to respond. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Zhao Yi's big hand already reaching his eyes. He seemed to see countless terrifying things rushing towards him. This was a terrifying sight he had never seen in his life. However, the expected attack did not come. When the gang leader opened his eyes, he found Zhao Yi's hand frozen in front of his eyes. But his own glasses suddenly cracked. In shock, the gang leader quickly jumped back, staring at Zhao Yi's hand with a nervous expression, as if he was looking at something extremely terrifying. Hand? What hand? I haven't even attacked yet. Zhao the smiled and twisted his wrist, then asked him with a benevolent expression, "Where exactly did you get that child from?" And the gang leader was already panicking at this moment. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. So he scratched his hair with a dejected look and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. That child, along with the coffin, were all given to me by someone else." Zhao Yi frowned upon hearing this and asked who gave it to him. Unexpectedly, the gang leader revealed his mouth full of black teeth again and said, "Of course, it was given by the King of Hell." Then, under Zhao Yi's shocked gaze, he directly bit his own thumb and then drew strange lines on his face. Then, Zhao saw the gang leader jump up and down, yelling strangely, like a shaman. He said this was all because of you, kid, forcing him to do this. Because this kind of life-shortening move, he never uses it lightly. Saying this, he started singing and dancing. It looked like he was preparing to invite a deity to possess him. When the chanting ended, he rolled his eyes and angrily pointed at Zhao, shouting, "King of Hell claims your life." What nonsense is this? A sudden slap directly brought the gang leader back to reality. He was stunned. Why didn't this move work? And Zhao had an annoyed look, telling the gang leader not to do those weird things, and to honestly answer about the child's origin instead. But the gang leader obviously didn't believe in giving up, and started chanting again, muttering mysteriously. This really left Zhao speechless. He glanced at the child, who had been left aside for so long. His irritation grew. This time, he dropped his playful demeanor. Instead, he patted Black Boss's shoulder with a serious expression and said, "This is my last question." Instantly, Black Boss became cooperative. They squatted in the corner, exchanging questions and answers. Soon, he had figured out the child's background. Zhao had no intention of killing him. Instead, he told him to call an ambulance for his men. Maybe some can still be saved. Before leaving, he warned Black Boss, "Don't dabble in such unorthodox practices in the future. And stay far away from kids like this, because they're always watching." Of course, he had one last piece of advice. and that's to tell Black Boss to brush his teeth more often. But Zhao hadn't taken more than a few steps when Gong's phone suddenly rang. He thought Gongling had already captured Zhongzhou and was smiling, hoping Zhongzhou hadn't been beaten too badly. But Gong's words instantly changed his expression. Because Zhongzhou had actually escaped. To shake off these guys who were always trying to bury him, Zhongzhou finally seized an opportunity and successfully escaped pursuit in a deserted park. But in reality, though he seemed to have gotten away, he hadn't escaped CHU Wu's watchful eyes, because Gong had already tracked down his address. Looking at the boy lying quietly in the back seat, Zhao Yi suddenly felt like laughing, because both this boy and Zhongzhou were Shang people. They'd caught one, but the other escaped, making them look unprofessional. Even more absurd, Zhongzhou had actually escaped from under the boss lady's nose. It was truly unexpected. Gongling struggled to describe the scene. All she knew was Zhongzhou was incredibly slippery. If she had to describe him, it would be that he was like a cockroach. Hearing this unusual comparison, Zhao Yi was taken aback. He started considering whether he should step in to help. Gong seemed to sense his thoughts and said directly, "Stay out of it. I'm catching him myself." Meanwhile, Zhongzhou was oblivious to the danger closing in. He was still frantically packing. It looked like he was planning to bolt, though the room was a complete mess. The drawer's contents were neatly arranged. Inside were a letter, a hearing aid, and a few other items. When he saw them, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes. Though these stories all ended in pain, they at least held his most cherished memories. Lost in thought, Zhongzhou suddenly felt a surge of nausea rising in his chest. Alarmed, he quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, because he knew what he might vomit would be horrific. But just then, a sound at the door startled him. "Hello." The moment the door opened, Zhao greeted him with a hint of smugness. But he was met with an empty room. Of course, still thoroughly ransacked. "Looks like we're too late." Zhao scanned the room. His eyes stopped on a wall calendar filled with writing. He was taken aback. He vaguely recalled Zhongzhou never telling them he was working so many jobs. 27th. Today's the 27th. 27th. And it also said, "Send money." It seemed this was the reason Zhongzhou had mentioned, for having so many things to do. Gongling was also moved. She quietly added some information. "Before we came to this neighborhood, I did some background checks. This area has the lowest rent in the entire city. That's why many migrant workers live here." Hearing this, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Life's tough. Unbeknownst to them, as they were examining the room, Zhongzhou was right outside the window. He didn't know how Zhao and the others had tracked him here, and he had no time to think about it. His situation was too precarious. After all, a 4-story drop was enough to terrify anyone, especially when he was only supported by a single water pipe. But then, a crow suddenly flew past Zhongzhou and perched boldly on a nearby power line, staring right at him. The next instant, Gongling's hand shot out and grabbed him. Zhongzhao was horrified. How did she know he was hiding here? Was it the crow's doing? Struggling, Zhongzhao lost his footing and tumbled off the ledge. Luckily, some cardboard boxes below cushioned his fall, saving him from a serious injury. Even so, he still tasted blood in his mouth. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a dark figure plummeting from above. The woman had jumped after him and seemed unharmed. Terrified, Zhongzhao ignored his pain and scrambled to his feet. But Gongling didn't immediately give chase. It seemed this lady had a bit of germophobia, reluctant to step on the grimy ground. But a moment later, using the wall for leverage, she launched herself in pursuit. Zhao the watched this scene unfold. His usual carefree demeanor was gone, replaced by a complex expression. He recalled what Gongling had told him earlier, that during the address search, Gongling had discovered something they had in common with Zhongzhao. At the time, Zhao was surprised, thinking Zhongzhao might have some kind of background. But Gong's words left him speechless, because Zhongzhao, just like them, was also an orphan. So now, Zhao gazed at the ransacked room, a mix of emotions welling up inside him, and in that moment, he made a new decision. Meanwhile, Zhongzhao was still sprinting through the alleyways, unaware of how he couldn't shake off the woman tailing him until he saw the crow circling above. Did he finally understand? But as soon as he glanced back, he saw Zhao blocking his path ahead. But Zhao didn't move to intercept him. Instead, he called out in a calm voice, "Zhongzhao, come back with us." But Zhongzhao was too desperate to listen. He glanced back at Gongling closing in and made a daring decision. Then, to Zhao Yi's astonishment, he darted towards a narrow crack in the wall and squeezed himself inside without hesitation, regardless of the scrapes and bruises. But Gongling was right behind him. She grabbed hold of Zhongzhao's backpack, intending to pull him back out. But this only fueled Zhongzhao's desperation to escape. Gritting his teeth, he ripped the backpack strap and scrambled through to the other side. Staring at the empty crack, Gongling stood there defeated, silent. Only then did Zhao finally understand why the boss lady had compared Zhongzhao to a cockroach. Zhao was equally silent, because he didn't understand what send money on the calendar really meant. That would make Zhongzhao disregard his injuries and flee so desperately. Afterward, he took the backpack Gongling handed to him and saw a faded photo inside. Remembering the news report Gongling had mentioned, he finally understood what yesterday's amusement park meant to Zhongzhao. And what he hadn't anticipated was that the same tragic event had happened to Zhongzhao not just once, but at least 3 times. Because as a Shang person, Zhongzhao, from birth, has lost many things. Because the misfortune that shrouds him will destroy any ordinary person who tries to approach him. At this moment, Zhongzhao is still running away in a panic. He even accidentally bumped into a little girl. This scene felt familiar, reminding him of a sad past he couldn't help but recall. But he didn't dare to stop, and had no time to apologize. He could only run forward desperately again, until he fell into a secluded alley. However, The envelope that fell out caused a sharp pain in his heart, because that was another painful memory. This time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He coughed out the blood that had accumulated for days all at once. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He frantically tried to cover it with his hands, hoping those monsters wouldn't escape from here again. Just then, Zhao and the others chased after him. Just like before, he still said the same thing. Zhongzha, come back with us. You'll hurt more people if you stay outside. Precisely because Zhongzha is not an ordinary human. He has been full of misfortunes since he was born. He grew up in an orphanage until he was 5 years old. He finally met his father and mother. Of course, in theory, they were just adoptive parents. They were a young couple and affectionately called him Azar. It was at that moment that he became a city dweller. He had loving parents and finally had a happy home. When winter passed and spring arrived, Zhongzha increasingly felt the deep love of his parents. They treated him as if he were their own child. As for Zhongzha, he had long accepted this lovely home. However, even so, Zhongzha had never laughed. It's not that he couldn't feel happiness. It was as if he was immune to smiling. Regarding this, his parents didn't mind. They still patiently guided him with smiles. They showed Zhongzha photos, telling him that smiling would make him look good. Until one day, they came to an amusement park. Watching other children laughing and chattering non-stop, they had an idea. That was to accompany Zhongzha to ride a carousel. But unfortunately, it was crowded. Only one seat was left. There was no other way. Zhongzha's parents had to buy a single ticket, planning to let Zhongzha ride first for a while they prepared to go get Azar something to eat. So, Zhongzha on the carousel recalled everything before and suddenly laughed foolishly. That was a smile from his heart. It was also the first time he had smiled in his life. He happily waited for his parents to return, wanting to tell them that he had learned to smile. However, he waited and waited, but only saw the vast crowd. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the crowd. Listening carefully, he realized it was in the amusement park, where a scaffolding for a wall had collapsed and crushed a couple underneath. At that moment, Zhongzha suddenly felt that everything in front of him had lost its color, and he became an orphan again. Later, Zhongzha went to school. As usual, he sat alone, saying nothing. But on that day, a classmate behind him suddenly patted him on the shoulder, hoping he could help explain some questions. Seeing Zhongzha's puzzled look, that classmate pointed to his ears. Zhongzha then realized that this classmate actually had a hearing impairment. So from then on, the two gradually became familiar with each other and became good friends who could talk about anything. He even invited Zhongzha to his home for dinner and brought Zhongzha to play with other children. And it was from that time on that a long-lost smile gradually appeared on Zhongzha's face. However, good times don't last long. It seemed that his smile defied heaven. At that time, they agreed to go swimming in the reservoir. Due to fear of water, Zhongza stayed alone on the shore building sandcastles. But somehow, that good friend suddenly started struggling in the water. Seeing this, Zhongza didn't care about so much, and jumped directly into the water and swam towards him. However, layer upon layer of waves moving away from the shore directly widened the distance between them. So at that moment, he lost a best friend. After that, no one was willing to approach him again. Some people even spoke ill of him. His desk was carved with all kinds of harsh nicknames. Under everyone's exclusion, his shadow never appeared in the classroom there again. Later, he grew up. At just 17 years old, he had already entered society, becoming an ordinary construction worker. Usually, he was only accompanied by a few steamed buns and the sunset. But one day, a new young man came to him. His name was Zhao Wu, because he saw that Zhongza was always alone. So he planned to become a companion. It's good to have mutual support on the construction site. So from that day on, the two would occasionally toss a few bottles of water to each other and help each other with work. It became their daily routine. Although from beginning to end, Zhongza had not smiled, but Zhao Wu never asked about it. Until one day, Zhao Wu, who often laughed foolishly, was criticized by Zhongza. He then said helplessly, "Anyway, life is already so miserable. Naturally, we should smile more. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of ourselves?" Speaking of this, he also jokingly advised Zhongza not to pretend to be cool anymore. He said smiling is not a bad thing. Maybe smiling will bring fortune. But talking about the end, Zhao Wu suddenly mentioned school. He said his family was very poor, so he worked extra hard in his studies. But he also had a younger sister who studied even better. So as the older brother, he resolutely dropped out of school to work, hoping to support his sister until she graduated from university. Speaking of this, he carefully tucked a somewhat thin envelope into his chest. This was his saved salary, which he would send home every month. And Zhongza naturally also knew the income of this hard job, so he also doubted whether this amount of money would be enough. Of course, this is not enough. And Zhao Wu's purpose in saying so much today was to discuss something with Zhongza, to see if he could borrow a little. Actually, Zhongza was somewhat tempted at the time, but he still jokingly teased Zhao Wu. However, that night, it suddenly started to rain. As usual, Zhongza excitedly ran to the construction site carrying 2 lunch boxes. But as soon as he went out, all the warning lights in the entire factory turned on. He saw his co-workers running in a panic towards one place, shouting for everyone to go save people. Zhongza hurried over, but there he saw a crane hook that had smashed the floor, and a safety helmet that was completely mangled. At this moment, he lost his best workmate. Looking at that thin envelope soaked in rain, Zhongza suddenly felt suffocated. He didn't understand what he had done wrong, that heaven would treat him like this. He had no intention of harming others, just wanted to live an ordinary life. So from that time on, he tried hard to isolate himself, hoping heaven would forget about him. Moreover, he also made the 27th of every month his money-sending day. But what What happened these past few days? Suddenly broke this silence. Looking at the pool of blood beneath him, Zhongza felt a little desperate. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. It was Zhao and the others. Same as before. Zhao said gently, Zhongza, come back with us. But it's also different from before. This time, Zhao reached out his hand to help him up. Furthermore, he added, maybe we can help you. A family should be complete. However many people went out, that's how many should come back. Oh, wait, no. It's bringing one more person back. However, this time Zhongza, to some extent, can be considered to have returned voluntarily. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple, Zhongza noticed the middle-aged uncle standing quietly. The uncle's eyes carried an air of condescending dominance and an irresistible scrutiny. But strangely, the uncle suddenly didn't say a word and gestured please to them. This made Zhongza, who was walking in front, a little bewildered. He wanted to ask Zhao for help, but this guy acted as if he hadn't seen it, and directly said, I'm going to make breakfast, and walked past. But fortunately, this guy still had a bit of conscience, because when he left, he told Zhongza to go sit with third brother first. But as soon as he entered the door, Zhongza regretted it. It turned out that the third brother Zhao spoke of was actually that weird uncle holding a back scratcher. At this moment, that guy was sitting face to face with Zhongza. The distance was so close that it already made him feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, the weird uncle blurted out a sentence unexpectedly. What's your name? Zhongza didn't dare to be negligent and nervously said his name. Unexpectedly, that guy just stared straight at him and said, I know. Zhongza was stunned. Although he didn't know how to respond, he was already cursing in his heart. And still ask? Fortunately, Zhao Yi's appearance helped him out of the awkward situation. It turned out that he had already prepared the meal and came to call everyone to get ready for breakfast. The uncle was still staring intently at Zhongza and then made an okay gesture. Of course, this gesture was made with that back scratcher. I really don't know how he can control this thing so skillfully. Breakfast was plentiful, a basket of steamed buns, and more than a dozen eggs, plus a little bit of pickles. Although it was very simple, everyone seemed to be used to it. It seemed to be because they were in a Taoist temple, or perhaps they were a bit short on money. As for that weird uncle, that's right. He still used the back scratcher with incredible skill. Zhao noticed that Zhongza was still in a daze, and gently told him to eat quickly and to treat this place like his own home. Zhongza nodded in agreement, although he initially refused. But earlier, Zhao had explained to him that he could also earn money in the Taoist temple and at the same time avoid some unexpected events. Zhongza naturally knew that this was referring to the matter of him being a Shang person. Thinking of this, he suddenly really wanted to understand how everyone was going to help him and what kind of cooperation he needed to provide. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the back scratcher pointed over. He saw the weird uncle say with a rascally manner, asking them for help requires payment. Zhongzhao was stunned. For a moment, he was a little at a loss. Seeing this, Zhao the hurriedly picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into third brother's mouth. Then he told Zhongzhao to eat in peace, and other things would be explained after breakfast. Gongling had been silent all along. After finishing breakfast, she directly put down her chopsticks, saying she was going back to catch up on sleep. And Zhongzhao also started eating chopsticks in unease. However, after just a few bites, the weird uncle startled him again. He said, "Zhongzhao just ate a total of 1 steamed bun, 3 eggs, and a bowl of porridge. I've already written it down." As he spoke, he even let out a satisfied burp. But before Zhongzhao could react, he directly got up, saying he was going out for a walk. Zhao the naturally saw through third brother's little scheme, and immediately shouted at him to wash his own bowl. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, that guy ran even faster than a rabbit. However, turning his head back, that usually aloof uncle also stopped eating, saying, "I'll leave this to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao the agreed very respectfully, but Zhongzhao didn't expect that. The aloof uncle would specially glance at him before leaving, and then patted Zhongzhao's shoulder, telling him to eat slowly, no rush. This feeling suddenly gave Zhongzhao's heart an indescribable feeling. So, only Zhao the and Zhongzhao remained at the table, same as before. Zhao the still had that kind and gentle tone, gesturing for Zhongzhao to eat more if he wasn't full, and then quietly put on his earphones. Unexpectedly, as soon as the steamed bun entered his mouth, a strange feeling surged from his stomach. Greatly alarmed, Zhongzhao hurriedly covered his mouth. He thought of the things he had vomited, and thought of those monsters called Shang. Zhongzhao, who had finally calmed down, asked with a solemn face, "Those things called Shang, are they really vomited out by me?" Zhao Yi smiled upon hearing this, and only replied with 2 words, "Yes, indeed." After confirming this matter, Zhongzhao seemed to have somewhat accepted this fact. At this moment, he wanted to know if these monsters called Shang were hidden in his body or in his blood. But unexpectedly, Zhao the denied all of them. He said those Shang were right behind Zhongzhao. As soon as these words came out, it directly startled Zhongzhao. He hurriedly got up and looked behind him, but it was empty there. This scene made Zhao the laugh heartily. He explained, "The behind I'm talking about isn't this behind, but refers to the opposite of reality. In other words, if what's in front of Zhongzhao's eyes is reality, then behind him is connected to another world. And those Shang that Zhongzhao saw are running out from that world. So, Zhongzhao's body is the gate between 2 worlds." After hearing these words, Zhongzhao finally understood what a Shang person is. Then, he became anxious. He didn't understand why God had to treat him this way, why he was chosen to bear all this. But Zhao the still had that smiling expression, telling Zhongzhao that it was innate. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhao was stunned. He seemed a little incredulous, and Zhao the was still explaining unhurriedly, saying that the birth of a Shang person is random, irrespective of cause and effect. In other words, Zhongzhao is a chosen one. However, Although they, as CHU Wu who specialize in dealing with Shang and Shang people, do not understand the principle of the birth of Shang people. They only know that when a person becomes a Shang person, they will inevitably experience a Shang transformation process. And this process inevitably involves death. In other words, Zhongza has already died once. But what's strange is that the current Zhongza is in a very strange state, which is that he is both a Shang person and a human, because Zhao the had never seen anyone recover from the Shang person state. Looking at it this way, Zhongza is a lucky guy again, or rather, still a miracle. However, Zhao the obviously wasn't finished yet. He continued to explain. Under normal circumstances, once a person completes the Shang transformation, they will completely lose their humanity, becoming walking corpses that constantly unleash monsters. And the way to deal with them is to take off the heads of these undead and bury them. For instance, like in this room. Zhongza suddenly felt a chill. He looked at the densely packed jars and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. But how could he have known? That is Zhao explained how to eliminate the undead. Right next door, the same drama was unfolding. This was a room filled with traditional Chinese medicine cabinets. The ground was covered in arrays. The cold uncle stood before a platform draped in white cloth. And on the platform lay the undead boy that Zhaoda and the others had brought back. As for Zhaoda, he seemed to be cooperating with the cold uncle, explaining in detail every step after beheading. That is, after beheading, you need to use copper needles to seal the acupoints, seal the 7 orifices, and then immerse it in a glutinous rice jar. Apply a talisman and seal the jar. However, after Zhao finished explaining all this, Zhongza was still in shock, because he couldn't believe there were so many jars here. Didn't this mean that there were many undead in the world? Zhao chuckled. Don't just look at the number. These were accumulated by generations of CHU Wu. Some of these jars have probably been here for centuries. But even with Zhao Yi's explanation, Zhongza still felt uneasy, because in those jars, he seemed to see his own future. So he asked Zhao worriedly, "Will I completely become undead?" Hearing this, Zhao smirked. "Although I'm not sure if you'll completely turn. As long as you keep inexplicably vomiting blood, it means you have the potential to become one. But instead of worrying about the unknown, why not eat some more glutinous rice while it's hot to disinfect?" Zhongza instantly became a foodie. At that moment, he didn't want to waste a single grain of glutinous rice. He even asked while stuffing his face, "Will eating glutinous rice prevent me from turning undead?" But unfortunately, it wasn't to be, because Zhao didn't know either. Now Zhongza panicked again. He really wanted to know exactly what he needed to do to completely become normal again. Actually, this was something Zhao and the others wanted to know even more. Or rather, something every CHU wanted to know. Just then, Zhao heard a voice on the phone. Being considerate, Zhongza quieted down. It was the cold uncle's voice. He asked Zhao to ask Zhongza if there was anything else special in the room where the coffin had been back then. Anything else? Zhongzhou was stunned. Hadn't he been asked about this already? He'd already said there were a lot of dead bodies, a red coffin, and a boy. Oh, and a lot of bloody footprints. But the cold uncle wasn't interested in these. He wanted him to remember more. Could there be more? Zhongzhou was puzzled. He carefully recalled the scene. Gradually, he remembered. It seemed when he walked into that room, he saw a lot of gold bricks. Hearing this, the cold uncle didn't ask any more questions, because on the table in front of him lay several broken gold nuggets, and these were exactly what he had taken from the boy's stomach. So, who exactly had sewn these gold nuggets into him? Meanwhile, the gang leader, who had been beaten up by Zhao, finally stumbled back to the warehouse. He burst in, yelling, "Get me some water and medicine!" But he shouted for ages, and no one came to help. This infuriated him. Where the hell have all these damn guys gone? Just then, a faint voice came from the side. He saw a bizarre figure with a painted face leaning against the sofa, sewing something in his hands. Strangely, this bizarre figure also had a gold needle stuck in his head. Moreover, his body was covered in stitches and seams. He questioned the gang leader, slightly annoyed. "Why haven't you delivered the goods on time? And in the goods you brought back, why is there only an empty coffin?" Unexpectedly, the gang leader wasn't scared. He said disdainfully, "So what? I don't want to sell anymore." Hearing this, the bizarre figure was clearly displeased. He said, "I've already paid a deposit. After all, business is about integrity." But the gang leader clearly didn't care. Integrity meant nothing to him. He yelled inside, "Hey, you guys, come out here and chop this rude fool to pieces right here." But the warehouse remained silent. The bizarre figure even mocked him disdainfully. "Speak louder, or your buddies won't hear you." Watch this. This Taoist claims to be Zhongnan Mountain Celestial Master Modezen, to exorcise demons for a family. He laid out ink lines in the room and started performing a shamanic dance. But before the Taoist could show his power, he was subdued by a grandma who passed away years ago. Strangely, though, the grandma didn't torment the Taoist. Instead, using the Taoist's body, she ran to Zhongzhou, who was fixing a pipe, and suddenly hit him. "This is outrageous!" Zhao, watching nearby, was instantly displeased. He grabbed the Taoist's head, and with a crackling sound, forced the old lady out. Afterwards, when Zhao asked Zhongzhou if he saw the shadow clearly, Zhongzhou couldn't help but look at the photo on the wall. Everyone immediately understood. Of course, the noise attracted the mother's attention. But when she came out, the living room was already calm. About what just happened, Zhao Yi said nothing. Instead, he asked the mother about the photo on the wall. The mother was a bit surprised, but told him anyway. She said it was her mother-in-law, Shao Ka's grandma. Hearing this, Zhongzhou and the others were stunned. That's not right. Could this grandma be crazy? Actually hurting her own granddaughter? Seeing their strange looks, the mother was puzzled and asked Zhao why he asked about it. Since the old woman had passed away for years, Zhao couldn't explain clearly and changed the subject. asking about the woman's husband instead. Hearing this, the mother suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she said resentfully, "That bastard owes a lot of debts, and hasn't come back for years. My mother-in-law was angered to death by him. Even at her last moment, he didn't even come back to see her." Hearing this, everyone felt somber. But they didn't notice the portrait in the living room suddenly changing. In the originally black and white photo, the grandma's eyes suddenly glowed blue, and even the frame glass started to crack. Just then, the awakened Taoist suddenly startled them. The Taoist was touching his head, stunned. After a moment's thought, he looked at everyone seriously and asked if he was possessed just now. Hearing this, Zhongza and the others nodded subconsciously, but the Taoist fell silent. Suddenly, he jumped up like a monkey and roared furiously. "Outrageous! How dare you possess the body of Zhongnan Mountain Celestial Master? Today, I, the Taoist, will make you vanish into thin air." Then he tore open his robe and smeared blood from his bitten finger on his forehead, drawing a large blood talisman. Then a familiar scene unfolded. Zhao Yi frowned. He felt like he'd seen this somewhere before. Zhongza's cheap master was even more blunt, directly stating that this Taoist wasn't one of them. But strangely, as the Taoist posed awkwardly, a thunderclap suddenly sounded outside. Instantly, an eerie atmosphere spread, and the mother looked worriedly towards her daughter in the room. But as the second thunderclap sounded, everyone was shocked to see several dark shadows suddenly emerge behind the Taoist, some even drilling out from the surrounding walls. Why are there so many apparitions suddenly? Zhongza was stunned. This feeling was awful, reminding him of the time he was surrounded by monsters yelling to open the door. Thinking of this, a wave of nausea surged up. Luckily, Zhongza, realizing this, quickly covered his mouth. This strange behavior naturally worried Zhaoda. Seeing Zhao Yi's gaze, Zhongza felt ashamed and guiltily said sorry, because he felt these apparitions might have been attracted by him. Unexpectedly, Zhao suddenly laughed, and his master bluntly said, "Don't be so sentimental. These guys are just here to take shelter from the rain. But if my disciple is in trouble, how can I, as his master, stand idly by?" He called out, "Sun Zha," and then pulled out the copper coin mask. Seeing this, Zhongza blushed. He no longer cared that his master always mispronounced his name, but was incredibly moved, even hesitatingly asking, "Are you really going to give me this treasure?" However, his master's next words made his face fall. "The rental fee for the mask is 100 per use." Seeing the two of them like this, Zhao Yi suddenly laughed, relieved. But now was not the time for jokes, because the apparitions were already coming. As for the Taoist, he was, of course, possessed again. He writhed and groaned, shouting things like traitors deserve to die. This second possession left everyone speechless, but it's unknown if they noticed the cracks gradually spreading across the grandma's photo frame. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the inner room. Shaoka was terrifyingly flying again. Even behind the mother, the shadow of an apparition appeared. Zhao rushed over without a word. and struck out with his palm. Instantly, the apparition's head was split in two, and the mother also fainted on the ground. Then, Zhao greeted the apparitions on the bed. Nothing special. He just advised them to do good and avoid evil. As he spoke, he began to form hand seals, lightning power flickering in his hands. But before the apparitions could react, an unexpected event occurred nearby. This event even stunned Zhao. As for the living room, it was much simpler. Seeing the Taoist rushing towards him, Zhongza's master directly slapped him hard, and so the poor Taoist spun and flew out. Although the Taoist was agile, managing to regain his balance in midair, this didn't pique the master's interest. Instead, he gestured for Zhongza to watch closely, as if about to give a live demonstration. At this moment, the Taoist charged again. Of course, the master slapped him again, as before. But this time he added, saying that using this method to deal with apparitions possessing people is useless. Their real weakness is here. As he said this, he picked up a back scratcher and poked it at the Taoist's temple. This strike was indeed effective. The Taoist's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. At the same time, an apparition wailed and floated out. The master didn't even look, but just swung his hand and chopped, instantly vanquishing the evildoer on the spot. Zhongza was stunned by this decisive action. At this point, the master didn't attack again, but coldly stared at the other shadows in the room and said disdainfully, "Get lost, all of you." And in the blink of an eye, all the apparitions fled without a trace. Looking at the room that had returned to calm again, Zhongza's eyes were full of admiration for his master. Then they went to the inner room. Zhao stood silently, saying nothing, and the mother had also woken up and was calling out Xiaoka's name. Seeing the color gradually returning to her daughter's face, the mother was excited. Zhongza asked in confusion, "How is she?" Zhao grinned and said, "She's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and called out, "Mom." Seeing this scene, Zhongza couldn't help but feel happy. However, after waking up, the girl suddenly said she had dreamed of her grandma. Hearing this, Zhongza's expression immediately turned serious, because only they knew about the little girl being possessed. It was likely deeply connected to her grandma. However, the girl suddenly said with a smile, "I dreamed that Grandma came to save me." As soon as she said this, Zhongza was instantly stunned. How could this be? Shouldn't it be Zhao's grandma who's been haunting her? Actually, before this, even Zhao had thought so. But it wasn't until he reprimanded those spirits that he realized what the girl's grandma had truly done. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. That spirits are just a form of thought. And thoughts can be good or evil. After all, they were once human beings too. These spirits return with all sorts of intentions. Perhaps longing, or perhaps to protect. And some just want to come back for one last look at the world they once lived in. But without exception, they all cannot avoid a gateway, which is the spirit mediator. So from then on, Zhao understood his mission as a CHU Wu. It shouldn't just be about eliminating spirits and spirit mediators, but maintaining balance which is to punish evil and preserve good. Just like before they set out this time, his elder brother asked him, asking how he planned to handle Zhong's situation. At that time, he didn't answer directly, but told a story instead. It was about how every time he was alone in that room, he could always hear the mournful cries from the jar. So he felt that the mission of CHU Wu might not be just that, but to find a way to restore spirit mediators back to normal humans. Therefore, Zhongza, who could recover from being a spirit mediator to normal, gave him a chance to find the answer. Hearing this, Zhongza was a little touched, because he saw hope. But then, he suddenly felt something wasn't right. There are so many people in the room. Why did the old grandma specifically attack me? Zhao smiled when he heard this. Don't you get it? Because you are a spirit mediator. She was afraid you were here to harm her granddaughter. These words. Then, Zhao handed a slip of paper to Zhaoke's mother, saying these are some traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions to nourish and replenish your ki. Use these for conditioning, and Zhao Ka will recover soon. Of course, it's not just that. We also need to completely resolve the hidden danger here. Third brother immediately understood and directly pressed a palm against the wall. In an instant, a force of thunder and lightning enveloped the entire building, even extending to the surrounding yards. In this way, this place will never be invaded by evil entities again. Of course, Zhongza didn't see anything, and just thought his master was showing off. However, the matter was resolved, and it was time to leave. Zhaoke's mother, deeply grateful, offered Zhao some cash, but Zhao politely refused. After all, this trip hadn't been in vain for them, because that old Taoist priest seemed to have dropped a lot of loot, and Zhongza at this moment was discussing with his master which loot to take. To this, his master's suggestion was, take it all, leave nothing behind. Zhao was speechless. He quickly urged them to prepare to leave, because their next destination was Huangbai village. Of course, it was unclear whether Zhao said it so loudly on purpose. After Zhaoke's mother heard this name, she suddenly stopped. Her face was filled with disbelief, and she asked about the place they were going. Is it really called Huangbai village? So, Zhao achieved his purpose. After he confirmed the name Huangbai village with a smile, Zhaoke's mother advised in a trembling voice, you really shouldn't go there, because our family escaped from that village. After learning about this hidden reason, Zhao quickly called Gong Ling, and Gong Ling at this moment was standing in the shadows, observing every move of the villagers, because she had discovered that there were indeed many strange things about this village. So after receiving information from Zhao, she was preparing to retreat first. However, as soon as she turned around, a rustling sound came from the woods. Gold, a relatively rare and precious metal, is now sewn into a boy's navel. The navel, to humans, is the origin of the 12 meridians and the source of the 5 vital organs and 6 viscera. So, what is the meaning of sewing gold here? What could it be? The aloof uncle, a prominent figure in the CHU gang, was puzzled. He didn't understand what exactly these colleagues from 300 years ago were trying to do. And this strange phenomenon naturally drew Zhao the over. He picked up a piece of gold and examined it closely. Though he seemed to sense something, he remained silent. However, Zhao went to the next room, naturally not leaving Zhongza alone. So, just like before, he called for third brother again. Thus, a familiar scene unfolded once more. As for Zhongza, he was so embarrassed his toes could dig out 3 acres of land. Fortunately, this strange atmosphere didn't last long, because Zhao and the others came out from the inner room. However, at this moment, the aloof uncle was holding a jar in his hands. The atmosphere was a bit somber. Zhongza couldn't help but feel nervous. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What's in the jar?" But no one responded to him, because although Zhongza asked, the answer seemed to be obvious already. Upon realizing this, Zhongza also fell silent. He looked at the jar, as if looking at himself. Zhao patted Zhongza, who was frozen in place, and said that the one who led him to the amusement park might be this boy, because that place is where the boy was once buried, and before they met, the boy had been sealed in the coffin for over 300 years. Therefore, Zhongza's appearance was like giving him a long-awaited release. Speaking of which, Zhao suddenly called out Zhongza, preparing to take him out for some fresh air. Zhongza subconsciously followed, because his heart was already in turmoil. He did need some release. But just then, an arm draped over his shoulder. He looked and saw it was that back-scratcher uncle. Zhongza suddenly sobered up. Perhaps at this moment, he no longer needed to relax. Indeed, the expected strange atmosphere still arrived. He saw the back-scratcher placed near Zhongza's ear, gesturing for a whisper. Then, that creepy, warm breath came to his ear, and that weird uncle said something that intrigued him. So, just as Zhongza stepped out the door, that weird uncle cleared his throat, preparing to announce something. And that was from today onwards. This Liza would be his disciple. Zhongza was speechless. He had clearly told him his name no less than twice. "Aren't you going to quickly bow and greet your master?" The weird uncle's reminder immediately snapped him back to reality. Zhongza didn't care if his name was right or not, and immediately bowed respectfully. So from this moment on, he just like that had a master on the cheap. And the first thing after becoming a disciple was for the master to take his disciple to tour the master's mansion. As for Zhao, who originally intended to take Zhongza out to relax, he was also dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. At this moment, Master took Zhongza to an elegant courtyard and pointed to the surrounding houses, asking him what he thought, and which one he planned to buy. Zhongza was once again bewildered upon hearing this. Could this master have amnesia? Thinking of this, he quickly explained, saying he wasn't there to buy a house. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, the master actually frowned and asked him, "Then what are you looking for me for?" Well, could this master's memory not even last for 3 minutes? Speechless, Zhongza quickly told him about their previous whispered conversation, which was on the condition of becoming a disciple to restore himself to a normal person. Fortunately, the master should not have forgotten this matter. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said seriously, Zhongza's current physique is extremely attractive to things like Shang. So, those Shang wandering outside will slowly gather around Zhongza and thus affect those around him. And this is the reason why Zhongza became a jinx. Therefore, the first step to becoming a normal person again is to start by preventing the approach of Shang. Upon hearing this well-reasoned explanation, Zhongza's eyes lit up. He asked his master with a face full of surprise, "How exactly can I do that?" Then he saw his master take out a copper coin mask. Seeing this object, he immediately remembered that when he was previously tied up here, he seemed to have worn this thing. The master explained, "This thing is called the 5 Emperor's Coins Mask. It can ward off evil and dispel misfortune. Wearing this, not only will evil things dare not approach, but it will also help prevent and treat Zhongza's spitting blood problem. In addition to that, there's an even more important point, and that is, wearing it is very cool." Hearing this, Zhongza already admired his master immensely. This mask sounded like it was tailor-made for him. Unexpectedly, Master suddenly held the mask up in front of his eyes and said, "Only sells for 19,888 per mask." As soon as these words came out, Zhongza's eyes instantly became clear. Master was a bit puzzled and again waved the mask in front of his disciple's eyes. But Zhongza remained unmoved. After holding back for a while, Zhongza said somewhat obediently, "I don't have any money." So, his master quickly put away the treasure. And this scene also fell completely into the eyes of Zhaoda and the other. They seemed to be quite accustomed to this, and the aloof uncle summoned a crow, letting it smell the gold nugget in his hand, and then looked at Zhaoda. He wanted to confirm whether what the gang leader said was credible. Zhaoda hesitated and nodded slightly, because from his intuition, that person wouldn't deceive him. At that time, the gang leader told him the origin of that coffin. He said that the coffin was bought from a local resident. That was more than 10 years ago. This coffin had just been unearthed. He thought it was an antique, so he bought it, planning to keep it for a high-priced resale later. But how would he know that there was actually a little boy inside this coffin? So, when he first opened the coffin, he lost many brothers. Zhao was immediately puzzled upon hearing this, clearly having learned from the past. "Then why did you open the coffin again?" The gang leader suddenly lowered his head and thought for a long time before saying, "I just wanted to open it and see how well the child was preserved." "He's lying!" Zhao Yi saw through it at a glance. But the gang leader, in order to divert attention, actually threw out even more bombshell news. He said that the coffins unearthed that day were actually not just this one. If he remembered correctly, there were at least 2 or 3 identical red coffins. Hearing this, Zhao immediately became serious. He pressed further, asking, "Who exactly were the people who sold you the coffins?" Suddenly asked this, it startled the gang leader. He said in a panic that he didn't remember anymore. Now his only impression is that person seemed to be a village chief. and that village seemed to be called Huangbai Village. Hearing the name Huangbai Village, the aloof uncle was also stunned. Zhao the nodded, saying that Gongling had already checked this village. But unfortunately, there is almost no relevant information about Huangbai Village online. It seems as if someone doesn't want the outside world to know about this village. Hearing this, the aloof uncle silently released the crow, and instead stared at the gold nugget in his hand, lost in thought. The so-called Huangbai is the art of alchemy to transform into gold and silver. And now, all kinds of signs link the two characters Huang and Bai again. Then this Huangbai village must have problems. Zhao Yi smiled upon hearing this, and said he would go investigate. But the aloof uncle stopped him, because he wanted to find out how Zhao the planned to handle Zhongza. And Zhongza, on his side, had tried every trick in the book. It was all to beg his master to rent him the mask temporarily, even offering to work to pay off the rent. Hearing this, the master, who initially seemed grumpy, seemed tempted. Coincidentally, a phone started ringing in the distance. So, at his master's command, Zhongza darted out suddenly. However, just as he picked up the phone, the voice inside startled him, because it was a woman's cry for help, accompanied by unsettling and strange sounds. Soon after, Zhao arrived, hearing the noise. He patted Zhongza on the shoulder, and then took the call. Just a few words were exchanged, and Zhao confirmed their next destination. He stared at Zhongza and said, "We've got a job." But if he went on this mission himself, what about Huangbai Village then? Thinking of this, he looked at the third brother slumped on the ground in the distance, and suddenly had an idea. So he called out third brother's nickname, Lao Ba. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Gongling.
他很干脆地说了一句：“
I'll go." Hearing this, Zhao was a little worried. After all, Gongling hasn't rested much. If you push yourself like this, won't there be problems? Gongling knew what he was worried about.
是简单地说了一句。
This time, I'm just going to collect information. Okay then, Zhao didn't try to persuade her further, but reminded her to keep in touch. And Zhongza at this moment
还怔怔地盯着贴在门口的宣传海报出神。
couldn't believe what was written there. Is this something a group of guys is supposed to do? Online consultation? Zhao shouted to Zhongza again, pointedly, telling him to prepare to set off. And his cheap master, just like last time, stood up at the right moment.
打着哈欠说要去补个午觉。
But this time, Zhao didn't indulge him, and called out Lao Ba again. However, after shouting that, Zhao suddenly looked at Zhongza again. He said with a hint of regret, "Too bad, little Zaza. I'm afraid you won't get to see the strongest CHU Wu of our Lisong temple." The strongest CHU Wu? Just how strong is that? Zhongza asked curiously, but in the next moment he realized a large, slipper-clad foot suddenly appeared before his eyes. It turned out that the strongest CHU Wu Zhao was talking about was referring to his master. So, after arriving at their destination, Master looked quite impressed with himself, saying, "It has to be me personally to handle this." Only after getting out of the car did he remember to ask, What's the task today? Zhao, who was used to this, smiled and looked at the dilapidated building in front of him, saying, "This family has been plagued by evil spirits for a long time, especially the daughter, who is suffering greatly. So, the purpose of their trip is obvious." Hearing this, Zhongza's chief master immediately understood. He said boastfully, "Liu Za, today, watch closely as your master shows you how it's done." As soon as he said this, Zhongza seemed resigned, and even helpfully reminded his master, "Just call me Zhao Huang from now on." However, just as they were about to set off, Zhao noticed a black figure with an otherworldly and Taoist manner suddenly appeared behind them. The newcomer was dressed in ragged clothes, a Taoist priest in his 50s or 60s. And when the old Taoist priest walked up to them, he only said one sentence, "Gentlemen, your colleagues, right?" This is an old residential complex. A young mother is anxiously watching over her daughter at the bedside, wiping her arm with a gold nugget. But just then, the brazier placed in the center of the living room suddenly stirred. Seeing that something was wrong, the mother quickly got up to check. But she didn't expect that. She had only taken a few steps when a creaking sound came from behind her. Turning her head again, she found her daughter, who was originally lying in bed, suddenly floated up in an extremely strange posture. So she called Lisong Temple. A knock on the door came from outside. When she opened the door, she found that the person who came was an old Taoist priest with a scruffy beard, and there was a hint of imposing dignity. The old Taoist priest immediately stated his identity, saying he was Modezin, a heavenly master from Zhongnan Mountain. This brief introduction sounded very impressive. The mother quickly invited him in. Of course, she also saw the 3 young people following behind Heavenly Master Ma. Lao Ba strode forward, seeming to intend to introduce himself. But the mother was obviously one step ahead. She asked if they were Heavenly Master Ma's disciples. Lao Ba was unhappy to hear that. He was about to argue, but Zhao greeted them with a smile, saying they were just here to help. So, they were politely invited into the house. The room had good lighting and ventilation. The room was also spotless. This naturally made everyone feel refreshed and happy. However, when they saw the girl in the inner room, their expressions suddenly became serious. The mother introduced to them, saying this was her daughter, named Zhao Ka. Her health has been poor since she was a child, and because of this, she has seen many doctors. But even so, her daughter's health is still deteriorating. So later, she tried to find a few masters. After those masters saw her, they all said that her daughter was haunted by something unclean, and it was a very fierce and vicious one. But while they said that, none of them could cure her. But she couldn't bear to see her daughter continue like this, with high fever and unconsciousness for days. There was no way around it. So today she contacted some more masters, wanting to try again. At this time, Heavenly Master Ma spoke. He said that judging from the girl's pulse, that thing might have penetrated deep into her internal organs. Hearing this, the mother panicked, because at this moment, She was most afraid of hearing anything about late stage or similar. Fortunately, Heavenly Master more calmly reassured her, saying that he would naturally take care of these things. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the two were talking, Zhao the quietly touched the girl's temple. As a streak of blue light flashed past, the girl suddenly unconsciously called out Mom. The mother was startled and quickly rushed to her daughter's bedside, asking with concern. Looking at this pitiful mother and daughter, Zhao Yi sighed inwardly. Then he quietly told his third brother what he had sensed. That is, this girl was indeed possessed. And that thing is still in this house. Although Zhongzhao didn't hear these words, he was still a little worried about the girl's condition. He didn't understand why a Shang would want to harass this girl. Seeing Zhongzhao become a curious baby again, Zhao suddenly smiled, saying that people with heavy yin energy naturally attract Shang. Moreover, this girl has been weak and sick for years. In this case, it would naturally attract the Shang's covetousness. They will take advantage of the weakness and enter, possessing the girl's body. Upon hearing the word possession, Zhongzhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that. This kind of thing, only heard in folk tales, really existed. Seeing this, Zhao decided to explain it to him in detail, saying that Shang is essentially a kind of thought, or will after a person dies. In the beginning, they actually have no physical form. Therefore, these Shang borrow human bodies, after possessing them to achieve more concrete purposes, such as harming people's lives. Hearing this, Zhongzhao was shocked. He didn't understand why these Shang would want to harm people. Once you're dead, you're dead. Why do you still want to harm the world? Zhao shook his head. He said that not everyone is born good, and many people who die have lingering attachments. And these hatred and resentment are the reasons why they harm people. So, those Shang who return to this world are mostly malicious. However, Shang are also like people. They also need to replenish energy. They need to feed. And on humans, there happens to be the food they need. So they possess human bodies until the other person is completely drained and dies. But this does not mean the end, because they will continue to look for new targets. After learning all this, Zhongzhao became worried again. He wanted to know how to make this girl escape from the clutches of the demon. But Zhao said with a smile, "Wait until dark. Because Shang are afraid of sunlight. Once exposed to sunlight, they will soon be extinguished. So during the day, these Shang will hide in the dark and only come out at night to feed. However, although there are places in the room that sunlight cannot reach, Zhao didn't want to force it out prematurely, because he wanted to know why this Shang kept harassing this little girl. But there was still some time before dark. They couldn't just do nothing, could they? Looking at Zhongzhao's eager expression, Zhao was taken aback for a moment. He then remembered this kid Zhongzhao had already become third brother's disciple. In other words, they were considered fellow disciples. Thinking of this, he instructed Zhongzhao to find some objects with heavy yin energy and bring them to him, because those objects would also attract Shang. So, Zhongzhao started working energetically. But as soon as Zhongza left, he directly looked at the portrait hanging on the wall. Just then, the movement in the inner room caught Zhao Yi's attention, because he saw the mother holding a golden object, wiping her daughter's arm. Shocked, Zhao quickly stepped forward, asking her what she was doing. The mother looked puzzled, saying she was exorcising evil spirits for her daughter. Hearing this, Zhao was a bit bewildered. You're exorcising evil spirits? Then what are you holding in your hand? This time, it was the mother who couldn't understand. Couldn't he see that it was a piece of gold? And Zhao was already stunned at this moment, because he felt like he had discovered a crucial clue. At that time, he and his eldest brother had analyzed the gold nugget in the boy's stomach, and even once suspected that these golds were used by their colleagues 300 years ago to suppress evil and transform Shang. But this was just a guess at the time, because they hadn't found any records in any classics that linked gold and Shang. Could it be said that there are still some little-known secret methods for suppressing Shang in this world? Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but ask, "Madam, where did you hear that gold can be used to exorcise evil spirits?" Unexpectedly, the mother said matter-of-factly that in their place there has always been this saying that wiping the body with gold can ward off evil. But as she spoke, she seemed to suddenly realize something. This young man kept mentioning gold in every sentence. Perhaps he meant something by it. So she quickly said, "As long as they can cure her daughter, this piece of gold will be considered as a thank-you gift." Hearing this, Zhao was immediately embarrassed. He quickly waved his hands repeatedly, explaining that he didn't mean that. But just then, suddenly, scolding sounds from the old Taoist priest came from the living room. It turned out that, busy working, Zhongza accidentally tripped over the ink line laid by the old Taoist priest. This naturally made Master Matian bristle with anger. Zhongza was startled. So, the task of apologizing and smoothing things over fell to Zhao, but third brother was being a bit unfair. Seeing his disciple being bullied, he immediately felt sorry for him, caught him, and started comforting him. What's even more infuriating is, these two guys were still chummy, with arms around each other's shoulders, as if nothing had happened. One of them stepped on several ink lines and swaggered away. Helplessly, Zhao didn't even need to turn around. He immediately apologized 3 times in a row again. Seeing this situation, Master Matian, exasperated, was truly out of options. He could only angrily scold them a few times, then went back to work again. It wasn't dark yet, but several crows flew onto the trees outside. It's unclear if they were Big Brother's crows, while Zhongza was still carefully patrolling the room. At this moment, he arrived at the kitchen, but as soon as he opened the cabinet door, he felt a dark shadow suddenly dart out. Startled, he quickly got up to check, but found nothing again. However, he saw that Master Matian was vigorously shaking a bell, muttering incantations. It sounded somewhat like an unknown jingle. Even, he seemed to faintly hear within it something like 5 thunder whip and other terms. Hearing this, third brother, with a disdainful look, secretly signaled to Zhao the and said, "This old Taoist priest, not very good." Zhao the smiled. He didn't really care, because he could tell this old Taoist was still all right, and was indeed wholeheartedly trying to help. But strangely, ever since the old Taoist priest recited the words wronged soul after death, his voice suddenly started to tremble. And at this moment, Zhongzhao obviously still knew nothing, because somehow he suddenly had a relapse of his old professional habit. Unconsciously, he started helping to fix the faucet for someone. By the time he realized it, the old Taoist priest's bell sound had already started to become chaotic. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong behind him. But just as he turned his head, a strange force suddenly attacked. Zhongzhao was caught off guard, and a scratch of blood instantly appeared on his forehead. Even his body was knocked to the ground along with it. When he struggled to get up, he heard strange noises in his ears. Only then did he see that Master Matyan was standing in front of him at some point, still holding the bell, telling him to get lost quickly. However, just at this moment, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared, directly pressed down on the old Taoist priest's head. In an instant, blue light flared up. The old Taoist priest trembled all over, as if electrocuted. After a moment, a child-sized dark shadow escaped from his body. At that moment, Zhongzhao seemed to see the appearance of that dark shadow. The old Taoist priest collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Zhao, still posing as if to help someone up, said apologetically, "Oops, how come I didn't catch it?" And Zhongzhao's so-called master seemed a bit angry, unsure if it was because his disciple was injured and he wanted to protect him, or if he was angry that this spirit was too bold, daring to come out before dark. It seems this resentment is quite strong. Zhao smiled and expressed agreement. He concernedly asked about Zhongzhao's injury. After learning that it was not serious, he asked another question, which was, "Did you see who hit you just now?" Zhongzhao blankly nodded, then couldn't help but look towards the photo hanging on the wall. Huangbai Village. It has come after all. Although Little Ka's mother sincerely warned, strongly advising the three of them against going to this village. But they had to come, because this village might hold a way to turn the Shang people back to normal. And this is what concerns Zhongzhao the most. However, this remote little village appears desolate no matter how you look at it. Could there really be such a method? Zhao wasn't sure, but felt somewhat certain, because he saw a tall Ferris wheel in the distance. From this, it seems this place isn't far from that abandoned amusement park. And it's also where their fellow disciples buried that boy 300 years ago. Thinking about this, Zhao became incredibly confident in his intuition. So now, let's have a look around first. However, there's a problem now, which is that someone is missing. Zhao stared helplessly at his third brother, snoring like thunder in the car. And annoyed, he yelled Old 8 a few times. But the snoring from inside the car remained unchanged, completely ignoring him. Understanding his third brother's personality well, Zhao had a sudden idea, and immediately muttered to himself, "Oh dear, looks like he's fallen asleep." But, you know what? I heard this Huangbai village has gold mines. All right, Zhongza, go to the trunk and get a shovel. In the next moment, before Zhongza could even move a step, he saw that Master had already shouldered a shovel and darted ahead of them. Even while walking, he even casually started asking about gold prices. But just then, a dark figure suddenly tumbled from the road and shouting for them to stop. They looked intently and then realized the newcomer was that old Taoist priest. As soon as this old Taoist priest got closer, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. And sweating profusely, he begged them to take him along. What's going on here? This sudden scene left them all puzzled. Has this old Taoist priest gone crazy? Seeing that they were unmoved, the old Taoist sighed and began to reveal his true identity. He said he wasn't some Zhongnan heavenly master. That was purely a self-proclaimed fake title. Because in this line of work, without a reputation, nobody would hire him. So he was forced to resort to this wandering deception. Earlier today, he did indeed see that there was something sinister in that house. So he planned to help them with exorcism, and to earn some money for food to fill his stomach that hadn't eaten for 2 days. But he never thought he'd be not only less skilled than the Shang, but instead he was possessed by that sinister entity. So, it's still his own fault for being untalented. Having joined a master's sect since childhood, but never understanding the knack, and eventually being advised to leave the mountain by his master. Not giving up, he sought learning everywhere. Instead, he was deceived by a bunch of swindlers, and repeatedly exploited by a bunch of swindlers. Fortunately, today in his twilight years, he finally met true masters. He clearly remembered that the 3 people before him not only saved that little girl, but also drove away all the sinister entities from the house, and even repeatedly rescued him, this good-for-nothing old Taoist, from the clutches of sinister entities. So at that moment, he had already made up his mind. Having said this, the old Taoist looked up at Zhongza, standing in the middle, and then directly started hugging his leg. He said tearfully, only hoping that they would take him along, because he genuinely just wanted to learn some skills, to help those in suffering. Zhao didn't answer directly, but instead asked with a smile how the old Taoist knew they were here. Hearing this, the old Taoist sighed, and said he had run all the way here. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. More than 50 kilometers! This old Taoist, having not eaten for 2 days, could still run all the way here? He's really something. Different from Zhao Yi's shock, Old 8 looked grave instead. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke, asking for the old Taoist's name. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist subconsciously began to introduce himself, saying, "I am Zhongnan Heavenly Master. No. My name is Modezan." Unexpectedly, Old 8 didn't mind the old Taoist's almost habitual slip of the tongue, but just calmly said good. But in the next moment, he suddenly put his arm around the old Taoist's shoulder and said, "From today onwards, Marty Anchuang is my disciple." The old Taoist was instantly stunned. Marty Anchuang? Who's that? Fortunately, the quick-witted Zhongza quietly told him. It means you. Ma Dezin understood immediately. He immediately bowed deeply. And of course, the apprentice ceremony was essential. Old Eight immediately bestowed the shovel in his hand upon Old Taoist Ma. Subsequently, the group of four walked towards Huangbai village. Through Zhongza's introduction, he learned that the handsome guy with glasses was their Shishu martial uncle, named Zhao the, and Master naturally wouldn't forget to chime in, saying Zhongza was old Taoist Snaza martial brother. Hearing this, Zhongza was too lazy to correct the name, and instead told the old Taoist with embarrassment that he himself had only arrived recently. Actually, strictly speaking, their apprenticeship times were on the same day. But as they chatted, they stopped talking in unison, because the surrounding environment was eerily quiet. Most of the houses in the village were dark and silent, obviously uninhabited. However, under a large tree by a street lamp, sat a few freelancers enjoying the cool air. And so, a good show began. Zhao took the lead and asked for directions, saying they were tourists from out of town, because two friends were suffering badly from car sickness and had no choice but to come here, asking if there was a pharmacy or something similar in the village. Unexpectedly, those few people were completely silent, only waving their hands repeatedly. It seemed there was no pharmacy here. Zhao Yi wasn't annoyed, and asked them again if there were any B&Bs or hotels in the village where they could conveniently spend the night. This time, those people became a little impatient, not only saying no coldly, but also pointing to the empty small buildings in front of them, saying the village was going to be demolished, and almost everyone here had left. Now only some elderly people living alone were left. Hearing these words, Zhongza and old Taoist Ma, who were pretending to be sick, instantly sobered up. Just like Zhao the, their hearts were filled with questions. Could it be that the village chief didn't plan to help these old people at all? But unexpectedly, as soon as he asked this, the faces of the villagers instantly turned gloomy. Without a word, they got up and left, obviously not wanting to say anything more. Looking at it this way, this Huangbai village, just like Little Ka's mother said, really did have significant problems. And Zhao also thought of what that gang leader had once said, that the coffin was sold to him by the village chief here. So Zhao really wanted to know if the current village chief still sold coffins. Since the villagers were unwilling to help, they could only rely on their own abilities to find the village chief's house. However, just as they were about to go deeper into the village, Zhongza noticed something was wrong. Turning his head sharply, he then realized, under a dark building, stood a person who looked like a miner. Startled, he quickly patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. But actually, Zhao had already noticed that miner a long time ago. And he also knew that it was a Shang that had been following them for several minutes. Hearing this, Zhongza asked hesitantly, "Is it following us to do something?" Unexpectedly, Zhao jokingly said, "I don't know. Why don't you go ask it?" Zhongza was immediately startled to talk to this thing. He wouldn't dare. But unexpectedly, that miner suddenly raised an arm and pointed in a direction. This action made them all momentarily stunned. Could it be that this ghost is leading them? Following the miners' direction, they saw a small hill and a small courtyard. As everyone was still finding it strange, the miner suddenly turned around and walked towards the direction he pointed. It was clearly like he was leading the way. But he only took 2 steps. Suddenly, he vanished. Then, Zhongza and the others saw several people coming out of the darkness. It seemed they were carrying something. Leading them was a bald middle-aged man. Looking at his fat face and big ears, he definitely has some influence. So Zhao the greeted them. But just then, several villagers carrying things shouted village chief to the bald man, saying something about the last box being moved. Now Zhao the heard it clearly. It's like finding it without even trying. It came so easily. After dismissing the villagers, the bald village chief turned back to look at the people in front of him, asking them what they wanted to ask. After Zhao the reconfirmed the identity of the person in front of him as the village chief, he planned to ask about the doubt in his mind. But before he could speak, the village chief's face changed. He stared, shocked, at something behind Zhao. Seeing this, Zhao and the others immediately felt something was wrong, because a terrifying black shadow had already appeared on the ground. Alarmed, they turned around. Only then did they realize that behind them, without them knowing when, a terrifying guy had appeared. Looking at this height, a question suddenly popped into Zhongza's mind. With that height, you'd think he'd play basketball. Fortunately, this giant didn't say a word. He just brushed past them and walked away. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the village chief's son. The bald village chief looked around, clearly worried. Worried that his son might encounter danger in the dark. Suddenly, he saw a large patch of blood on his son's elbow and immediately exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, his son just coldly said, "Not my blood." But since his son is back, then the village chief was too lazy to pay attention to the people in front of him, and instead turned around and dragged his son back inside. However, even though the scene just now was very strange, it still gave Zhao and the others the creeps. Because just now they didn't notice when exactly this big guy came behind them. At this moment, the old Taoist priest seemed to have discovered something strange. He turned around and stared at the small hill and the houses below. Frowning, he said something was off. Zhao became curious upon hearing this, wanting to see what exactly the old Taoist priest had discovered. But the old Taoist priest was still lost in thought, saying there's something seriously wrong with the houses.
对不起，您拨打的用户暂时无法接通，请稍后再拨。
Sorry, the subscriber you dialed cannot be connected for the moment. Please.
A series of bizarre events make the Huangbai village in front of us even more mysterious. And according to the clues provided by Xiaoka's mother, we can know that the name Huangbai village comes from a small mountain behind the village, Huangbai Mountain. Since ancient times, there have been gold mines in Huangbai Mountain. But this is not the source of the strangeness. What really makes her feel there is a problem is the village chief's house. Because that house is built right at the foot of the mountain. So at this moment, old Taoist Ma couldn't help but be stunned after seeing the layout here. According to common sense, houses should never be built here. Even people with a little bit of brain would not do this. Therefore, he is already sure that there is a big problem with the village chief's house. Hearing this, Zhao Yi curiously asked why. Old Taoist turned back and explained. Seeing from a feng shui perspective, mountains govern people, water governs wealth. And the meaning of bright hall in front and mountain behind is that the mountain behind the house means backing. It can shelter from wind and gather energy and ensure family prosperity. Therefore, most houses are built with their backs to the mountain. And the reason why he said there is a problem with the village chief's house is because the house in front of us chooses to have the main entrance directly facing the mountain. The so-called opening the door to see the mountain is an obstacle. It will inevitably lead to stagnant vital energy and difficulty in dispelling evil energy. And this is also a major taboo in feng shui theory. Speaking of this, old Taoist looked at the house in front of him again, and then pointed to the small mountain in front of the house and said, "This mountain has trees growing on the top and is surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and there are many caves and grottos in the mountain. This means that the mountain's energy cannot be stored. It's just an empty mountain shape. And this situation will lead to the accumulation of yin energy, and then generate evil influence. In addition, this mountain has steep and towering peaks, with little soil and many rocks, sharp and rough scales, and no elegance at all. Therefore, in feng shui theory, this kind of mountain is also called greedy wolf." Hearing this explanation, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. How ominous! But Lao Ba didn't care so much. He bluntly said this is feudal superstition. Upon hearing that it was Master's comment, old Taoist immediately bowed and laughed obsequiously, explaining that this is traditional culture. But Zhongza suddenly became absent-minded because he found there seemed to be something in the distant dense forest. Everyone turned around to look in surprise, but saw nothing. However, as they approached, they then discovered that a statue of a deity was standing at the foot of the mountain. The statue held a stone tablet in its hand, inscribed with the 4 characters ascend to immortality. But when they looked down, they found that the stone tablet below was written with "The charitable deeds of Zheng Qingjun, a divine doctor of the Qing dynasty." It's just that the name of this divine doctor doesn't seem to be very familiar. Lao Ba's brain circuit is really peculiar. He asked as if he saw a treasure. Will this thing be demolished along with the village? Old Taoist was a little puzzled, and subconsciously replied, probably not. But his master's next question took another big turn. Do you know this divine Dr. Zheng? Old Taoist quickly shook his head upon hearing this. Just kidding. How could I possibly know someone from 100 years ago? He's just very curious. Just a doctor. Why would villagers sculpt him into the appearance of an immortal? Regarding this point, no one can understand. Just then, Zhao Yi's phone suddenly rang. No need to guess. His calls are basically from the temple. However, the voice from the other end of the phone startled him, because his elder brother actually asked him whether Gongling is with them. Upon hearing this, Zhao secretly thought things were going to be bad. He clearly remembered that after he told Gongling the information at that time, she said she was preparing to return, and also sent the location of Huangbai village. Judging from this, Gongling probably didn't encounter any danger at that time. But why is it that even now, she hasn't returned to the temple yet? Uncle was silent for a moment after hearing this, and instructed, "Be careful," and then hung up the phone. Zhao Yi's face turned grim, and it also started to drizzle at this time. He dialed Gongling's phone again and again, but the response was always the same message: cannot be reached. Therefore, he thought of the big guy he encountered earlier and the blood-stained mask. He still clearly remembered that the big guy said, "Not my blood. This is not his blood. Whose blood could it be then?" Thinking of this, Zhao felt a little uneasy. He immediately walked towards the mountain, saying he was going to check the situation. At the same time, he told everyone not to move around here and wait for him to return. However, Zhao had just left when there was movement at the village chief's house. The big guy suddenly walked out, as if something was happening, and the bald village chief also followed out with a face full of complaints. Obviously, they were going together. This situation was naturally clearly seen by Zhongza and the others, but he didn't know that Master already had a bold plan at this moment. Since the village chief and his son have gone out, doesn't it mean that the house is empty at this moment? Thinking of this, he shouted "Go" without saying a word. So a few people started climbing over the wall. Zhongza looked worried. Isn't doing this equivalent to breaking the law? Unexpectedly, Master didn't care at all, saying just be low-key and don't get discovered. But what Zhongza worried about was far more than this. Because if they leave like this, what if Zhao comes back and can't find anyone? Who would have thought that Master didn't consider this at all? Because he knows, in terms of finding people, Zhao is the best at it. However, when they successfully climbed into the yard, they were again stunned by the scene in front of them. Because in front of them, there was also a second wall standing. Fortunately, the second wall was not closed. Old Taoist took the lead, shouting a few complete English phrases, and led everyone to rush over. As expected, it was pitch black inside the house. There should be no one there. Lao Ba didn't care so much, and directly prepared to go into the house. Zhongza was immediately startled. He hurriedly stopped Master, because he wanted to understand. What is the purpose of everyone breaking into the village chief's house like this? Hearing this, Lao Ba frowned fiercely, because he thought of the big guy before. The scene of him suddenly appearing behind them without anyone noticing. So at this moment, he wants to figure out one thing. However, just as he was about to push the door, he was suddenly stopped by old Taoist again. He was puzzled in his heart. Why are these two disciples so worrying? He saw old Taoist staring straight at the courtyard door behind him, then suddenly ran back. This scene made Lao Ba confused, and shouted in confusion, "Majima, what are you doing?" But Lao Dao ignored him. Instead, he looked out through the crack of the door. And with this look, Lao Dao was immediately scared into a cold sweat. He looked as if he had discovered something extremely terrifying, and fell to the ground, trembling. This strange scene startled both of them. They hurried over. But old Taoist suddenly sat up, and with a gloomy face, he told them his discovery. Because he already knew why the village chief's house was built here. Earlier, they had already seen that the village chief's house has 2 walls. If you add the house door, it is equivalent to having 3 doors. And this, in feng shui theory, is called triple doors. Double doors are for seeing the sky. Double doors are for seeing the mountain. As for this 3rd door, it is for seeing immortals. So the owner of this house wants to become an immortal.
对不起，
At this moment, Zhao is still dialing Gong Ling's phone again and again. He hoped to be on the mountain to find Gong Ling's tracks. But just then, a broken tree trunk nearby caught his eye. Beside it were scattered blood stains. Gloomy-faced, he crouched down, wiped some blood, and sniffed it. Despair filled his heart at that moment. He knew that earlier that day, he'd advised Gong Ling against acting because she hadn't rested enough. Gong Ling had said she was only gathering intel, but the current situation made him deeply regret his daytime decision. So, he could only silently pray for Gong Ling's safety. But what he didn't expect was, at this very moment, a faint light was slowly approaching. He didn't turn around, but he knew who it was. So he turned and asked, "Have you seen Gong Ling?" The miner-like Shang figure remained silent, silently pointing in a direction. Today was only Zhongza's first day as a disciple, but he didn't expect that very night his master would lead him and his new junior apprentice to break into a home. Was this a case of a master's moral failing or blatant disregard for the law? However, the master's idea stemmed from seizing the right opportunity. The village chief's house was empty at this moment. Plus, he had a long-standing question in his mind. But what he didn't expect was, sneaking into the hall with his 2 apprentices, he found the large room was completely empty. How could it be like this? Zhongza was also puzzled by the sight. But at this point, he cared less about the room's emptiness and more about his master's silent motive for breaking into the house. Unexpectedly, the master didn't answer. Instead, he touched his brow with the back scratcher. He seemed to be sensing something. The master's eyes suddenly lit up, as if activating some secret technique. After a moment, he revealed their purpose to Zhongza. He wanted to know what exactly that big guy was. Zhongza was startled, because in his master's words, the word person was absent. Just then, old Taoist Ma rushed over. He urgently told the master to follow, claiming a special discovery. He had already deduced that the village chief built this house for immortality. If so, the house must hold a secret. So he carefully searched every corner, as expected, finding something peculiar. The group arrived at a room that was originally locked, but inside was a descending staircase. Zhongza peered in, seeing only darkness. Looks like a deep tunnel. Old Taoist added, this tunnel was sealed by 2 stone slabs beside it. He'd tried to lift them, finding them incredibly heavy. You'd need a crane to move them. He concluded, the house's secret lies in this tunnel. If so, let's explore it. Hearing this, Master immediately took the lead and entered. Old Taoist, well-equipped, had a flashlight. Finally, they wouldn't have to navigate in the dark. The tunnel was long, with a faint drip of water echoing. However, even with Master and Old Taoist nearby, Zhongzha felt an increasing chill. He started shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Zhongzha was puzzled. Even if he was nervous or scared, he shouldn't be showing it this much. Stranger still, amidst these feelings, he also sensed a hint of excitement. Master ignored these signs and poked his brow again with the back scratcher. Then he instructed his apprentices to stay close, and no matter what, they must follow his orders. Then he took the lead, heading deeper into the tunnel. As they walked, Zhongzha remembered Zhao Yi's words, that he trusted CHU Wu's intuition. Could this strange feeling be a Shang person's intuition? Or maybe it was excitement about finding a way to become normal again? But these feelings were probably just wishful thinking. Better to focus on the tunnel ahead. Old Taoist estimated this tunnel should lead towards Huangbai Mountain. Zhongzha was a bit shocked, but Master suddenly agreed, right? Because a railway track appeared before them. Seeing this tunnel must be an old mine shaft. The village chief probably connected it to his house to secretly transport gold. As they talked and walked, they were suddenly stunned by the sight ahead. Before them stood a massive Paifang archway. This sight even unsettled Old Taoist. Despite his extensive reading, he'd never seen anything like it. But then, Old Taoist exclaimed again, pointing ahead and shouting to Master, urging them to come quickly. Because here, there's an upward staircase. Master stared into the darkness above, quietly activating his secret art. The next moment, he declared, "It's up there." Zhongzha was baffled. Master always spoke in riddles. It was infuriating. But just as he was about to ask, he felt something strange underfoot. Looking down, he saw a puddle had appeared under his feet. Strange. Where did this water come from? As they stood there puzzled, a rumbling sound came from the staircase. The next instant, a torrent of water rushed towards them. Terrified, Master yelled, "Run!" But they hadn't run far before the flood water caught up. The situation was dire. They couldn't worry about anything else, and swam desperately with the current. Master's back scratcher was long enough. In the chaos, he grabbed a stone wall. Once steady, he began shouting his apprentices' names. Unlike before, this time he called out the correct names. Just then, Old Taoist was swept along by the current. Master grabbed him immediately, even letting go of his back scratcher. As it was swept away, Zhongzha's situation was grim. He had sunk beneath the surface. Looking up at the faint light above, it felt like an abyss. He struggled to swim upwards, but the distance seemed to grow. Then, he seemed to see his loved ones. A surge of emotion made him gulp down water. He couldn't take another breath. But just as he was about to give up, a familiar large hand suddenly pulled him up. Using this force, Zhongzha finally surfaced. Looking back, he saw only raging flood waters. No one else was there. Was it a hallucination? Confused, he could only swim towards shallower water to catch his breath. But then, he suddenly remembered his master and Old Taoist Ma. Zhongza broke into a cold sweat. He quickly turned to look around, but no one was in sight. Just then, he saw a red wooden hand floating nearby. That was indeed Master's personal belonging. He never let it out of his sight usually. At that moment, Zhongza panicked. A sudden, inexplicable force surged up. He immediately plunged back into the water, without hesitation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he saw Master's silhouette. Judging by the looks of it, Master had already drowned. Without a second thought, Zhongza grabbed Master's arm and hauled him out of the water. Only after dragging Master to a safe area did he realize he was completely exhausted. But Master in this condition couldn't be considered successfully rescued at all. After Zhongza called out a few times, he found that Master was still motionless, anxious and worried. He quickly leaned down to feel for Master's heartbeat. Then he immediately started chest compressions on Master. Whether it was because he was too nervous, Zhongza couldn't hear Master's heartbeat. So at that moment, his heart was filled with despair. He didn't want to see anyone else die because of him, especially when the person in front of him was his kind master who took him in. Knowing he was a jinx, Zhongza had already prayed in his heart no less than 10,000 times, only hoping that Master would not die. Then in the next moment, a stream of water squirted right into his eyes. Great! Master is responding! But before he could get excited, he saw Master roll his eyes at him and say in an annoyed tone, "The heart is on the left side." But Zhongza didn't care about any of that at this moment, because it was a blessing that Master was okay. Thinking of this, he happily pressed down hard a few more times, making Master wince in pain. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, telling Zhongza not to worry. Zhongza turned his head sharply and saw Zhao the sitting not far away. Beside him was his junior brother, Maleo Dao. Zhao the said with a smile, "We are the people you can't jinx to death." But Zhongza acted as if he hadn't heard anything, calling out Zhao Yi's name in a trembling voice, as if he had seen a family member. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to express his emotions, so he had to ask Zhao the why he was here. Zhao the smiled without saying a word, raising his finger and pointing behind Zhongza, saying someone had led him here. Zhongza looked back and realized that behind him there was actually a miner standing there. He remembered now. This miner was the very Shang who wanted to guide them earlier. But why would he bring Zhao the here? Before Zhongza could ask and understand, the awakened Liao Dao suddenly started shouting loudly, because he discovered, not far in front of him, there was actually a foot. Or more precisely, it should be a leather boot. This discovery made everyone serious. They all thought of the accident that Little-Ka's mother had once told them about. She said that about 10 years ago, an accident occurred in the Huangbai village mine. At that time, the mine was flooded by underground water, drowning many miners. But the village chief used money to bribe officials and suppress the matter. He not only silenced the families of the deceased miners, but also coerced and lured other miners to continue working in the mine. It was also around that time that Little-Ka's mother's family escaped from the village. As far as she knew, The bodies of those deceased miners have still not been found. And now, what was in front of Zhongza and the others was dozens of skeletal remains. They fell silent, as if mourning for these dead. Zhongza looked at the surging underground water behind him and had a bad premonition in his heart. And Zhao also spoke out the truth at this moment. It seems someone wants to use the same method to bury us here too. The sudden underground water backflow in the mine was exactly the same as the incident 10 years ago. This strange situation makes it easy to guess that someone must be playing tricks in the dark. However, this time Zhongza and the others were able to survive, thanks to the Shang, who had been silently guiding them. Perhaps this is also driven by some obsession of his, hoping that the bones of himself and his deceased brothers could one day see the light of day, and their grievances could be redressed. But he didn't expect this persistence to last for 10 years. And now, the time he can remain in this world is running out. Looking at the dozens of skeletons in front of them, everyone felt like a huge stone was pressing down on their hearts. Even Liao Dao, who was originally panicked, became furious, directly saying that the village chief's sins were heinous. But if it was really the village chief who released the water, then what was his purpose? What was the point of drowning so many miners for no reason? The more Zhongza thought about it, the angrier he became. Not to mention the village chief had so many lives on his hands. Just the act of trying to drown them in the mine now was unforgivable. So Zhongza immediately clamored to go out and call the police, hoping to bring the criminals to justice. Liao Dao nodded vigorously upon hearing this, firmly saying one word, yes, watching his two apprentices full of fighting spirit. Lao Bo was too lazy to disturb them, turning his head to ask Zhao what he had been doing in the mountains earlier. Zhao didn't hide anything, and spoke out his worries, because Gongling had mysteriously disappeared. At the moment he heard these words, Lao Ba's pupils suddenly constricted, but in an instant he returned to his usual laziness. He held up his back scratcher and gave Zhao the reasonable analysis, which was that there was no signal in the mountains, or the phone was out of power. Or maybe she is driving, and it's inconvenient to answer the phone. Speaking of this, he hesitated a bit and glanced at Zhao, adding the last point. Or maybe she just doesn't want to answer your call. But after saying this, he immediately became serious again, saying there was no need to overthink it. After all, she is Gongling, the top sister of our Lisong temple. And indeed, this reason was irrefutable. Zhao pondered for a moment, and instantly put on a happy face, showing an expression of sudden realization. This made Lao Ba quite satisfied. But in times of joy, there's always someone to spoil the fun. Zhongza appeared with a panicked expression, exclaiming about the failure of their evil extermination plan. The reason was simply that they were trapped in the mine, unable to get out. As for swimming back through the water, that was completely impossible. Could it be they have to climb out from above? Unexpectedly, Zhao said with a smile that they couldn't leave yet. because before going out, they still had to figure out this mountain. Looking at Zhao Yi's calm and composed appearance, it seemed like escaping the mine was just a piece of cake for him. Speaking of this, Zhao suddenly turned his head and asked Lao Ba if he had sensed something. Actually, sensing things, Lao Ba had hardly stopped. He pointed to the opposite bank of the river, saying that what he sensed was ahead. Moreover, the stone steps they had seen earlier, leading upwards, also led to this place. It's just that there's a mountain wall in front of them. How should they get past it? Lao Ba muttered with his chin in his hand. Could it be that we need to order takeout and have them deliver something that makes noise? But just as they were pondering, Leo Dao beside them started shouting again. It turned out that he had found the long plank he had been carrying on his back. Previously, he had always wrapped this thing in cloth. Those who didn't know might have thought he was carrying a Zhuan heavy ruler. Now, unwrapping it to take a look, they realized that inside were actually 5 shovel-like tools. Leo Dao proudly introduced, saying that he had once been exposed to some tomb raiding techniques, and these were his handy weapons for moving mountains. Hearing these words, Zhao and Lao Ba frowned in unison. But in the next moment, they, along with Zhongza, became Leo Dao's cheerleading squad. They saw Leo Dao transform into a human tunneling machine. Before long, he had chiseled out a big hole in the mountain wall in front of him. Before their eyes were patches of stalactites, like a spacious natural cave. And Lao Ba obviously didn't have time to pay attention to these. He stared straight ahead, saying that what he sensed was right there. And so, this word sensing that he keeps mentioning really worried Zhao Zhuaja. Isn't sensing something only found in fantasy novels? But what's going on with you? Seeing Zhao Zhuaja turn into a curious baby again, Zhao smiled. He explained, their sensing is mainly about detecting Shang-Qi. Now Zhongza was even more confused. Chamber of Commerce. Is such a thing hidden in the mine? Of course. Zhao didn't realize Zhongza had misunderstood and continued to explain on his own. He said this Shang-Qi is the unique energy belonging to Shang, or Shang beings. Usually, the stronger the Shang's will, the more intense the Shang-Qi becomes. Unfortunately, even if Shang-Qi is strong, it will eventually be destroyed by sunlight. Therefore, even when possessing a human body, Shang doesn't dare to come out during the day. Just like that miner who led them just now. His Shang-Qi is already very weak, almost non-existent. That's why earlier, Zhao said he didn't have much time left. Because once a Shang loses Shang-Qi, it will completely disappear. And Chu Wu senses Shang, and Shang beings based on Shang-Qi, redundant in English, combined with previous line. Hearing this explanation, Zhongza finally understood a little bit. But he didn't expect that even he would have Shang-Qi. Subsequently, he learned from Zhao where the Shang-Qi of Shang beings comes from. That is, every time a Shang being releases Shang to the outside world, a large amount of Shang-Qi is also produced. And during Shang transformation, the amount of Shang-Qi produced is even more terrifying. Therefore, these are the main reasons why Shang beings are extremely dangerous. Speaking of this, Zhao suddenly looked serious. He said that deep in Huangbai Mountain, there is a place with extremely dense Shang Qi. Just then, Lao Ba suddenly held out his hand to stop them, signaling everyone to stop and be quiet, because not far in front of him, there was a figure mining. This scene immediately startled a few of them. They quickly hid and watched from a distance. Zhongzhao asked hesitantly, "Is this the Shang who led us earlier?" Zhao shook his head, his eyes a bit unfriendly. And Lao Ba was very bold at this moment. He quietly crept behind the dark figure, picked up the back scratcher, and patted the miner on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, the miner suddenly seemed to lose consciousness and fell straight to the ground. Only then did they realize that the miner was just a corpse. If they guessed correctly, it must be one of the miners who died in the accident 10 years ago. But how can a corpse move? Moreover, it can repeat the mining work day after day for 10 years. This is really puzzling. However, Zhao suddenly squatted down and directly pulled open the corpse's hair. Sure enough, in the corpse's temple, there was indeed a golden object. He didn't expect that someone would embed gold in the corpse's temple. Zhao stood up with a serious face and tossed the gold nugget to Lao Ba. Because inside, there is a special energy. Lao Ba's eyes widened in shock as soon as he sensed it. How can there be Shang Qi in this? Zhao Yi didn't know either. In fact, they had found similar gold nuggets earlier when burying the Shang boy, redundant in English, combined with previous line. At that time, they thought this Shang Qi might be because of long-term contact with Shang, leading to contamination. But looking at it now, this guess seemed to be a bit inaccurate again. Could it be said that Shang Qi originally exists in gold? As soon as this guess came out, Zhao Zhaozhou was once again shocked and widened his eyes. What's going on? Didn't you just say earlier that Shang Qi only exists in Shang or Shang beings' bodies? How could gold possibly have Shang Qi? Could it be that someone deliberately injected it in? As soon as this unintentional question came out, Zhao was suddenly startled, as if he had discovered something incredible. And after Lao Ba heard this, he also rarely reprimanded him. Don't talk nonsense. Because he thought this was absolutely impossible. After the group mourned for the deceased for a moment, they continued to walk into the cave. But as soon as they walked out of the cave entrance, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect that there were more minor corpses working tirelessly day and night here. Everyone's faces turned gloomy. No matter who or what identity, committing such evil deeds is unforgivable even for 100 deaths. Lao Ba was angry. He asked angrily, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" This question echoed in the empty cave. But unfortunately, the only people who heard it were those around him. Perhaps
老八问的不只是事件的幕后主使，
Lao Ba was asking more than just about the mastermind behind the incident. At this moment, the sensing became stronger and stronger. For some reason, Lao Dao suddenly coughed.
而对于这两个新收的徒弟，
And for these two newly accepted disciples, Lao Ba solemnly warned,
还说一会儿一旦遇到突发状况，
"Don't worry about anything else. Just run first." Hearing this, Zhongzhou felt uneasy, but he didn't say anything more. Not long after, they followed the miners and came to a cave entrance emitting blue light. Lo Dao at this moment was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly, because in front of them there was a huge alchemy furnace. The furnace was suspended above the water by iron chains, and below the furnace, a cluster of blue flames was dancing. They didn't expect that Lo Dao's previous feng shui theory prediction was actually true. Someone really wanted to become immortal through this. Just as they were stunned, ripples suddenly appeared on the water surface. Immediately after, Zhongza heard a strange voice in his ear. The voice seemed very anxious, constantly urging Zhongza to leave quickly. And Zhongza was also terrified to hear it. He looked left and right, but couldn't find who was talking to him. But that voice kept lingering and echoing in his ears. And the last time something spoke to him like this, it seemed to be that little boy in the yin house. This remote mine is rich in gold, but the workers are all dried corpses who have been dead for 10 years. What's even more outrageous is that deep in the mine, there is a huge alchemy furnace hanging over black water. The blue flames under the furnace are even floating on the water. This scene made the knowledgeable old man Ma slap his thigh and say, as expected, now that an alchemy furnace has been found in the mine, plus the strange layout of the village chief's house, it proves that the inference that someone here wants to become immortal is correct. But even if he spoke eloquently, Zhongza on the side didn't listen to a single word, because at this moment, a faint voice was whispering in his ear, telling him to leave here quickly.
在萧爷喊了一声后，
After Zhao the shouted. At that moment,
所以也就没有明说。而老道这边仍旧是滔滔不绝讲个没完。
and Lo Dao was still talking non-stop, his words full of classical flavor.
可这一通知乎者也下来，
But after this long speech full of classical Chinese, none of the people present understood. Speak human language to me. This time, Ma Dezin immediately chickened out. He quickly summarized his long speech just now into 2 words, alchemy. Now Lo Bo was annoyed. After talking for so long, you're just repeating yourself here? Who can't see that this is alchemy? Lo Dao knew he was in the wrong, and faced with his master's reprimand, he naturally bowed his head to show his mistake. Of course, this farce did not arouse Zhao Yi's interest. Instead, he silently went into a daze, because when he first heard the name Huangbai Village, his elder brother told him that Huangbai art, it's the Taoist priest's alchemy that turns elixir into gold and silver. Could it be said that? Is there any connection here? But the old Taoist's mouth clearly can't stay idle. He stared at the furnace in the pool, exclaimed in surprise. Because whether it's the village chief's house or the furnace in this mine, both go against feng shui principles. Huangbai Mountain is inherently an extremely ominous and fierce Greedwolf peak. Plus, the mountain chamber is empty of form and true energy. Instead, it's become a dangerous place that gathers yin and accumulates evil energy. This approach, is it really for making elixirs? Hearing this, Zhongza looked again at that flickering blue flame. What exactly is going on with this flame? It can actually float on top of black water. Could it be Is this black water oil? Speaking of this, he quickly stopped talking because he thought of something terrible, which is that oil breeds some greedy mold. But even so, he still couldn't resist reaching out his hand, wanting to get some black water to study it. But Lao Ba immediately stopped him with his back scratcher. After all, black water is an unknown substance. How could he let his apprentice rashly take risks? And Zhao the added, this black water contains an extremely strong concentration of death energy. But after he said this, the old Taoist suddenly changed his expression and started coughing immediately. He even coughed more and more intensely. Zhongza, as the senior apprentice, stepped forward without hesitation and hurried over to express concern. The old Taoist, holding his forehead, said he felt short of breath as soon as he entered this area, and now he had a splitting headache. Hearing this, Zhao Yi knew what was going on. He said this was a negative effect from the death energy, and told Zhongza to help the old Taoist to the back to rest for a while. Watching the backs of the two men, Lao Ba suddenly became a bit curious. This new Za doesn't seem to be affected by the death energy, huh? Zhao was too lazy to correct the name. Instead, he said somewhat helplessly, Zhongza is a death-touched person to begin with. How could he be affected by it? But he reminded Lao Ba, telling him to keep a closer eye on Zhongza. Because just now, Zhongza's eyes were blue. And what does blue mean? As CHU Wu members, they all knew very well. So now, they could only keep as close an eye on Zhongza as possible, to prevent this guy from suddenly changing. Then Zhao rolled up his sleeves and reached towards the pool of black water. The moment he touched the water's surface, he used his superpower, Jinglei. Blue lightning surged downwards, and in the blink of an eye, it covered Zhao Yi's entire arm. Then, the instant he dipped his arm into the black water, it even sparked dazzling lightning. This commotion naturally caught Zhongza's attention. He asked with concern what had happened. Zhao Yi got up with a gloomy expression and said that Zhongza had been right about something, which is that the death energy in this gold is indeed artificially injected. Hearing this, Lao Ba immediately jumped up and down in anger. Just soaking gold in water gives it death energy? Do they really think they're pickling pickles here? He used his back scratcher to scoop up some black water and examined it carefully. He really couldn't figure out how it was done. Zhao took a light sniff and already discerned the substances contained in the water. It contains minerals, rust, blood, putrescine, and endless pain and despair. In short, this is a pool of corpse water. After saying this, everyone fell silent at the same time. Only the sound remained in the mine, the slow, creaking sound of wheels. They saw a miner mummy walking along the tracks beside them. He pushed a mine cart full of gold nuggets to the edge of the black water, and then dumped them all in at once. These gold nuggets would surely attract crowds of buyers if placed outside. But appearing here now, it weighed heavily on their hearts. After dumping the gold nuggets, the miner turned and walked away, as if the people beside him didn't exist at all. Watching his back, Zhongza felt a sense of sorrow. Why are they still working even after death? The question might seem naive, and the answer might be very simple too. Lao Ba knew what Zhongzi was thinking, so he asked if he remembered the method of destroying death energy he had taught him. When Zhongzi heard this, he suddenly realized he remembered the temple that Master mentioned during his demonstration. Lao Ba nodded. That's right. The temple is an extraordinary acupoint outside the meridians, a person's fatal point. Similarly, it's also the weak point of the death touched, because death energy is concentrated here. And this is why these corpses have gold nuggets placed in their temples. So, someone must want to turn these corpses into death-touched-like beings, and then control them. Hearing this, Zhongzi's voice trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. A terrible thought crossed his mind, which is that the village chief drowned these miners just to get endless labor from them. That's probably right. But the fear is that it's not that simple. If it were just simple gold mining, there would be no need for such an elaborate setup. So, in Zhao Yi's opinion, there must be a bigger scheme at play here. Lao Ba nodded in agreement. He voiced an even more terrifying guess, which is that these things probably aren't being done by the village chief, but that there's another expert directing everything from behind. Because when we met the village chief earlier, he sensed that there wasn't a trace of death energy in the village chief's body. At this, Zhongzi was shocked. If there's someone else, then things are really serious. Unbeknownst to them at that moment, they were already being secretly watched. If any keen-eyed viewers would surely notice that the outline of this perspective looks familiar. At this moment, Zhongzi felt uneasy. He anxiously asked Zhao, "What should we do now?" Actually, Zhao didn't know either. He could only say, "Let's take it one step at a time." He decided to focus on the task at hand first, and investigate what kind of elixir is being refined in this furnace. Zhongzi felt much relieved hearing this, and immediately prepared to go help. But just then, that faint voice sounded in his ears again. This time, he was caught completely off guard. He was so startled, he looked around in alarm. Under Zhao Yi's curious questioning, Zhongzi asked back in confusion, "Didn't you guys hear it?" Hearing this, Zhao and Lao Ba immediately became alert, and quickly asked Zhongzi what exactly he had heard. Puzzled, Zhongzi tilted his head and listened carefully, and realized that the faint voice was telling him to hurry away. At the same time, his pupils suddenly turned blue. In that instant, he located the direction the voice was coming from, which was beneath the black water in front of them. Hearing this, Zhao and Lao Ba simultaneously looked at the water's surface, and simultaneously closed their eyes to sense it. After spotting that faint blue glow, their expressions changed. Didn't expect it. There really is something under the water. Zhao Yi didn't speak, but turned to look at the massive chains submerged in the water. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed one, and even infused it with thunderous power. After a moment, he suddenly called out, "Lao Ba." Lao Ba immediately understood. He immediately reached out and scooped up several chains. When Zhongzi saw this, he quickly stepped forward to help, nimble and quick. But the old Taoist sat behind, silent. It was unclear whether he was reciting feng shui principles or had other thoughts on his mind. Before long, With the efforts of the three of them, the chain on the shore grew longer and longer, and whatever was under the water was about to surface. With a strong pull from Zhongzha, a huge red object was pulled out of the water. Looks like this is the source of the death energy in the water. Its appearance instantly made his hair stand on end, and the reason was that the first blood coffin indirectly took his life. But this time it's all right. He had Master and Zhao with him. Even if those men in black reappeared, he wouldn't be afraid. Just then, the sight of the blood coffin involuntarily reminded him of that poor little boy. If he wasn't mistaken, this blood coffin likely contained another Shongren. Zhao was silent after hearing this. He placed his hand directly on the coffin lid. As lightning power spread, he confirmed that there was indeed a Shongren inside. Upon hearing this, Zhongzha suddenly panicked. He was once again reminded of the little boy begging for help. The boy's death still haunted him, so, seeing the second blood coffin before him, he panicked. He cried out anxiously, hoping they could open the blood coffin to rescue the Shongren inside. But Zhongzha's pupils, glowing blue, had already caught Master's attention. Lao Ba immediately pulled him into a hug with a light tap of his finger. A jolt of electricity shot into Zhongzha's body. The next moment, Zhongzha suddenly snapped awake. But even then, he didn't give up on saving whoever was inside. Zhao paused, considering this, then carefully asked Zhongzha again, asking if the voice he'd heard earlier actually came from inside the coffin. At this question, Zhongzha grew uncertain, because earlier, he could only tell the sound came from underwater. Though the coffin had been pulled from the water, the sound had now stopped. He couldn't be sure anymore, but he was certain the voice had urged him to hurry. So he concluded the Shongren inside must still be alive. Therefore, he desperately wanted them to rescue the Shongren. As he said this, Zhongzha grew agitated again. Unexpectedly, Zhao flatly refused, refusing outright, stating directly that they couldn't open the coffin. Zhongzha was taken aback. He instinctively asked why. Disappointment even flickered in his eyes. Zhao glanced at the chain-bound coffin, saying it had a special seal. If they opened it carelessly, there was no telling what kind of Shongren might emerge. And in their current situation, actively inviting a known danger was extremely unwise. But then, Zhao changed his tone. He smiled at Zhongzha and said, assuring him they would bring the Shongren back. Coffin and all, Zhongzha was overjoyed. He felt instantly energized. But after saying this, Zhao suddenly fell into thought. He looked at the blood coffin and the distant furnace, puzzled. He couldn't grasp the deeper meaning of whoever had set this up. Lao Ba also gave it a deep look, then suggested he quickly go see what was being refined in the furnace. Zhongzha was puzzled. Before them was bottomless black corpse water. There was no way across. Or perhaps, would they have to drag it over with chains again? Unexpectedly, Zhao simply said, just walk over. Master nonchalantly chimed in, walk with your feet. Then, under Zhongzha's stunned gaze, Zhao casually stepped onto the water. The shock of the scene was unimaginable. Zhongzi looked utterly astonished. He could barely speak. Is this the legendary lightness technique? Walking on water? As soon as he said this, Master rolled his eyes and flicked him on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? This is our CHU Wu sect's unique footwork, treading the void. They just need to gather ki beneath their feet, to ride the wind and waves traversing the void, silent as falling leaves, swift as thunder. To put it plainly, current world records in track and field are nothing in the eyes of a CHU Wu practitioner. But again, the core principle of CHU Wu is to remain discreet. Like me, Zhongzi, however, was too awestruck to notice Master's boasting. He just stared admiringly at Zhao, who seemed like a celestial being. His heart swelled with admiration. Little did he know, as Zhao approached the furnace, the person watching them from the shadows finally made a move. Unfortunately, none of them sensed anything amiss. Zhao was already standing before the furnace. Lo Ba called out from afar, wanting to know what Zhao saw. But Zhao sounded hesitant, because inside the furnace he saw nothing but gold. It looked like molten gold. Zhongzi was dumbfounded. Gold? Why gold? Shouldn't it be for making pills? Are they making gold here? Lo Ba rolled his eyes. He explained that alchemy was about turning base metals into gold. And this was a gold mine. Why would they refine gold here? Or maybe this furnace is for refining? Zhongzi's guess. Zhao naturally heard, but he remained silent. He just stared intently into the furnace. Something strange was happening inside. In the swirling molten gold, golden bubbles rose and burst one after another. Zhao felt a strange dizziness. It was as if he was reliving some tragic childhood memory.
那时的他被砍掉了双手。
Back when his hands were chopped off. It was this momentary distraction that caused Zhao to falter. Luckily, he reacted quickly.
这一幕看得张乍和老八大惊失色。
They asked Zhao what had happened, concerned. But Zhao shook his head. After regaining his balance, he said it was nothing. Just as he said this, he couldn't help but glance at his arm. Unexpectedly, the furnace wasn't for alchemy. It was just full of molten gold. This bizarre sight left Zhao baffled about the real purpose of whoever was behind this. Just the near fall into the corpse water moments ago had made Lo Ba and Zhongzi especially worried. After a moment, Zhao returned and smiled, reassuring them he was all right.
只有心细的老八注意到了萧野那颤抖的右手，他似有所觉，但却没有道明，只是沉默着拍了拍萧野的肩膀。
But then,
那诡异的声音再次在张乍耳畔响起，和之前一样，
just like before,
只不过语气要比先前急切许多。张乍一惊，
he quickly glanced at the blood coffin beside him. But the next moment, a continuous rumble suddenly echoed. The ground even began to shake. They were startled and quickly looked around. The awakened old Taoist also turned sharply to look around. Then he saw a terrifying sight. Countless minor corpses, screaming, charged towards them. They brandished shovels and pickaxes, advancing menacingly. Clearly, they were hostile. Lo Ba and Zhao had never seen anything like this. They instinctively shielded Zhongzi. But what they didn't expect was, not just from the front, but from the surrounding tunnels as well. A swarm of corpses poured out. Zhao the scanned their surroundings, finally spotting a relatively safe cave. Then, he quickly urged Zhongza to take the old Taoist and get to safety. Zhongza was alarmed. He instinctively cried out. "What about you guys?" Master said sternly. That he and Zhao would stay behind to cover their retreat. "If you stay here with us, it's not just dangerous. You'll hinder us." Hearing this, Zhongza grabbed the old Taoist and fled. Though he knew Master was just reassuring him, he wanted to believe him, and Zhao too. Watching Zhongza and the old Taoist disappear into the tunnel, Lao Ba turned back to face the approaching corpses. Zhao didn't seem to take the danger to heart. Instead, he jokingly advised Lao Ba not to go too hard on them. Lao Ba smiled upon hearing this, suggesting Zhao should also hold back a bit. Then in the next moment, they charged forward together. Meanwhile, on Zhongza's side, he and old Taoist Ma had already gone deep into the mine tunnel. This mine tunnel was unexpectedly flat. They hadn't encountered any danger along the way. However, before he could relax, two dark cave entrances appeared before them. "It's actually a fork in the road." Zhongza subconsciously prepared to find something to leave a marker. But when he looked up, he discovered at one mine entrance, a group of dried corpses were lined up in a row. Could it be someone is helping to guide him? Zhongza was a bit startled. He had no choice but to plunge into the adjacent mine tunnel, since there are dried corpses blocking the way. Presumably, Master and the others will also see them, and they shouldn't go the wrong way. But how could he know that these dried corpses could move? At this moment, Zhao and Lao Ba were engaged in a fierce battle. However, restricted by not being able to kill, they were instead surrounded by the horde of corpses. "This is not a solution," Lao Ba yelled loudly to Zhao. Unexpectedly, Zhao turned his head and flung a chain over. Lao Ba was a bit dumbfounded. What's he planning to do? When he saw the electric light gradually appearing on the chain, he suddenly realized. He also directly grabbed it with his big hand, covering it with thunderous power as well. In an instant, the entire horde of corpses was illuminated in blue, and even more were electrocuted and fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Zhao and Lao Ba quickly escaped. Although Zhongza's side seemed safe and sound, they now encountered a problem. Originally, old Taoist Ma, who was already weak after this ordeal, was almost out of breath. It's hard to imagine how he had the stamina to run over 50 kilometers alone before. Could it be said that the influence of this Shanghui is so terrifying? He leaned against the stone wall, telling Brother Za not to worry about him anymore, and to escape on his own. Upon hearing this, Zhongza immediately refused. How could that be? He would never abandon old Ma. Unexpectedly, old Taoist Ma suddenly laughed. He revealed a satisfied expression, saying he had already broadened his horizons today, and this experience was even more wonderful than his past few decades. Therefore, he felt his life had been worth it. Upon hearing this, Zhongza quickly interrupted him. Old Taoist's tone was clearly setting some kind of flag, which is definitely a bad omen. Since old Ma can't walk anymore, let's rest for a while first. and wait for Master and the others to catch up. But just as Zhongza finished saying this, he discovered a dark figure appearing not far away. At that moment, Zhongza felt his heart skip a beat, because the dark figure in front of him was extremely tall, its head almost touching the top of the mine tunnel. Moreover, the dark figure was holding two gleaming blue long blades. It made people's blood run cold. Zhongza was quite frightened, and subconsciously shouted, "Who's there?" At this moment, Zhao the and Lao Ba finally escaped the encirclement and entered the mine tunnel. Unsurprisingly, after a short while, they saw the two dark forked cave entrances. Lao Ba frowned. Immediately, he didn't know which way to run. Zhao also tried hard to rely on his aura to find Zhongza's direction. But unfortunately, the Shanghui in this place was too strong. He couldn't sense anything. Lao Ba, upon hearing this, immediately tapped his brow lightly, saying, "Let me see." But in the very next moment, the booming sound came from far too near. Looking back, they realized the massive, swarming army of dried corpses was chasing after them again. Lao Ba was so angry, he cursed out loud. Clearly, they weren't planning to give them time to find people. Forget it. One person take one side. Seeing this, Zhao took the lead and rushed out, running towards the mine tunnel on the left. Lao Ba didn't think much of it when he saw this, and directly entered the other mine tunnel. Indeed, after entering the fork in the road, Zhao found that it seemed much quieter here. But as he ran, he noticed something was wrong, because not far in front of him, 3 door openings appeared side by side. At that moment, Zhao suddenly woke up in alarm. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. From the very beginning, with one cave entrance, to the fork in the road just now, and now to the 3 door openings. It was clearly intentionally meant to separate them. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the entrance in front of him, but instead turned around to go back. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a tall, dark figure, wearing a terrifying mask, standing behind him. And the same was true for Lao Ba's side. He was blocked in the mine tunnel by a large, dark figure. As for Zhongza and old Taoist Ma, they were exhausted at this moment. After Zhongza saw the large, dark figure wielding dual blades, he was so frightened that he pulled old Taoist up and ran. But now, they seemed to have arrived at a dead end. In front of them was a solid wall, and old Taoist was too tired to stand up. However, danger still descended. When Zhongza looked back with his blue glowing eyes, he only saw a flash of sharp, gleaming blade light. Suddenly, in the gold mine tunnel, a strange man over 2 meters tall appeared. He wielded dual blades, forcing Zhongza and old Taoist Ma to the end of a dead end. Under such a huge size difference, the thin and weak Zhongza appeared even more frail. At the moment when the long blade stabbed down, he desperately grabbed the strange man's wrist, freezing the blade inches away from his face. At this moment, perhaps the strange man only needed to flick his wrist, and Zhongza's head would be split in half like a watermelon. Zhongza had nowhere to dodge, and had no choice but to jerk his head sharply to the side. barely managing to avoid this fatal blow. The long blade deeply embedded itself into the wall, and the strange man couldn't pull it out for a moment. This gave Zhongza an opportunity. He immediately hugged the strange man around the waist and pushed him forward, while also shouting to Old Ma to take the opportunity to beat the hell out of him. Old Ma wasn't ambiguous either, picking up a stick from the side and striking him. But just as old Taoist Ma rushed close, he was shocked into a cold sweat by the scene before him, because the strange man's head actually twisted 180 degrees, staring fixedly at him. He even coldly reprimanded with a scram. Then old Taoist felt a heart-wrenching pain in his abdomen, and his whole body was kicked far away. This kick made Zhongza's hair stand on end. He called out to Old Ma with a face full of nervousness and unease. But this shout instead brought the strange man back to his senses. He directly pressed Zhongza's head against the wall, and then raised the second blade. And this time, it was aimed at Zhongza's chest. Zhongza was quick-witted and nimble, just like last time, using both hands to firmly grab the strange man's wrist. Zhongza was unwilling to give in, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who the hell are you?" Just as the two were in a stalemate, the strange man suddenly leaned close to Zhongza's face and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." The previous kick caused old Taoist to suffer a severe blow, but he didn't take that bit of pain to heart. What truly angered him was when the strange man delivered that kick. The word scram he uttered, that was an endless contempt that trampled on a person's dignity. At this moment, countless images flooded into Mordezen's mind. But unfortunately, they were all past humiliating experiences. Back then, his senior and junior brothers looked down on him, scolding him as a useless idiot. Even his master was cold and ruthless, saying he had no wisdom root, and even advised him to leave the mountain. As a result, in the mouths of those people, old Taoist Ma was given the nickname Ma the Useless. But now, even a stranger who he had never met before didn't take him seriously. This undoubtedly ignited the anger that old Taoist had suppressed in his heart for decades. He couldn't hold back anymore. He reached directly into his chest and pulled out a white porcelain bottle. Then, without a second thought, he uncorked it and started gulping it down. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood, he also struck a bizarre pose. At this moment, he wanted to prove he wasn't Ma Faikai Ma Waste, but Mordezen Ma Shock. Even if only Senior Brother Za saw it, it would be enough. Thinking of this, he strained his voice and shouted, "Senior Brother Za, Duck 99. This roar naturally drew the attention of the strange man. But what he saw was only old Mordao's cyan face, like Lei Gong God of Thunder. In the next moment, a white light suddenly shot out, directly towards the strange man. Instantly, the enormous impact directly slammed the strange man into the wall, even punching a large hole in his chest. Until the strange man fell to the ground, silent. Zhongza still maintained a guarded posture. However, when he opened his eyes, a feeling of joy after surviving a catastrophe welled up in his heart. Even in his eyes, there was a look of admiration. Zhongza was so excited he was almost speechless. He kept praising Old Ma for being amazing. But before he could organize his words, he noticed Old Ma swaying and falling to the ground. At that moment, Zhongza felt a chill in his heart, and even let out a mournful cry like an eggplant. Old Ma, Old Ma, ah. He rushed forward and held Old Ma in his arms. Fortunately, Old Ma Dao hadn't fainted. Instead, he asked in an extremely weak voice, "Senior brothers, how was my ultimate move?" Zhongza worried this was Old Ma's final flash of life. He hurriedly looked at the porcelain bottle on the ground. When he saw the words lime written on it, he finally felt relieved. He replied with a smile, "Awesome." Old Dao heard this and sighed with emotion. Covering his mouth, he said that although this move was effective, it couldn't be used often. But for Zhongza, this kind of ultimate move was good enough if used just once, because he was more worried about Old Dao's health. Old Dao was too lazy to pretend anymore. With his sausage lips, he said there was no need to worry. He had brought hemostatic medicine. It was just that every time he used this ultimate move, his lips would swell up. It really ruined his image. But at this moment, in Zhongza's heart, Old Ma was a radiant figure. A little lip swelling actually made him look even more handsome. Fortunately, the enemy had been eliminated. They were safe. However, when Zhongza helped Old Dao up to check ahead, he discovered the true face of the tall, strange man. Unexpectedly, the one who attacked them earlier was actually a miner's dried corpse. Zhongza was stunned. Originally, he thought the attacker was the village chief's giant son. But who would have thought there would be such tall miners in this mine? But how could this miner speak human language? Filled with questions, Zhongza went forward to investigate. Only then did he discover this miner didn't seem to be just one person. At the same time, the tall, strange man who blocked Zhaoda was also defeated and lying on the ground. Just like on Zhongza's side, the attacking strange man was also a miner who had died many years ago. Or rather, it was a patchwork monster assembled from the bodies of multiple miners.
萧爷已经猜到了对方的打算。
Zhao had already guessed the other party's plan. It should be to separate them, one by one, in the mine tunnels.
那么，究竟是谁在操纵这一切呢？就在萧爷百思不解之时，
The dried corpse's head on the ground suddenly issued a hoarse warning, saying, "You will all die here." Different from what Zhongza and Zhao encountered, the tall strange man Lao Ba encountered was the real deal. At this moment, Lao Ba slumped against the corner of the wall, as if he had just gone through a life-and-death struggle. But he showed no fear. Instead, he scrutinized the village chief's son in front of him, asking him what exactly he was. Obviously, at this moment, the village chief's son had already noticed the failures on the other two battlefields. After hearing the question, he suddenly turned his head, staring at Lao Ba silently, with a look as if looking at a dead man. Pay attention. This is a fierce cave battle between a barefoot tough guy and a tall, strong man. Unlike the patchwork dried corpses on the other two routes, Lao Ba, who had long since lost his shoes, encountered the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, Lo Ba didn't waste any words upon meeting. He went up and delivered a heavy slap to the face, directly splitting the strange man's mask in half. Not for any other reason, but simply because he was most annoyed by these guys who pretended to be ghosts and gods. Clearly, being so tall, he would attract attention wherever he went. Wasn't wearing a mask on top of that just self-deception?
没错，来人正是村长的儿子。
Lo Ba was too lazy to even look him in the eye properly. Instead, he said with disdain, "What's up? Did your dad tell you to come kill us to silence us?" Seeing the tall guy remain silent, Lo Ba became a little impatient. He directly asked the question that had been pressing on his mind for a long time, which was, are you a human or a ghost? The reason he asked this was because he couldn't sense any Shanghui inauspicious or evil energy from the village chief's son. So what exactly was it that made this guy who had the aura of a living person look so lifeless and gloomy? But Lo Ba's question did not receive a response. Instead, he was met with a flash of cold light. The tall guy expressionlessly swung his knife and attacked fiercely, seeming to not have heard a single word at all. Are you freaking mute, 22? Lo Ba became exasperated. He grabbed his back scratcher and slashed horizontally. This strike directly chopped off the long knife in the tall guy's hand on the spot. Then, this handsome dude was stunned. He looked at the half-knife remaining in his hand, somewhat confused. And Lo Ba? Again, he asked calmly. Quickly tell me, what exactly are you? Unexpectedly, the tall guy suddenly threw away the broken knife, and with a thud, clenched his fists. Good heavens, is he planning to box? Fine, then I'll indulge you. Lo Ba was very chivalrous. He tucked the back scratcher behind his back and got into a fighting stance. Looks like if I don't beat you into submission today, you won't honestly confess. However, before he could finish his words, a black fist came flying over. Lo Ba was startled. He hurriedly twisted his body and turned his head to the side, barely dodging this attack. He couldn't figure out why this guy was so fast. Because according to reason, the larger the size of a guy, the slower the movements. But this theory of relativity was actually useless when it came to the village chief's son. Lo Ba dodged while sensing, and finally, in a moment of attack gap, he discovered the shadow of Shanghui inauspicious energy. However, just this moment of being distracted, Lo Ba couldn't dodge in time, and was swept across the forehead by the tall guy's fist. Moreover, in just this round of exchange, he also discovered a very obvious problem, which was that this guy's arms were ridiculously long. At the same distance, he couldn't even touch the other guy. This was freaking passive. Lo Ba covered his forehead, feeling a little depressed. What should I do? Oh, damn. How did you suddenly appear? This is really weird. Without knowing when, Lo Ba quietly pulled out his back scratcher, revealing a surprised look. But since it's like this, then I won't be impolite. Lo Ba patted the back scratcher. His expression became serious. Come on, round 2, 99. Unexpectedly, the tall guy seemed a little absent-minded at the moment when Lo Ba was shouting for another round. He was actually staring into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, he whispered two words, "Don't move." This made Lo Ba very unhappy. He pulled out his back scratcher and swung a big slap in the face. "Hey, didn't your mom teach you to look at the other person when you talk? Also, when fighting, can you be a little more serious?" This slap made the tall guy's body sway. And Lo Ba also took the opportunity to comment. "Although your speed is not bad, your strength still needs to be improved." Perhaps Lo Ba didn't realize the impact of this unexpected slap would have on the village chief's son. Anyway, Gao Lao spoke up again. He said, "You're going to die here." But as he said this, his eyes remained dull and lifeless. Attentive viewers must have already guessed that Gao Lao's words were mostly directed at Zhao the and Zhongza. But Lo Ba clearly hadn't noticed any of this. He tilted his head, a look of disgust on his face. "What did you say? I can't hear you." But then, in the next moment, he abruptly sensed an unusual presence. Lo Ba was startled. Instinctively, he raised the back scratcher to defend himself. Yet, even so, the incoming fist still sent him flying several meters back. It even shattered the pillar behind him. Lo Ba felt a sharp pain, but he also realized what the problem was. This guy's tainted energy is hidden within his body. Or rather, inside this guy's body resides a tainted entity.
对不起，您拨打的用户暂时无法接通，请稍后再拨。
Sorry. The subscriber you dialed.
This is the most worrying thing since the beginning of CHU Wu. That is, the eldest sister, Gongling, is missing. But equally in danger are Zhao the, Lo Ba, and Zhongza. At this moment, Lo Ba's head has already smashed a big hole in the wall. It's not hard to guess that. This was done by the village chief's son, who doesn't know how to hold back. Fortunately, CHU Wu's physique is strong enough. Although Lo Ba looks like a mess, his injuries are not serious at all. When Lo Ba learned that the village chief's son could hide the Shane Hui within his body, he understood why this guy could approach them silently. So now, he bluntly raised the question in his mind, which is, "You are the mastermind behind all of this, aren't you?" However, that tall guy still didn't say a word, as if he couldn't hear at all. Lo Ba, being ignored, was very unhappy, until he raised his voice again. Did he finally get the tall guy's attention? However, this guy's eyes were still cold, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Lo Ba ignored these things, and instead, with a serious face, shouted loudly, "Answer me!" This loud roar was like a booming bell, making the tall guy keenly aware that something was wrong. But he didn't have time to react at all. He realized that someone was approaching from behind. It turned out to be Zhao the who had arrived. He suddenly appeared behind the tall guy and said with a stern face, "He's asking you a question." In an instant, lightning erupted. Zhao the struck the tall guy's face with a palm. This thunderous blow was extremely powerful, directly sending the village chief's son flying out. The huge booming sound even reached the ears of Zhongza and Lao Dao. They were startled, quickly turning their heads to look around, fearing more danger was coming. But it was just this turning around that the dried corpse, originally broken into pieces, suddenly moved. On Zhao Yi's side, as the tall guy was sent flying by a slap, Lao Ba also stood up unsteadily. So now, it's 2 against 1. Touching the wound on his neck, the village chief's son, who had been silent all along, finally deigned to speak, perhaps surprised that someone could hurt him. The tall guy's first words were actually a question. Who are you people? This was a crucial moment. As Zhao the solemnly said the 4 words Li Song Chu Wu, Lao Ba appropriately struck a very cool pose. However, the tall guy was unmoved by all of this. Instead, he changed the subject and asked a second question. Is that woman with you? Perhaps the topic changed a bit too quickly. This question actually made both of them not react. Seeing this, the tall guy added, I mean the woman, who moves very fast. As soon as these words came out, Zhao suddenly realized that this guy was talking about should be the eldest sister, Gongling. So at this moment, Zhao and Lao Ba's faces simultaneously darkened. After a moment of dead silence, Zhao asked in a deep voice, Where is she? When he asked these 3 words, his heart was extremely anxious, hoping to get clues about the eldest sister from the village chief's son. However, the tall guy's voice was still icy cold. He also only replied with 3 words, She's dead. When the village chief's son said these 3 words expressionlessly, Zhao and Lao Ba were surprisingly unmoved. The 3 big men with cold faces stood still.
气氛竟然有些让人捉摸不透了。可是宫铃为什么联系不上呢？
But why can't we contact Gongling?
在当时
Gongling had just received the clue synchronization from Zhao and was preparing to retreat along the original route, but turned around and saw a tall figure holding a long knife. Since then, Gongling has been missing and cannot be contacted anymore. Perhaps this tall guy does know the inside story, but just saying she's dead like this, Zhao Yi absolutely cannot believe it. So in the next moment, he burst out, striking the tall guy's face directly with a palm. And that tall guy reacted extremely quickly, barely managing to retreat sharply backwards. Although it seemed he wasn't hit, there were still a few streaks of blood left on his face. Seeing this, Zhao didn't pursue, but instead commented disdainfully, With your skills, you couldn't possibly hurt her. Lao Ba laughed out loud upon hearing this, mocking the tall guy for just pretending to be tough. You can't even beat me, the number 1 of Li Song Guan, and you still want to challenge the eldest sister of the Guan? Don't you know that the one who's really dead is you? You say you finally returned to the human world with great difficulty, and you don't even know how to cherish the opportunity to be human, but instead possessed someone else's son, causing such tragic things in the mountains. What were you even thinking? Lao Ba was puzzled, holding his chin. However, to all his questions, the tall guy didn't say a word, just silently stood up. And Zhao was also impolite, and directly asked, How exactly did you inject Shane Shui into the gold? Hearing this, the tall guy finally deigned to speak, only to hear him say faintly, Haven't you already seen it? As soon as these words came out, Zhao was suddenly shocked. Seen it? Could it be referring to the golden solution in the alchemy furnace? In the moment he came back to his senses, Zhao Yi's face suddenly darkened. He wanted to confirm what exactly was being refined in that furnace. Unexpectedly, the tall guy actually laughed strangely. The laughter was extremely eerie, even worse than crying. Lao Ba was a little annoyed. You don't answer when asked, but instead you're acting crazy and laughing foolishly here. You really need to be taught a lesson. He patted Zhao Yi's shoulder and said, "Let me handle this." Zhao was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Lao Ba with a gesture. Since it's already confirmed that this tall guy is not human, then there's no need to hold back. Originally, CHU Wu was not meant to deal with humans. So before, when he fought, he always didn't dare to go all out. Looking at it now, this doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Lao Ba squatted down and directly rolled up his trouser legs. Then he started to quickly rub his calf with that back scratcher. If someone didn't understand the situation, they would think he was acting crazy. Actually, this strange behavior was precisely a precursor to Lao Ba's signature skill being activated. In his early years at Li Songguan, Lao Ba began to learn CHU Wu's unique secret technique, Jinglei Meridian Thunder. And the method of performing Jinglei is to gather true ki and inject it into the meridians, and then guide the body's impulses to the arms, then using the palm as a firearm and fingers as firing pins to create the power of thunder. But unfortunately, Lao Ba's back scratcher is never out of his hand. He even thoughtfully gave it a name called Bukyu Ren. Don't need to ask others. Therefore, the practice of Jinglei got stuck. At that time, Zhao couldn't stand it anymore, saying, "How can you possibly rub out Jinglei with a back scratcher?" But unexpectedly, Lao Ba turned his gaze to his legs, and then the macho iron leg version Jinglei that shocked Li Songguan was born. At this moment, Lao Ba's hairy legs were already radiating electric light, making people marvel. And after he finished posing, he didn't say a word, and directly swung a right whip kick towards the tall guy's forehead. Originally, I thought Lao Ba's strongest skill was the back scratcher in his hand, until he revealed this electrically charged hairy leg. Did I understand the origin of his title, Strongest CHU Wu? Because traditional CHU Wu all use true ki gathered on the arms to practice Jinglei. But he was different, insisting on not letting go of the back scratcher in his hand, and also developed a unique macho iron leg Jinglei by taking a different path. And the power of legs is inherently strong. The only drawback is that toes are not good for acupressure points. So at this moment, Lao Ba launched a right whip kick towards the village chief's son. But he didn't expect this swift blow was actually directly blocked by the tall guy. Moreover, this guy even took advantage of Lao Ba's second sweep kick to launch a fierce punch, heavily pounding on Lao Ba's instep. Lao Ba immediately felt pain. He was a little shocked. After all, no one expected this guy's strength to be so formidable as well. And Zhao at this moment was watching the two of them spin and jump not far away. Perhaps the rain outside should be heavy at this moment. However, he still reminded Lao Ba, saying that the reason this guy is so powerful is because he can instantly concentrate Shang Hui in a certain part of his body. Lao Bo was a bit speechless after hearing this. Could you say something I haven't already figured out? Zhao Yi immediately calmed down. He carefully stared at Gao Lao's figure. He noticed that this guy was already wielding the Shanghui as if it were an extension of his own arm. Lao Ba didn't know what other trump cards this guy had up his sleeve. He could only observe as they fought. Thinking of this, he once again unleashed the power of thunder, striking directly at Gao Lao's neck. If Gao Lao couldn't defend against this move, then death would be certain. At the same time, he also wanted to test whether Gao Lao's Shanghui was truly inexhaustible. But to his surprise, just as he was about to strike, his ankle was once again firmly grabbed. Then, before he could even react, he was directly thrown out. And so, this booming crash startled Zhongza and the others once again. They had already guessed that it was their master and the others engaged in a fierce battle. So, in order not to cause trouble, they decided to stay here and continue waiting. But looking at the miner's corpse in front of them, the two of them fell into contemplation once more. They didn't understand why the mastermind behind this would want to assemble such a tall corpse. But just then, from the broken joint, both of them simultaneously discovered a problem. Perhaps this wasn't just a simple corpse assembly, but rather a certain degree of modification had been carried out. However, just as they were pondering, they forgot to observe what was behind them. The sudden, sharp pain caught Zhongza off guard. He turned his head sharply and realized that the upper half of the dry corpse had somehow crawled behind him and delivered a blow that could be fatal. Moreover, the long blade had plunged into Zhongza's back by at least half a foot and carved out a terrifying bloody gash. At the same time, Gao Lao on the other side seemed to have sensed something. When the dust settled, Zhao asked Lao Ba with concern if he was injured. Fortunately, Lao Ba was physically strong, although the instep of his foot had turned bluish-purple. In reality, he was not seriously hurt. However, the key point was not Lao Ba's injury, but his latest discovery. Because in the charged-up strike just now, he clearly felt that this guy's Shanghui was ridiculously strong. If he were to evaluate it, it would be that the guy in front of them is the most dangerous Shang they had encountered so far. It's truly unbelievable that a dry corpse that had been broken into pieces could still suddenly attack and injure someone. This was something that no one had anticipated. When that long blade deeply pierced into Zhongza's back, Ma Leo Dao let out a hysterical cry of grief. He kicked the dry corpse to the corner of the wall and stomped on it repeatedly, until all the gold grains buried in its temples had fallen off. Did he finally feel relieved and turn back? But at this moment, Zhongza was already lying on the ground, extremely weak. He looked at the shocking wound on his brother Zhang's back, his heart filled with fear. Ma Leo Dao desperately called out, telling brother Zhang not to fall asleep, while rummaging through his robes, trying to help Zhongza stop the bleeding first. However, at this moment, Zhongza's breathing became increasingly weak. Even everything in front of him began to blur. perhaps sensing the change in situation here. That Gao Lao unexpectedly revealed the hint of disdain. And on Lo Ba and Zhao Yi's side, they were also stunned at the same moment. It wasn't because they sensed Zhong Za's misfortune, but they were shocked by Gao Lao's golden hands. At that moment, they both guessed the origin of these golden hands. If they guessed correctly, these golden hands must have been forged by Gao Lao using gold infused with Shanghui. In this way, this guy could control Shang, while also gaining even greater Shanghui. Could it be said that? But
莫非是黄金和商会有着什么潜在的关联吗？
before the two could figure it out,
和之前一样，
he faintly repeated those words. You will die here. Looking at this guy's annoying appearance, Lo Ba kicked him without any hesitation. Back and forth, it's just these two sentences. Damn it, haven't you learned to say anything else? But he had just finished complaining when he realized his leg had been grabbed. Then, Gao Lao's golden fist came whistling over. Shocked, Lo Ba had no choice but to push off and quickly create distance. But even so, he still took a solid punch. Seeing this, Zhao immediately lowered his stance. He prepared to rush up and pull Lo Ba back. Unexpectedly, Lo Ba stretched out a hand, stopping Zhao Yi's support again. He wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, feeling somewhat disgruntled, because he hadn't been forced to this point in a long time. Then he rolled up the trouser leg of his other leg. If the Jinglei power of one leg wasn't enough, then let's try this double blade wind and fire wheel version of Jinglei. A flash of lightning was seen, and Lo Ba flipped and flew into a kick. Both legs, wrapped in rolling thunder, smashed over one after the other. Gao Lao, shocked, could only forcibly block. But when Lo Ba's two legs chopped down, they directly shattered his golden hands. Lo Ba didn't stop there. Instead, he leapt into the air and unleashed another ultimate killing move. This strike can be described as ruthless and decisive. It directly stomped Gao Lao into the stone wall. Then Lo Ba followed up with another strike, stomping towards Gao Lao's chest. He thought that after this set of attacks, Gao Lao would be crippled even if not dead. But unexpectedly, Lo Ba's leg couldn't be retracted, and Gao Lao seized the opportunity to grab Lo Ba's body. If he guessed correctly, this guy was going to use his fists again. Seeing the situation was bad, Lo Ba hurriedly pushed hard against the stone wall to retreat backwards. But unexpectedly, Gao Lao was also pulled out by the force. The two faced each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Unexpectedly, Lo Ba suddenly smiled and made a gesture. Because before the battle began, he had told Zhao to watch Gao Lao's weaknesses from the side and choose the right moment to strike. So at this moment, Zhao burst forth, directly flashing behind Gao Lao. Then grabbing this guy's head, he delivered a round of electric shock therapy. After all, the temples are the Shang's vital point. With Zhao taking action, it seemed this battle should come to a perfect end. At this moment, Lo Ba was overjoyed, as if he had already seen the appearance of victory. However, before he finished laughing, Gao Lao's fist brushed past his ear. At that moment, both of them froze in shock. How can this guy still move? Wasn't the power of Jinglei already used to pour into this guy's temples? when Gao Lo broke free from the two and slowly stood up, Zhao the finally realized something was wrong. This guy had actually sealed his own temples with gold. Something's not right. As a Shang, how could he know this? Could it be said that this guy had fought many CHU Wu before? Is that why he knows his own vital point and the methods of CHU Wu? But now is not the time to ponder these things. The two tacitly attacked at the same time, not wanting to give Gao Lo any chance to breathe. At the moment Lo Ba attacked, Zhao also rushed out suddenly, while also holding a golden needle in his hand. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to stab the vital point, Gao Lo suddenly turned his body aside, using his golden hand to block this attack. Furthermore, he also used the hole in the middle of his golden hand to forcefully pull, dragging the golden needle's direction away from the fatal point range. Good heavens! This Gao Lo was willing to risk his eye to defend against the golden needle. Truly ruthless. But something even more terrifying was yet to come. Lo Ba and Zhao the attacked simultaneously, but were unexpectedly blocked by Gao Lo. One hand for each of them. The next moment, both of them were simultaneously sent flying by a strange force. As soon as he landed, Lo Ba anxiously called out, "Lo Zhao," hoping he was all right. But the scene before them made both of their hairs stand on end, because a trace of electric light was also surging on Gao Lao's hands. Looking again at Gao Lao's subsequent techniques and moves, both of them were instantly shocked and bewildered. At that moment, they simultaneously understood one thing. It wasn't that Gao Lao had fought many CHU Wu before, but that he himself was a CHU Wu in life. Who would have thought? This tall figure, whose bones are made of gold, is actually also a CHU Wu. He transformed into a Shang after death, surviving by possessing other bodies until now. Moreover, he also sealed his temples with gold to protect his vital point. In this way, even if Zhao the and Lo Ba try to target him, he is not afraid at all. Therefore, Lo Ba got angry. He loudly rebuked, "You're a CHU Wu. Damn it! Why would you do such a thing after death? Why choose to become the very enemy you fought your whole life?" Lo Ba became more and more agitated as he spoke. He was on the verge of losing control. Seeing this, Zhao the hurriedly shouted from a distance. But this shout caught the tall guy's attention. Zhao Yi's eyes turned cold and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" Yes, the tall guy was too shocking, like an unsolvable mystery. Luckily, the tall guy finally spoke. He said his name was Chun Ran, but when he looked at his golden hand, he denied that name, because Chun Ran is just the name of this body's original owner. As early as 10 years ago, he instructed the village chief to build another wall in the yard. The village chief's name is Chun Jen, and was somewhat wealthy, although he didn't know why the old man made this request. But he did it anyway. But even so, he vaguely felt, is the old man getting stranger as he gets older? Just when he was thinking like this, a dark figure slowly approached. Chun Jen was startled and quickly stood up to help him. He didn't know why the old man suddenly appeared. Was he worried about the construction progress? Thinking this, he quickly reassured him, saying everything here was fine. He's personally keeping an eye on it. Saying that, he was about to help the old man into the room to rest. But the old man suddenly spoke. He said with his head lowered, "This body doesn't have much time left." Hearing this, Chun-Jen quickly comforted him, looking worried, telling his dad to stop saying such ominous things. But how could he have imagined that the old man's words meant something else entirely, only to see the old man suddenly press on his shoulder and weakly said, "Give it to me," and then touched his ear. Then, a piercing pain shot through his temple. Chun-Jen felt a little scared, not knowing what the old man was trying to do. But just then, a young voice suddenly called out from a distance. It was Chun-Ran, back from school. Chun-Ran was only 11 years old that year. Hearing this voice, the old man suddenly stopped what he was doing. He looked at this vibrant body, and deep blue light flashed in his eyes. When Chun-Jen saw his son return, he was naturally very happy, and happily ran over. But what he didn't know was that soon after, a strange soul entered Chun-Ran's body. For more than 10 years, perhaps Chun-Ran, to meet his grandfather's needs, kept growing taller and more muscular, even in the end, even using gold as bones to make himself nearly perfect. No, perhaps not perfect yet, because this body cannot laugh. But this flaw is insignificant, because this is the most satisfactory body he had found so far. But now, someone actually ruined it. Speaking of this, the tall guy's voice suddenly became icy. He glared at the two men before him, seemed ready to attack. Zhao immediately sensed danger, and subconsciously tensed up his body, and Lao Ba decided to take the initiative. A powerful leg sweep came slashing down. Lao Ba was enraged. He thought he should have killed this guy long ago. But before he could attack again, Zhao suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Because he still had some questions he wanted to understand, only to see Zhao raise his voice and ask, "Did you dig up those blood coffins containing Shang people?" Hearing this, the tall guy seemed intrigued and stopped. He seemed to understand why these two had come to Huangbai village. The tall guy asked curiously, "Have you found the other coffins too?" Zhao frowned as he heard this. He didn't answer, but instead countered, "You answer my question first." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the tall guy let out another eerie laugh. That's right. Those coffins weren't just dug up by him, but he buried them himself. As soon as these words came out, Zhao and the other were stunned. So in this way, the golden shards under the navel of the Shang boy were also sewn in by him. Hearing this, the tall guy was a little smug and coldly sneered. Otherwise, after getting this answer, Zhao also got angry. He yelled, "Why? What is the purpose of all this?" Yes, he didn't understand, as a senior CHU Wu, why he committed such heinous acts. However, the tall guy didn't seem to care about the accusation. He glanced at the darkness behind him and said his goal was simple. It's to become immortal. At the same time, on Zhongzao's side, he vaguely sensed those pale feet surrounded him once more. But strangely, The Shang didn't clamor for him to open the door again, but instead lay on his back and began licking him. Gradually, his vision cleared once again. At that moment, Zhongza suddenly woke up. He suddenly got up, startling the old Taoist unprepared. Holy crap, it's a medical miracle. Old Taoist Ma was too shocked to speak properly. He was very excited, glad Zhongza had woken up. But the next moment, he pushed Zhongza down again with one hand, because he was afraid senior brother Za would get up too quickly and reopen the wound. However, when he lifted Zhongza's clothes to take a look, he was instantly stunned, because the deep, bone-deep wound had completely healed without him noticing. Died, resurrected, died again, resurrected again. Zhongza was in disbelief. What had he done to deserve this? Barely 18 years old, to be reborn twice in such a short period. If the first time was due to the awakening of the Shang power within him, then fine. But what about the second time? Could it be because of the feedback from those Shang? As he pondered this, the old Taoist behind him was also utterly astonished. Old Taoist Ma couldn't understand it at all. The knife wound on Zhongza's back, which had been bone deep, how it could heal completely in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the opening in the clothes and the large bloodstains still on his back, he would almost think he was hallucinating. Yes, this is definitely a medical miracle. Could it be? Could it be the medicine he brought that worked? But he knew what those medicines were for. He knew their effects. Old Taoist Ma was amazed and asked Zhongza how he felt. But in reality, except for a slight chill where the wound had been on his back, Zhongza felt completely fine. As for the dried corpse that just attacked Zhongza, it is now lying motionless on the ground. It seems to be really dead. But what they don't know is the action of this dried corpse tilting its head is exactly the same as Gao Lao in another tunnel. Watching this guy always tilting his head as if he doesn't know what he's doing, Lao Ba angrily shouted, "Turn your head over here! What the hell are you staring at the wall for? Still dreaming of becoming immortal? What bullshit! You need to know, you are already dead. You are a Shang, a thing that can only hide in people's bodies, living in the darkness. You'll never see the light of day." But just as Lao Ba finished cursing, Gao Lao suddenly said no. He said he doesn't need to hide in the darkness, because as early as 10 years ago, when he held a funeral for that broken former body, he had already found a way to not fear sunlight. Or rather, the current him has found a way that can make Shang become immortal. Speaking of this, he smiled strangely and pointed a finger at his temple. Then, Zhao De and Lo Ba just watched in utter astonishment as Gao Lo collapsed to the ground, their faces full of disbelief. Not knowing what was going on, they hurried forward to check. But after several checks, they could only come to one conclusion, which is that inside Gao Lao's body, there was no Shang filth anymore. As soon as this result came out, Zhao De and Lo Ba immediately felt something was wrong. Because with this guy's methods, it's impossible for him to make such a rash move. So there's only one possibility, which is that another existence has appeared, making him willing to abandon this perfect body. At the same time, on the other side, Zhongza was still feeling the condition of his back. But a gold nugget popped out from somewhere. Ma Leo Dao, looking dejected, silently picked it up, then said something meaningful. "I know why your wound can heal." He said this in a muffled voice. Zhongza didn't hear it clearly, so he curiously asked, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you clearly." But Lao Ma completely ignored him and sighed to himself. "They actually just kept you by their side like this." Zhongza was confused, but Lao Ma suddenly pounced on him. He roared and hugged Zhongza's head, telling Zhongza to give him his body. Looking at Lao Dao's eyes rolling back, it must be that he was possessed by Shang again. At this moment, Ma Leo Dao looked greedy. He didn't expect that one day he would see the legendary Shang person who can retain self-consciousness. And this kind of Shang person's body is the truly perfect body. Lao Dao sighed while firmly pressing on Zhongza's temple. The intense pain made Zhongza let out a heart-wrenching scream. Gradually, Zhongza's consciousness began to blur. Even Lao Dao, who was so close, he couldn't see clearly anymore. But it was his roar that directly woke up Zhao the and Lao Ba in the next tunnel. As soon as they heard their disciple's voice, Lao Ba's eyes widened, thinking about Gao Lao, who had just shed his shell and left. They exclaimed that things were going to be bad. Then they rushed away in unison. It was not until this moment that Zhao the understood that they might have been plotted against by Gao Lao a long time ago. This guy should have, at the first meeting, already discovered Zhongza's special nature. That's why he proceeded cautiously step by step, following them all the way and observing in secret. When he confirmed that Zhongza's body indeed carried Shang power, then there was Gao Lao manipulating the corpse horde to surround and block, and using the fork in the road to force them to split up. And this is also why Gao Lao, during the fight with them, always looked around and seemed absent-minded. And at this moment, Ma Leo Dao was still constantly chanting, "Give me your body," completely unaware that Zhongza had no power to resist. However, just as Zhongza's consciousness was about to fall into slumber, a faint whisper suddenly sounded in his ear. It was "Open the door" that he hadn't heard for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by ghostly blue Shang, and they are exactly the true forms of those pale white big feet. In the next moment, Zhongza suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He lost control of his body, so this ghost gate, he naturally couldn't guard it anymore. But at this moment, a strange Shang power burst out, allowing Zhongza to directly grab Lao Dao's arm. And Lao Dao at this moment closed his eyes tightly, seemingly enjoying the joy of impending success. But what he didn't know was, another Zhongza had already appeared. That damn voice is back again, watching those Shang densely surround him from all directions. Zhongza was terrified, because at this moment, a strange power was eroding his mind. And the source of this power is precisely Ma Leo Dao in front of him. However, although this attack superficially looks like it was initiated by Lao Ma, Zhongza knew well that Lao Ma was possessed by some dirty thing again. The stinging pain at his temple went deep into his bones, gradually causing Zhongza to lose control of his body. And the door he had been guarding was finally mercilessly broken through by those Shang. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood, many blood footprints sprang out from that pool of blood. Originally thought this would successfully allow him to take over the nest. But unfortunately, he still miscalculated in the end, because Gao Lao discovered the Zhongza in front of him suddenly became terrifying. This scene he was very familiar with, because this is precisely the symbol of Shang transformation. Crap! Gao Lao secretly called out that it was bad, and even repeatedly said, "What a pity." Just don't know. What he meant by pity refers to the result of Zhongza's Shang transformation, or the timing of the Shang transformation. Now, the transformed body is of no value to Gao Lao. He withdrew his possession power and quietly left Ma Leo Dao's body. But just before leaving, he still couldn't hide the disappointment in his heart, sighing that he was only so close. However, Gao Lao's departure ultimately left behind a mess. Ma Leo Dao fell to the ground unconscious, and Zhongza had already transformed into a Shang, and could start killing at any moment. At this time, Zhongza moved forward with a trembling body. Judging by the posture, he seemed to be ready to attack Lao Ma. But just as he pounced down, a tattooed arm's fist suddenly struck horizontally, directly hitting Zhongza with a wing strike. Did you think reinforcements had arrived? No, this was actually Zhongza's consciousness struggling tenaciously. He pressed down hard on his own hand, telling himself he couldn't do this, because he had already lost too much. As those familiar faces appeared one by one before his eyes, Zhongza knelt down with a thud. Magically, the originally heavy Shang filth power also dissipated. Relying on his tenacious will, his original self finally regained control of his body. When he opened his eyes, that violent little gaze instantly became much clearer. Then, in this not-so-spacious tunnel, the eggplant's mournful cry sounded again. Lao Ma, alas, Lao Ma. Zhongza shook Lao Ma's body, praying that he would be safe and sound. But Lao Ma remained motionless, as if in a deep sleep. This made Zhongza's heart turn cold when he saw the few black finger marks on Lao Dao's wrist. He couldn't help but shed tears of regret. But just then, two sounds of rushing wind suddenly sped over. Zhongza didn't even have time to react when he found two dark figures blocking him. Good heavens! As soon as Zhao De and Lao Ba appeared, they blocked Zhongza behind them and put on a highly vigilant look as if facing a formidable enemy. Fortunately, after waiting for a moment, they found nothing unusual. It was not until then that Lao Ba, panting, asked, "Are you two all right?" This question made Zhongza feel like he had seen a family member. All sorts of grievances welled up. He pointed at Lao Ma in a panic, so anxious that he could barely speak clearly. Zhao immediately understood and directly probed Lao Ma's temple with a finger. After careful sensing, Zhao Yi's brow relaxed. He told Zhongza that Lao Ma was fine, only that some Shang Hui was left in his body. Then he glanced sideways and immediately noticed the dried corpse of a miner lying to the side. Looking at the fragmented state of the corpse, Zhao Yi was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened here?" As soon as Zhongza heard this, his spirits immediately lifted. Pointing at the corpse, he started to tattle. Seeing this thing launched a surprise attack. And thanks to Lao Ma's mouthful of lime powder, it was subdued. Then, Zhongza also mentioned Lao Ma being possessed. However, the more he spoke, the more uneasy he felt. Because at that time he heard a sentence. Something like, "Give me your body." Hearing this, Lao Ba and Zhao the were greatly surprised. They all turned to stare at him, their eyes filled with scrutiny, as if checking if Zhongza was all right. But Zhongza felt guilty at this moment. He looked at the pool of blood and the patches of bloody footprints on the ground, saying that he had almost lost control just now. Hearing this, Zhao Yi suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and comforted him. "It's good that you're okay." In the instant he heard these words, Zhongza suddenly felt a warmth in his heart and really wanted to go up and give him a big hug. But just then, a violent coughing sound came from below. It turned out that Lao Ma was awake. As soon as Lao Ma opened his eyes, he instantly sprang up from the spot. This scene directly stunned Zhongza and the others, and Lao Ma had an even more ghostly expression. He found it a bit hard to accept, roaring out a question. "What's going on with my hand? What happened to me just now?" Seeing that everyone was silent, Lao Dao suddenly realized, could it be that I was possessed again? Zhongza nodded at him with a blank expression, and Lao Ba, as his master, was a bit embarrassed to look. He scratched his back with the back scratcher and looked behind him. At this moment, he grabbed the back scratcher and pointed it at his brow, intending to probe the surrounding environment. But after sensing around, he found nothing. Therefore, that guy must have hidden his Shanghui again. Now we're in a passive position. The opponent is hiding in the dark, and we can't sense him at all. What should we do? Listening to his master saying that guy repeatedly, Zhongza was a bit puzzled. That guy? Who did you guys encounter? Zhao the said expressionlessly, "That person is the mastermind behind all of this, and also the one who just tried to take over your body." As soon as these words came out, Zhongza was directly stunned. Unexpectedly, the one he had been fighting against just now was actually the mastermind behind all this. Lao Ba also got a bit annoyed. He wished he could grind that guy's bones to ashes right now. But unfortunately, until now, they still hadn't figured out the identity of this person. But just at this moment, Zhongza suddenly said something thoughtfully. He said, "I think I just saw his face." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place went silent. Zhao and Lao Ba looked over at the same time, feeling like they had captured an extremely important clue. And Zhongza carefully recalled what he had just experienced. He said that when he was being controlled, he had seen a hazy shadow. At first, he could only see a blinding white light, and vaguely felt that there was an old man inside. When that guy pounced in front of him, his appearance finally became clear. At that time, what impressed Zhongza the most was the black dot between the old man's eyebrows. just like the kind on the foreheads of some Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Back then, he vaguely felt that this person looked familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it carefully. Now that he had free time, he finally knew where this feeling of familiarity came from. This feeling was exactly from the statue at the foot of the mountain. As soon as these words came out, a name flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. Zheng Qingjin. Can you imagine someone living from the Kangxi era to the present day? At the foot of Huangbai Mountain stands such a kind-looking statue. He is Zheng Qingjin, a legendary famous doctor of his generation.
人们感恩戴德，为他立了神像供奉至今。
But who would have known that the real Zheng Qingjin was actually an out-and-out murderer? Not to mention the two distant old stories. Just in recent years, the 100 or so miners of Huangbai Mountain, who died tragically due to underground water backflow, was caused by him single-handedly. Moreover, he also used Yishang Duoshi's soul-shifting possession, successively possessing the bodies of the village chief's father and son. And now he has set his sights on our Baoza. But this time, he was ultimately outmaneuvered. During the possession process, Zhongza's body suddenly underwent a Shang transformation, ultimately causing him to fail and retreat. Then, Zhao and Lao Ba, who rushed over, also left him with no chance to strike again. However, village chief Chun Zhen, who was completely unaware of all this, from childhood to adulthood, has always doted on his son Chun Ran.
如今儿子突然在深夜走失，
Inevitably, it made him a bit worried. In the stormy weather, his shouts were drowned out, becoming barely audible. Unconsciously,
近乎绝望的他只得向着神像连连作揖。
in near despair, he had no choice but to repeatedly bow to the statue. And at this moment, Lao Ba, deep inside the tunnel, was leading the way, running wildly. Having learned the identity of the mastermind, he was indignant. Chi, so damn narcissistic, and a damn divine doctor at that. How dare he have the face to erect a statue for himself? But complaints aside, he still sought Zhao Yi's opinion, wanting to know what to do next. However, Zhao the only said for words, "Leave this place." Hearing this, Lao Ba was extremely unwilling. Are we just retreating like this? There are still a bunch of things we haven't figured out. But Zhao presented him with several indisputable facts, which were the entire Huangbai Mountain is Zheng Qingjin's lair, and he can also control those dead miners through Shanghui. Besides that, there's an even more crucial point, which is that this guy is also a CHU Wu. In front of him, we have almost no secrets. When the words CHU Wu were spoken from Zhao Yi's mouth again, Zhongza suddenly became a bit absent-minded. Before he could react, Zhao also mentioned the last thing that worried him, which is that Zhongza and Lao Ma are still here. The implication is self-evident. So the top priority is to quickly leave the mine and find Gong Ling, and then discuss it further after returning. But just at this moment, Lao Ba suddenly noticed something was wrong, because Gao Lao's figure had disappeared from the ground in front of them. Only a shallow pool of bloodstains remained. Zhao Yi frowned. He already guessed that Zheng Qingjin must have returned and possessed Gao Lao again. Hearing this, Zhongza finally realized that the village chief's son was also possessed and controlled by this guy. Thinking like this, the old geezer in his memory became even more detestable. But can someone really live from more than 300 years ago to the present? Zhao couldn't say for sure about this question, although in theory, by constantly possessing and changing bodies, it is indeed possible to achieve the effect of immortality. But this situation is very rare, because as far as he knows, even when hiding in the darkness, Shanghu's will continue to deplete. And the moment Shanghui is exhausted, that will be when it finally dies. Unless this fellow has really found some unknown method. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered Gao Lao's previous smug boast, saying he had found a way to not fear the light, and something about a path for the Shang to become immortals. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. He felt he couldn't linger here any longer. He had to escape the mine as soon as possible. Before long, they came to the pool of black water again. Around them were minor corpses lying all over the ground, and the huge furnace in the middle of the black water was still gurgling and bubbling. In their hurried walk, that glaring red finally caught Zhong's eye. He couldn't help but stop. Wait a minute. What about the person in the coffin? Are we just going to leave him here like this? Upon hearing this, Zhao and Lo Ba were silent. But in the next moment, Lo Ba suddenly rushed forward. Scared of what? Open the coffin now. I can't carry a coffin, but can't I carry a person? Zhongza was excited and about to step forward to help. But suddenly a whisper came to his ear. Leave me alone. You guys get out of here. Hearing this, Zhongza couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know how to transmit voice, so he could only subconsciously say, "Why do you keep telling us to leave? We can obviously save you." Fortunately, the whisper did not stop. After a moment of hesitation, it spoke the reason. At this moment, Lao Ba didn't know what the voice said. He hurriedly asked Zhongza. Zhongza didn't hide anything, and repeated the original words. That is, "You will all die here." Hearing such absurd words, Lo Ba immediately got angry. "Ha! Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm going to take you away today." Saying this, he took out his itch-scratcher and prepared to open the coffin. But Zhao suddenly raised his hand to stop him. This action puzzled the others. It turned out he was worried about Ma Leo Dao's body, afraid that opening the coffin rashly would release the Shang miasma inside. Old Ma waved his hand upon hearing this, saying he could still hold on for a while. Hearing this, Zhao finally felt relieved. If that's the case, then let's open the coffin. At this moment, Zhao had already grasped a golden needle in his hand. He did this as a precaution. If something unexpected happened after opening the coffin, then they would only be able to take the head back separately. Lao Ba nodded, directly snapped the chains, and lifted the coffin lid. As a pungent gas gushed out, Leo Dao couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose tightly. And Zhao was even more on guard, grasping the golden needle tightly in his hand. Fortunately, everything was alarming, but not dangerous. A girl was lying in the coffin. Her whole body was bound by seals. Even wedges were nailed into her limb joints. Looking at this tragic scene, Zhongza suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Disbelief was written all over his face. He didn't understand what this girl had done wrong to be treated like this, in addition to heartache. He couldn't help but gently stroke the wedge that pierced her palm. In an instant, he suddenly felt a trance. Countless fragments flashed before his eyes. In that memory were the various hardships the girl encountered in her lifetime. He saw this girl imprisoned in an iron cage, and saw the girl's stomach brutally cut open. Even later, her arms were cut off. Scene after scene of horrific images shocked Zhongza into a start. He collapsed to the ground. A sweet taste suddenly surged into his throat. He almost lost control again. After a while of calming down, Zhongza said through gritted teeth, "He's torturing her." These words obviously puzzled the others. Lao Ba frowned even more, wanting to ask clearly. Zhongza shook his head, saying that this girl had been subjected to various experiments in her lifetime. Her stomach had been cut open and buried with gold. Upon hearing this, Lao Ba turned pale with horror, and Liao Dao on the side was even more horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He craned his neck and looked into the coffin again and again. A terrible guess suddenly formed in his mind. At this moment, Lao Ba also vaguely remembered some things. He clearly remembered the abdomen of the Shang boy they had caught before. Also had a stitched-up wound. So that means that boy's stomach was also buried with gold. Zhao Yi nodded in a low voice, and this scene further confirmed Liao Dao's guess. He turned his head to look at the furnace on the side that was still gurgling. He couldn't help but think of the minor corpses he had encountered before, and the mountain full of holes he had seen. Now looking again at this Shang girl pierced with wedges and full of holes, he suddenly understood. Thinking of this, he felt a churning in his stomach. He almost threw up his bile. After calming down, he said tremblingly, "I seem to know what's going on." Liao Dao pointed to the top of his head and looked around, saying, "As it stands, this Huangbai mountain, the furnace, and the human body are all related to gold. In other words, there are a total of 3 furnaces here." These words shocked everyone present. Lao Ba was confused. What? Where did 3 furnaces come from? Liao Dao pointed to the middle of the black water, saying that the furnace in front of them is the first one. It's refining gold inside. And this second furnace is this Huangbai mountain we are in. It's refining gold ore. As for this third furnace, is this girl in front of everyone? Because her stomach is also buried with gold. Looking at the shocked expressions of the 3, Liao Dao began to talk about some secrets he had learned from books. That is, ancient alchemy is divided into internal and external alchemy. External alchemy is the most well-known, which is the elixir made using a furnace. And this internal alchemy is somewhat mysterious. It uses the human body as a furnace. By regulating and enhancing the energy flow within the body to achieve longevity and transcendence. However, this kind of internal alchemy practice has always referred to the cultivator's own self-cultivation, and the idea of using someone else's body to make elixirs in front of them has never been heard of. So the reason that person chose such a mountain and drowned so many miners in the mountain is probably to create an extremely yin and evil key environment. After listening to Liao Dao explain all this, the same question inevitably arose in everyone's mind. That is, how could there be such an evil person in the world? But what exactly is this guy trying to refine? Everyone was silent for a long time, but Zhongza suddenly began to tremble. For the first time, he called out Zhao Yi's name. Zhao the... Isn't he a CHU Wu? CHU Wu ... Aren't they all good people? If this question were asked at any other time, Zhao the would only find it ridiculous. But hearing it now was like a thunderclap. He remembered his previous guesses when dealing with the Shang boy in the Taoist temple. Since we are in the same profession, could it be that gold is used to suppress Shang transformation? Or is it used to resolve the Shang miasma in the human body? But this conclusion, in front of these densely packed minor corpses buried in gold, simply doesn't hold water. He also remembered, before entering the village, he had confidently told Zhongza, "Here, there might be clues that can turn you back into a normal person. You have to believe in my intuition as a CHU Wu." But the Shang girl in front of him had suffered such torment and torture. He also thought of his master. His master had told him to remember his duty as a CHU Wu.
突然，周围再度响起了沉闷的轰鸣声。如果所料不错，是那老东西又开始作怪了。果然，就在下一刻，密密麻麻的尸骸就从甬道里窜了出来。
Lao Ba made a decisive decision. He tore off several wedges from the Shang girl's body and picked her up. There's no time to lose. We have to leave here quickly. But Zhao the stood still, unmoving. He said in a deep voice, "You guys go first. I still have some things to do." Lao Ba was shocked to hear this. "Didn't you say we should leave here first and then talk?" Zhao the shook his head, saying he had changed his mind. He saw him suddenly take off his coat and handed it out along with his glasses. Then he looked towards the vast sea of corpses and at the tall figure slowly approaching. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Today, I'm going to make him die here." What is immortality? This is a question Zheng Qingjun has pondered for many years. Looking at the bustling crowd outside, he also wanted to go out for a walk. However, the sunlight overhead was still as scorching and merciless as ever. At this moment, hiding in the shadows, he could only helplessly look at the statue of the deity beside him. Although the deity's statue seemed to have a smiling expression, he sensed a hint of mockery in its eyes. At that moment, Zheng Qingjun suddenly realized something. He felt that becoming some kind of ethereal, bullshit immortal was not his goal. Because for him, immortality itself was becoming immortal. Now, possessing Gao Lao's body, he waved his hand, and a dense swarm of corpses surged out again. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lao Ba immediately picked up Shang Nu, preparing to evacuate the mine according to plan. But he never expected that Zhao would be standing firmly in place. He even handed them his clothes and glasses, urging them to leave first. It turned out that after witnessing the corpses of miners scattered everywhere and the tortured Xiongnu, Zhong's soul-searching questions became even more unsettling. At this moment, he had made up his mind to make this bastard who harmed the innocent die right here. Seeing Zhao Yi's determined expression, Lao Ba didn't say much, and simply beckoned his two disciples to leave quickly. Unknowingly, Xiongnu was already on Zhong's back. After all, as a disciple, he should naturally bear more of the burden. But at this moment, Zabao was clearly preoccupied. He kept looking back, his eyes filled with worry. Seeing this, Lao Ba tried to comfort him, telling him to relax and not to worry, because Zhao, with that kind of look, had never lost. Hearing this, Zhongza felt slightly relieved, but he still had one question in his mind. Why did Zhao give them his clothes and glasses? Then he received an unexpected answer. He's afraid of ruining them. This answer almost made Zhongza stumble. But Lao Ba didn't mind. Although wearing this outfit felt a bit out of character for him, it reminded him of his bald master, who used to wear the same outfit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but compare himself. In an instant, he became extremely confident. Indeed, I look better in it. But showing off is one thing. Escaping the mine quickly is the priority now. Lao Ba sped up again, urging everyone to keep up. But after a short while, Zhongza was exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing this, Lao Ba quickly stopped, ready to take over carrying Xiongnu. However, Zhongza repeatedly declined, saying this bit of physical work was nothing to him. Besides, carrying Xiongnu himself allowed him to talk to her occasionally. Of course, after saying this, Zhongza couldn't help but add a jab. You should still be careful with your back. Lao Ma Dao heartily agreed with this. After all, he really didn't want to see his master fling Xiongnu away again. Lao Ba suddenly felt awkward and could only turn around and continue running wildly. If you really can't carry her anymore, just tell me. But he hadn't run more than a few steps when he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Seeing Master solemnly signaling to stop, Zhongza immediately became alert. Could there be danger ahead? But before he could gather his thoughts, he found that Master was already sprawled on a cart of gold ore. It turned out Lao Ba thought, since we're here, it'd be impolite not to take some gold back. What a classic since we're here excuse. This scene left Zhongza and Lao Ma speechless. But the next moment, they suddenly felt that Master's words made perfect sense. So, mimicking him, they swarmed forward, grabbing handfuls of gold and stuffing them into their pockets. And Lao Dao was even less reserved, tearing open his clothes and gathering gold into his arms. But as they kept taking gold, Zhongza suddenly hesitated. Is there any Shanghui in this gold? He wondered. Lao Ba immediately replied upon hearing this. No, this gold here is clean. And at this moment, Lao Dao had a new deduction. Zheng Qingjin's purpose in performing alchemy here, I'm afraid, is to infuse Shanghui into the gold. Hearing this, Zhongza had another question in his mind. Then why choose gold to infuse Shanghui? Meanwhile, on Zhao Yi's side, Gao Lao was slowly approaching. Although one of his eyes had been injured earlier, it didn't diminish his arrogant and sinister aura. Zhao was not polite either, and directly activated the Jinglei points in his arms. Instantly, lightning burst forth from his body, engulfing his entire body in electric light. Do no evil, practice good. This is the most basic professional ethic of a CHU Wu. And you are not worthy to be a CHU Wu. Zhao glared and shot out like lightning. Even in Gao Lao's eyes, this scene was barely a flash of blue lightning. At that moment, a rare look of shock appeared in his eyes. But before he could react, Zhao Yi's fierce attack came crashing down. Caught completely off guard, he was smashed to the ground. Then, Zhao lifted him up by the head and delivered a heavy punch. This punch was incredibly powerful, aimed directly at Gao Lao's cheek. With a loud thump, Zhang Qingjun, possessing Gao Lao's body, was jolted out. Zhang Qingjun desperately tried to re-enter the body and hysterically retorted, "I never wanted to be a CHU Wu in the first place. I just wanted to study Shang and Shang people more easily." After regaining his body, he swung his fists and collided them forcefully, instantly creating a visible azure light sphere around himself. Before Zhao could defend, he was blasted back dozens of steps by this sudden, powerful attack. And the dried corpses scattered on the ground were even more vulnerable, scattering in all directions. Even the heavy crimson coffin was pushed to the edge of the black water pool. "Just like before," he said with a deadpan face, coldly. "I am grateful that you brought him here. He is a legendary treasure." Zhao remained silent.
是的，若不是亲眼所见，
He still couldn't believe that someone could return to normal after Shang transformation.
而这也是高老认为的希望所在。
He thought, with that young man, he would never need to change bodies again.
萧也没有驳斥他的美梦，
He just asked coldly the question that had been weighing on his heart for so long. "How are you not afraid of sunlight?" But this question was met with Gao Lao's extremely mocking rhetorical question. "How not afraid of sunlight? Are Shang people afraid of light?" This retort struck Zhao like a thunderbolt, deafening him. Zhao couldn't help but freeze for a moment. At the same moment, Gao Lao had already closed in on him and threw a punch. In haste, Zhao quickly activated Jinglei and raised his arms to block. Instantly, electric sparks flew everywhere. It sounded like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Actually, the answer to this question, Zhang Qingjun had pondered for a long time as well. Why is Shang destroyed by sunlight, while Shang people can walk under the blazing sun? It's because Shang people have a constant source of Shang Hui to resist the sun's destructive power. So, as long as there is enough strong Shang Hui, he can live forever, immortal. And immortality is becoming immortal. Watching Gao Lao launch another fierce attack, Zhao ducked low, narrowly dodging it. Then, seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the opponent's arm and used the momentum to maneuver, performing a near-perfect grappling technique right there. And at this moment, he finally had a chance to examine the golden hand closely. He remembered that the palm of the golden hand was hollow before, but now it was filled with a glistening blue bead. Could this thing also be made of gold? In that moment of distraction, Gao Lao suddenly exerted his strength. Instantly, the bead flashed blue, and an incredibly powerful surge of Shang Hui coursed through Gao Lao's arms. With just one strike, Zhao Zi was sent flying. At that moment, disbelief was written all over Zhao Yi's face. How could there be such intense Shang Hui in there? In a daze, he felt like he had grasped something crucial. But unfortunately, he didn't have time to ponder it. Using the force of the impact, Zhao Zi flipped back a few steps, buying himself a moment to catch his breath. But Gao Lao had no intention of letting up. He clenched his golden fist, and the bead erupted again with a blinding azure light. Even from a distance, he began to charge up his attack. You should consider yourself lucky. The person who can force me to use this golden treasure. You are the first. As soon as he finished speaking, the fist wind, carrying immense power, arrived in an instant. Seeing that the opponent was serious, Zhao Zi also stopped holding back. He directly clenched his palms and activated the Zheng Shen technique. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely. The entire mine began to tremble violently. This strike could be described as extremely powerful. Even Zhongza and the others, who had run far away, were shocked and stopped in their tracks. The tremor was already so intense from a distance. The center of the battle between the two was even more unbearable. They saw the scarlet coffin flying up and directly falling into the black water. Suffering the same fate was also the huge alchemy furnace that had been suspended in the pool. As for the area around their feet, even the topsoil was scraped away, leaving it incredibly flat. Currently, the two seemed to be in a stalemate. Perhaps feeling that Gao Lao would not evade the question, Zhao Zi asked again, "How did you inject such strong Shang Hui into the gold?" But Gao Lao's answer shocked him greatly, because the answer was the opposite of what he asked. This is not injection, but extraction. Shang Hui inherently exists within gold. Many years ago, Guangbai village was just a remote mountain village. At that time, Zhang Qingzhen occupied the body of the then village chief and was urging a group of villagers to dig up coffins overnight. Although some people couldn't believe these were ancestral items of the village chief. But due to the old man's authority, the villagers dared not disobey. Before long, they dug out two scarlet coffins from this place. The village chief was not old at this time. His full head of black hair made him look much more energetic than before. He looked at the two red coffins without saying a word, as if pondering something. But at this moment, a beam of blinding flashlight suddenly lit up in the distance. They saw a group of people noisily surrounding them. Seeing what the villagers had dug out, they started quarreling and scrambling to seize them. They were the contractors for this area, planning to build a southern paradise here. So, in their view, as long as the land was assigned to them, then everything on it would belong to them. These words aroused the villagers' dissatisfaction, because they had not signed the contract at all. So this land had not yet changed ownership, and could not be considered the developer's territory. Watching the two groups facing off, the village chief remained unmoved, still watching with disdain. Suddenly, a flash of light went off. Someone was actually taking pictures at the scene. They saw a man in a floral shirt, revealing a mouth of black teeth, smiling and saying he had captured today's headline. Moreover, he even took it upon himself to think up the headline for them. That was, Village Chief digs up graves late at night, unexpectedly unearths two blood-red lacquered coffins, alarming local authorities. Subsequently, the village chief turns them in for credit and happily receives a reward of 500 yuan and a banner. After saying this, he then walked forward to inspect the quality of the coffins. Just with a quick glance, he judged that the red coffin was at least 300 years old. Even more bizarrely, he couldn't resist taking a shallow lick. The strange, earthy, fishy smell made him exclaim, "Wonderful!" saying that this coffin was very unusual. Then he suddenly looked at the village chief and asked meaningfully, "The things inside, couldn't they be antiques?" A series of light, seemingly self-talk, sounded like banter, but the threat was already fully revealed. He got up with a grin and started negotiating with the village chief. Meeting today is fate. It could also be considered destiny in the dark. Let's be friends. Saying this, he pushed the camera in his hand forward, preparing to buy a coffin. Judging by the looks of it, it was clear he was planning to get something for nothing. The village chief remained expressionless as before. He stared at the camera without saying a word. Seeing this, how could the villagers dare to overthink? They hurriedly rushed forward aggressively, saying that this was ancestral property of the village chief and could not be handed over. Unexpectedly, before they finished speaking, the village chief suddenly made a move. He gently took the camera and said meaningfully, "Deal." The result was predictable. One of the red coffins was intercepted halfway and taken away. The villagers were indignant. Are we really just going to let them carry it away like this? Upon hearing this, the village chief, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Even the hand holding the camera began to show bulging veins. Looking at the receding red coffin, he said with considerable disdain, "Just let them keep it for me for a while." After saying these words, he suddenly called out to the group of people, "Hey! When you open the coffin, remember to prepare some gold." Saying this, he even laughed. His mouth full of gold teeth looked particularly striking. Looking at the puzzled expression of the man in the floral shirt, he probably didn't understand the deeper meaning of the village chief's words at all. So later, that tragedy occurred. He did prepare gold, but it seemed he didn't use it correctly. And Zhang Qingzhen, who caused the current situation, changed hosts once again, which is the village chief's grandson from back then, Chun Ran. He used gold as bones to forge this body he has now, and even more so with the extracted massive amount of Shanghui, forced Zhao the to use the Zheng Shen technique. Zhao the naturally didn't believe this guy's explanation. How could Shanghui possibly exist in gold? But Gao Lao still insisted expressionlessly, saying it was because Shanghui was hidden deep, so it needed to be extracted. Saying this, he launched another fierce attack on Zhao the. It was at this moment, seeing Gao Lao was within striking distance, Zhao the flicked his sleeve and directly conjured to golden needles. But Gao Lao didn't give him a chance to strike at all. Each move was fiercer than the last, and the speed was even faster. In the end, Zhao had been forced into a corner with no way out. Watching Gao Lao swing his deadly fist again, Zhao finally made his move. They saw him snap his fingers with lightning speed. As a crisp snapping sound rang out, Gao Lao's body was instantly covered in Jinglei power. In an instant, Gao Lao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even his arms, which were originally attacking fiercely, lost control and drooped down. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao decisively struck. Grabbing the golden needles, he stabbed them into Gao Lao's wrist. Forced by the Jinglei power, Gao Lao was temporarily unable to counterattack. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao pierced through his arm. Zhao Yi did not stop, but while firmly holding the golden needles, he also covered Gao Lao's golden hand with Jinglei, only to hear a ka-cha sound. Gao Lao's entire right hand instantly disintegrated. Countless parts scattered and flew away. Accompanying this was also a huge explosive force. Gao Lao was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it no matter what, that he would unknowingly suffer such a great loss. Along with his golden hand flying off was also the blue bead filled with Shanghui power. Zhao quickly grabbed it with sharp eyes and quick hands, and prepared to destroy it on the spot. But as soon as he held the thing in his palm, the Shanghui power of the bead surged back upwards, causing Zhao to become somewhat dazed. In that instant, an unbearable scene reappeared before his eyes. There, his master's arms were completely severed, falling on a piece of scarlet land. Suddenly, Zhao woke up. He endured the severe pain and forcibly clenched his fist. The entire bead instantly emitted a puff of gray smoke. By the time he threw the thing out again, the blue light inside the bead suddenly dissipated, and even cracks appeared on it the moment it touched the ground. Too painful, Zhao looked at his palm and trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that a part of his glove was already damaged, he immediately felt that something was wrong with this thing. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi's eyes turned cold and questioned Gao Lao what exactly he was extracting as Shanghui. Gao Lao had already recovered at this moment. The golden needles that had been bent out of shape by being pinched also fell to the ground. Obviously, within his body, an immense rage was gathering. What Shanghui? You'll know when you're dead. Gao Lao stood up with a roar. The dilapidated minor corpses around, even more so, they were being attracted in an extremely strange way. In just a moment, a new palm was formed on his right arm. No, this is no longer a palm, but rather a child's cadaver claw. Meanwhile, the group who just stuffed their pockets with gold are fleeing. But before they ran for long, Lao Ba waved to stop them again. With the previous experience in mind, Zhongza was noticeably less wary now. Perhaps Master has spotted another treasure? But Master only twitched his ears, and then suddenly led them to run ahead again, saying, "It's ahead." Zhongza was bewildered, asked curiously, "What's ahead?" Before long, he also seemed to hear it. That's the sound of running water. Old Ma was instantly delighted. Water sounds! which means there's water flowing in or out nearby. Whether it's flowing in or out, it means the exit is not far away. In his excitement, Oldma took off running forward, completely forgetting Master was standing motionless ahead. So predictably, Master's broad shoulders directly hit his nose. Oldma fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Even Zhongzhou was a bit curious why Master would suddenly stop walking. When he stepped forward to take a look, he immediately saw on the ground, in front of Master, many miners' corpses lying haphazardly. Lao Bal was also a bit curious. He checked these dried corpses, one by one, and immediately discovered a common feature. That is, in these dried corpses, the Shanghui had completely disappeared. And that's secondary. More importantly, the necks of these dried corpses were all broken. Hearing this, Zhongzhou and Oldma were both shocked. Lao Ba didn't speak further, because the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Just now, based on the posture of these corpses when they fell and the neck injuries, he had basically reconstructed what had happened here. This technique, he was very familiar with it. If he wasn't mistaken, Gongling should have been here. This is the most shocking battle since the beginning of CHU Wu. Also reinterpreted, what is meant by good ultimately triumphs over evil. The two sides in the battle. One is Zheng Qingjun, a Qing dynasty loyalist. The other is the current CHU Wu, Zhao the. Of course, this battle can also be said to be a powerful showdown between two generations of CHU Wu. However, although Zhao is a junior, he relied on his nimble figure and forcefully dismantled Gao Lao's golden hand into a pile of parts and forcibly destroyed a Shanghui bead. Enraged and humiliated, Gao Lao roared thunderously, condensing the corpses of many miners into a terrifying corpse claw. Then, with lightning speed, it pounced straight forward. If Zhao the hadn't dodged in time, his left foot would probably have been cut off on the spot. But even so, Gao Lao's powerful strike also sent Zhao the flying backward. It seems this guy has been driven to desperation. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhao the seemed to have discovered something terrifying, and suddenly widened his eyes. A white light suddenly lit up. Gao Lao's skeletal giant claw was actually wrapped in a layer of lightning power. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene, because this is exactly one of CHU Wu's secret techniques, Jinglei. He didn't expect that Zheng Qingjun, possessing someone else's body, could actually unleash Jinglei to such an extent. But reality wouldn't give him time to be distracted. Gao Lao swung his arm horizontally. The force of 10,000 Zhan of lightning power smashed head-on. This strike was terrifying, and directly slammed Zhao onto the mountain wall. The violent impact back and forth made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Gao Lao became even more disdainful upon seeing this. You, an unknown nobody, also dare to try to kill me? Do you know, in these 300 years, what I have experienced? I thought this guy was going to start telling some secrets or something. But unexpectedly, he suddenly changed the subject. shouting, "I want to become immortal. No one can stop me. I will not die again." In his rage, he once again condensed immense lightning power. This child's momentum compared to before was obviously even greater. Zhao the Just wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't move at all. Looking down, he realized his ankles had been firmly grasped by several dried corpses. At this critical moment of life and death, he had to activate Zheng Shen again to protect himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, an incredibly terrifying force of lightning struck directly. Once again, Zhao was slammed against the mountain wall. Even the mountain, of unknown thickness, was shaken to create cracks. Gao Lao roared and followed closely. Die! Zhao had nowhere to dodge. His eyes suddenly became serious. He clenched his hands in front of his chest. Then he closed his eyes. In an instant, he seemed to enter some mysterious state. He could feel the light rain in the mountains and forests at this moment, could feel the snails slowly crawling on the leaves, and could also feel the motionless frogs in the lotus pond. This is a strange state. It is also a realm of subtlety. Zhao took a deep breath, gently uttered two words, thorough comprehension. When he opened his eyes again, lightning was already flashing before him, and Gao Lao's corpse claw was already close at hand. It's time. Zhao clenched his fist fiercely, lowly shouted a word, "Open." In an instant, the entire mine roared and rumbled, as if it would collapse immediately. Countless mine rails broke and flew around. Even the alchemy furnace, suspended in midair by several thick chains, fell into the corpse water. At this moment, although Zhao was being pressed against the wall by Gao Lao's head, seemingly powerless to recover, Gao Lao suddenly felt his hair stand on end, because on the shoulders of this guy in front of him, a very strange blue ring actually lit up. Then, a glowing dot appeared in the middle of the blue ring. In a daze, Zhao grabbed Gao Lao's arm, muttering something in his mouth. Cause and effect are real. Karma is self-born. The one who deserves to die is you. After saying that, he directly pressed a palm on Gao Lao's chest. As a burst of red light shot past, Gao Lao's body flew out in response, and Zheng Qingjin's spirit soul instantly left his body. This move is called Wuji Scripture Thunder. It's incredibly powerful, directly piercing through the mountain, stabbing towards the vast night sky outside the mountain. Zheng Qingjin's statue cracked, looking even more dilapidated than before. And inside the mountain, Gao Lao also lay on the ground silently. Is it finally over? Zhao stared at the ground, somewhat lost in thought. But in the next moment, a familiar feeling suddenly came from behind. He suddenly turned his head to look, and saw a bright red footprint on the ground not far away. And this was exactly Shang's footprint. He didn't act rashly, but quietly sensed it. Sure enough, in just an instant, something quietly came up behind him. Zhao Yi's eyes turned cold. Subconsciously, he swung his arm and grabbed. This grab was precise, exactly pinching Zheng Qingjin's neck. He was in great pain at this moment, wanting to break free from Zhao Yi's hand. But Zhao would no longer give him this chance. The power of Jinglei burst out from his body, causing him to scream incessantly. This is the feeling of death. He didn't want to experience it again. Zhao Yi's eyes were cold and stern. He gave Zheng Qingzhen a final warning. What exactly is the Shangfu you are refining? This is the last time I'm asking you. Here is 200 years ago. The Manchukuo society already shows signs of decline. A desolate, deathly aura is spreading from the common people. Just as you see at this moment, several emaciated stray dogs by the roadside are dividing and eating the corpse of a dead person. In contrast, is this young man in front of you? He is lucky. Luckily, he is still alive. But he is also unlucky. Unluckily, he is lonely and starving. He came to town to beg for food, but people simply ignored him. They directly locked their doors and drove him away. Indeed, in this world, is even living so difficult? The young man, hungry and cold, walked forward in a daze. At this moment, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. But what he didn't know was, at the moment he fell, an old doctor wearing a bamboo hat suddenly stopped. When the young man woke up again, it was already dark. He found himself in a dilapidated temple, and there was an old man beside him. The old man, wearing a bamboo hat, said nothing, just silently roasting something in his hand. The air was filled with a rich aroma of meat, making the young man couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He saw clearly. What was being roasted on the fire seemed to be a wild dog. The wild dog's eyes reflected the firelight, staring straight at him. The young man also met its gaze, but his eyes were empty and devoid of emotion, as if what was on the stick was just a piece of meat. Suddenly, he coughed again. The old illness relapsed, causing him to cough up a trace of blood. But what he didn't expect was, the old man opposite him suddenly handed over a few pills. The pills were as black as ink, emitting a strange smell. The young man was still a little hesitant at first, but eventually took them. Since then, he followed this old doctor, traveling north and south. When there was work, they would see patients. When there was no work, they would sit and rest. Although life was not wealthy, but in any case, the young man survived, and he would no longer go hungry. Time passed day by day like this, and a smile gradually appeared on the young man's face. It was the feeling of finding reliance, the joy of finding a home.
但美中不足的是，
But the only flaw was, one day, the old doctor was helping him shave his head, but he coughed violently again. Fortunately, seemingly inexhaustible.
少年也像往常一样，
He took it without hesitation and swallowed it. But this time, the black pill seemed to have lost its effect. He suddenly vomited blood without warning and fell to the ground, never to rise again. The old doctor was already used to seeing life and death. He silently picked up the young man's body and then threw it into a deep ditch in the wilderness. However, living together day and night, there would always be some feelings. So this time, he took off his bamboo hat. Perhaps he was mourning for the young man, but he didn't know that the disease on the young man's body had unknowingly infiltrated his body. When he saw himself coughing up blood, He subconsciously reached into his pocket. In that paper packet were the black pills he always kept prepared. Zheng Qingjun was just about to swallow them, but suddenly stopped as if by some divine intervention. He stared at the pills he had made for a long time, and then sighed in disappointment. Then he threw all the pills out. One by one, they rolled down into the several jong deep ditch. And in that ditch, corpses were already everywhere. From the day the young man left, Zheng Qingjun became ill. In addition to coughing, he also often had nightmares. In those nightmares, he could see many, many children standing outside the door, staring straight at him. It was chilling. Unsurprisingly, he woke up in fright. Covered in cold sweat, he sat up, looking at the bloodstains on his chest, feeling even more despair in his heart. In panic, he hurried to the pharmacy, grabbed a handful of black pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. But unexpectedly, as soon as the pills entered his mouth, he coughed them all out. Yes, these pills are completely useless. Enraged, Zheng Qingjun directly overturned the table. If it weren't for the heavy medicine furnace, it might have also been kicked over by him. Helpless, he curled up in the corner and cried non-stop, his voice full of desolation. The prescription for the black pills was torn up by him. It faintly recorded the way to eradicate tuberculosis. That is to use the temple's hair of a 9-year-old child as a medicinal guide, and then decoct and take it. But looking at it now, this so-called prescription is completely useless. Later, one rainy night, Zheng Qingjun saw a young man running away in town. Perhaps because the ground was slippery due to the rain. The young man lost his footing and fell directly to the ground. This also gave the two men in black following behind an opportunity. One of them pointed his fingers together, and instantly lightning burst forth, and then pressed it directly on the young man's temple, along with a hysterical scream. An extremely terrifying ghost face suddenly sprang out. This scene happened to be seen by Zheng Qingjun, who was passing by. Originally thought that the rain was too loud and did not attract their attention. But Zheng Qingjun's cough directly made that ghost-like guy discover the target. In an instant, Zheng Qingjun found that thing rushing towards him. He didn't even react, and had already lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a dilapidated temple. It's also laughable to say, this dilapidated temple was the very one where he had rescued the young man. In front of him was also a warm fire and a man in black. Seeing him wake up, the man in black gestured at him, probably asking him if he had seen something strange. Zheng Qingjun immediately understood. He instantly thought of that disheveled, ghost-like guy. In an instant, beads of cold sweat immediately covered his forehead. Seeing this scene, the man in black had already understood. He winked at his companion at the door, and then handed Zheng Qingjun a stack of pills. Zheng Qingjun was surprised for a moment, but when he saw his chest, also covered with such pills, he immediately realized he had encountered experts. Zheng Qingjun was extremely grateful, clasping his hands and bowing his head in worship, already regarding the two men in black as his saviors. Then, the next day, he was taken to a Taoist temple. Looking at the many disciples in the temple, his heart was filled with hope. And given his identity as a doctor, he was also lucky to be assigned to help in the scripture library. And from that time on, he began to come into contact with CHU Wu, contact with Shang people, and also learned that beyond this world, there is another completely different world. But even with the support of King Yung Temple's pills, he still did not get rid of his deeply rooted tuberculosis. Finally, one night, he collapsed weakly. Although he was dying at this moment, he did not faint. In a daze, he didn't know if he was starting to dream again, because the children, who had only appeared in his nightmares before, were now all blocking the door. No, this time is different. They seemed to be ready to come in. Zheng Qingjun was so frightened that he pulled up the sheet, burying himself deeply under it. This way, he shouldn't be able to see them, right? But unfortunately, the severe pain in his arm made him unable to endure it anymore. He cried out miserably and sat up, only to find that he was already surrounded by hateful children, and they seemed to be about to devour him alive. But just at this moment, Zheng Qingjun suddenly realized something was wrong, because there was a child standing at the door, motionless, seemingly not intending to participate at all. But when he carefully looked at the other child's appearance, he realized that on that child's face was actually written a big character death. Just one glance, Zheng Qingjun felt like he couldn't breathe. He could feel what was standing opposite him was not a child at all. Instead, it's a terrifying, vengeful ghost. But at this moment, I am so weak and helpless. I can't muster any resistance. That night, Zheng Qingjun died. But he came back to life. He rose from his own blood and became Shang.